My primary business is other people's businesses. If I open my can of worms and maggots on Wiki, but I'm waiting for him. His territory that he's trying to practice is my own primary constituency, and I'm waiting for him. He's a pretentious character, he's a liar, and he has no integrity, no iota of integrity. Wike was calling me when Atiku Abubakar was to announce his running mates. I have records, and I printed it out, and I'm waiting for him. He called me 19 times in 2 hours, begging us to convince Atiku Abubakar to make him the vice presidential candidate. So when I see him lying on TV, because of the south of this country, because of southern Nigeria, the thing of moves to south, you that were lobbying us and begging us, promising us heaven and earth to convince Atiku Abubakar to make you vice presidential candidate, to the extent that he was at the airport. I have a video. He spent hours in the airport waiting for me to call him to say, Atiku, I picked you as a... He was at the airport here, waiting, calling me. He was calling me, my brother and friend, who is were in the Senate together, was also calling me that day. I have witnesses. I even gave the phone to Abdul Ningi to speak with him. I gave the phone to Senator Zameri to speak with him. He was begging all of us, promising heaven and earth. Atiku should announce him. It was around 1 or so that I told him, Oga, nobody will give you vice president. That was when he left and then flew back to... So the man who was so desperate to be vice president, because you didn't get it, you now started a southern agenda. I don't believe in such unprincipled, zero integrity character like Mr. Wike.
Leadership was involved in forgery of Court of Appeal judgment to INEC. That is going to be a discussion for another. They are hearing me now. If they don't know, a petition already has been forwarded with fact. I am not going to be part of that criminal infraction.
You're accusing your party of forgery?
It's not accusing. It is what they did.
It's an accusation.
Yeah,
it's an allegation.
Yes, it's an allegation that I've written to the police. They will come so that I don't want Nigerians to see police as being, maybe, it's APC or PDP that sent them. No, it was what our people did. Just because they wanted some candidate to run for election, they manipulated, they presented false information to the Court of Appeal and INEC just because they want some candidate to win. And I told them no, because criminal infraction doesn't have years. At any point in time, police can knock at your door. And because I was involved in that matter at the Federal Court, I have to, quickly set the record straight. I don't want tomorrow somebody will come and meet me that, oh, you are an accessory to this. Don't come and tell us that you don't know. But I am saying it here that they said they want to set up this committee. I have my fact figure. I will present it to them, and it will be published, in the dailies. But the reason why they want to silence me, they don't want me to talk. They say, oh, he has collected money. He want to reduce Obi chances. You know about Mr. Peter Obi chances. He is the finest among even the four that want to run that Mr. Peter Obi.
All this might affect his chances.
Yeah, we must not allow criminals, to fall them to Aso Rock, because we will still be in the same pedestrian like the president, whereby Nigeria come to tell us that, oh, snake swallow money. Where is the snake vomited the money? We don't see it today. We don't want, such in our party. And that's why when people come, we don't have this kind of issue in Labour Party. Until when these people came, with his bandwagon of people, because they were the one involved, in this thing. But their name afforded it to the Surgeon of Police. I've reported to the office of Chief Judge of the Federation. I've also reported to INEC. I've written, I asked on to write letters then.
The first time we really had a debate on this, it was with you on air. I remember I used the word that the Obedients are not unruly. They may be fierce, but not rude. And interestingly, we're back on it. Beautifully, let me say, that if in this contestation, the entire political process, if there is any movement that has been very civil, it's the Obedient movement. And I'll tell you why. we have not deployed ethnicity or religion in our debate and contestation. Those who tend to, or who are struggling effusively to brand us as unruly, are the ones who have threatened a particular ethnicity. They are the ones who do ethnic profiling. They are the ones who have divided and polarized our country. We are absolutely civil. And I tell you, when I saw that interview by my boy and mentor, and I say this with all sense of respect, I tell people that I may disagree with you on certain score, but it doesn't change what I feel about you. I listened to that interview by the great Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, and I wept for 3 reasons, and I'm going to put it out before Nigerians. My boy and mentor left issues about ethnic profiling, the killing of people and voter suppression in Lagos, and dwelt chiefly on Dati's comment about those who are interested in swearing a man whose mandate perhaps and the declaration of his election, his victory, does not tally with the provisions of our law as a problem. I felt very deeply offended. Then the second one, instead of talking about how those who were declared winners have not stopped the ethnic profiling, he called Dati and his statements a fascist. I felt very strange about it. Then I asked, is the man dead? Because he wrote a book long time ago, The Man Died in Him. Who keeps quiet in times of moral crisis? I asked that question, and I'm asking that question again with all sense of humility. Let me tell you, in 2014, 2015, I was a DG Change Ambassadors of Nigeria, one of the campaign arms of President Muhammadu Buhari. In 2014, 2015, the APC, which is presently in power, said worse things than Dati has said. Indeed, my very senior colleague and the substantive Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria today said that the APC was going to form a parallel government if the PDP were to be declared winners. Some others went as far as saying that it clearly not like that democracy will die should the PDP be declared winners. And I wonder why we have all forgotten all that. And clearly, we have the worst electoral larceny in our country's history. Clearly, we have the worst electoral fraud in our country's history. Do you know what happened on the 25th of February and what happened on the 18th of March? Beatified Iwu's 2007 elections. That was an election that Yar'Adua openly admitted that was largely flawed. But that election comes to excellence
and you now arrogate to yourself as the spokesperson of the entire Nigerian media. Who conferred that status on you? Nobody. You arrogated to yourself for your selfish moves.
Against that background, Mr. Lake.
I have not finished. I have to make this point. It is important. Now, when you ask a question, you let me laugh. Town hall meeting anchors. The anchors of this state town hall and Arise town hall meetings. Ruben Abati is a member of the PDP. Have people gotten selective amnesia? How can, in good conscience, how do you expect Asiwaju of the APC candidate, to present himself for the guillotine, the PDP guillotine machine, anchored by a PDP member, Ruben Abati?
Consider a kind of two-facedness when it comes to Africa. So the US has a long history of complicity in sort of non-democratic elections on this continent. So recently in Congo, 2 or 3 years ago, they endorsed an election that was an absolute sham. But then the same US will turn around and criticize Congo for not being democratic. And so my point was to say, be what you say you are. Right? You cannot criticize African countries for being undemocratic while at the same time endorsing something that is quite self-evidently undemocratic.
Well, that's a good point. But just delving deeper into your letter, you were quite categorical in saying that the electoral process was imperiled not by technical shortcomings, but by deliberate manipulation. Is there enough evidence in your assessment to support that claim?
Yes, and I think maybe the most glaring is that we Nigerians all saw these mutilated election sheets, right? We all saw them. We saw polling unit agents talking about how what they had from the polling unit was not what was then announced formally, officially, or uploaded formally, officially. And I think for me, that's a really striking reason and an example of how this election was not about technical glitches. And can we also realize that Nigeria is full of very bright young people in tech? There's no reason for that excuse of technical glitch. And the other question then is, if it was a technical glitch, why was it possible for most people to upload the results of the other federal elections, but not the presidential?
Hello, welcome to another episode of 90. Oh, have yourself 247. I'm so sorry. It's a wonderful day. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We're joining you here in New York. I hope you're having a nice day wherever in the world you are. It's been a crazy week, just like every other week since February 25th, 2023, when we had the election in Nigeria. It appears as if that election is not over, and it won't be over for a long time. Welcome to the show. We're happy you are joining us, and you are going to be part of this wide conversation on the situation in Nigeria and across Africa. Today is bright over here. I hope it's bright where in the world you are. Welcome to the show. Let's see people who are joining us already. And we have interesting topics to discuss today, and I hope you will find the time along the way to be part of it. All right, Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show.
Good morning, good Rudolph. Thank you.
Good morning. You're a member of the Order of the Scribe.
Tech scribes. I'm a software engineer, so like it's another way of saying that's the whole thing about scribes. So scribes are like, in the Bible, scribble, but modern day technical, typing. So
okay, all right, good. Mama Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Why, August strike? Must me and you be present at the same time?
I bow to you, ma. How are you? How was your
morning,
week?
sir.
Yes, ma'am.
My week full of headache. I go meet a house of rep. They go to tell me say my children they lazy. I go fight them. Then when I come inside house, come confront my children with their attitude when they smell for outside. They go they fight me. How I want to handle this matter now?
All right. So, Mama Echo, how is the weather over there?
Colorado now one kind weather. Yesterday, day before yesterday, it was shining. Everywhere was so hot, about 75 to 80 degrees. Then yesterday, night tell us in Colorado, he give us snow.
Snow yesterday?
I'm telling you.
Oh, wow. I don't envy you. All right.
No, that's the beauty of this place, eh? It goes, one snow just do like this, you go just not say, the next in Colorado go give you some. So it not go bother you like that.
All right.
But if I come to those in the area where they say snow go sit down for ground, like Olumo Rock for Niger, I not go fit stay.
Okay. Let's welcome.
We'll come visit you for New York very soon. No?
Oh, we're here. We're here anytime.
If I come for this 17th Human Rights Summit. It's coming up in July 6 to 8.
Okay.
I may likely come. So we go do barbecue get together.
All right. Thank you. Let's welcome Sax Knight. Welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Nice to see you. Dr. Alexander, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. How are you? Just wanted to pop in to say good morning to everybody on the platform. Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful show today.
Yes, we are.
I'll be following on the background because I have to do my consultations, but I just wanted to come say hello to you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you all the time. Before you go, I will ask you to tell us about something. Just a minute. If you welcome to the show.
Good morning, Papu Doka. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
All right. So I have some topics that I wrote down that we're going to talk about. One was the incident, Obi's incident at the airport in the UK. That's one story. We have the story about Tinubu, who became one of the 100. I wanted to get Alexander to weigh in on something. Okay, but that's okay. We'll get back to that when we can get to him. The other story is about Tinubu. He became one of the 100 most influential people, according to Time magazine. And of course, he responded to the case that is in the Tribunal, where he stated some things and want to talk about what he said, his response to the questions about the issues raised by Obi and Atiku in their own cases. Also, we have NNPC and the corruption in the NNPC. Especially now that Buhari is leaving, there are so many stories about people basically assigning money to themselves. So we want to talk about that. So I want to go around and quickly ask people, is there anything I'm missing from this that is important? Someone already told me that we have a new prime minister of the Biafran government in exile, which is Simon Ekpa, that I forgot to put that on the topics of discussion. And of course, today we have elections today. People are basically can you mute yourself if you're in the studio, please?
I want to go look for work for that Biafra country. I want to work directly with Sam Ekpa.
All right.
I want the assistant prime minister.
All right, hold on, Mama Echo. So yeah, that's something that already I've been told. I forgot to mention that. And then the other thing, that there's an election going on today. Not elections, several elections for Senate, for governorship in Adamawa and KB. So we are going to also monitor those ones and see what's going on there. It's another taste of the INEC and how they are going to conduct the election. So, Dr. Alexander, is there anything that I'm missing on these topics that I?
No, I think you got it pretty much covered. The one I am interested in is the way Peter Obi was treated at the Heathrow Airport. I thought that was...
according to the official results, came third, and we've seen...
Sorry about that. Go on. Doctor, go on. Dr. Alex, please go on.
Yeah, so I thought that was unfortunate. I know that as it stands today, we have a president-elect, but I don't think that treated him unfairly, because I think there's some shenanigans going on behind the scene that you and I don't know about, and I think they're trying to paint this man in a bad light, and I don't think that's right. From my perspective, I think it's unfair, but politics is a dirty game, and whatever comes out of it, one should expect. He's a veteran, so he should know how that space works, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think politics is a dirty game. Now the politicians be dirty people. Politics, nothing they wrong with that. Now the people doing politics, the human being, the politician, they are the dirty human being. Look at the letter of politics. You see dirty in the inside? No, na politician, and they be dirty. So may we speak the right language so that our children go know the difference between politics and politicians.
Okay, Mama Echo. I respect your position, but I don't subscribe to it. So, but that's fine. Well, so doctor, let me go, and I'll tune in later on.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. All right. Okay, so let me go around.
Yeah, doctor, because the truth, if we are not defining it well, we are not teaching the young ones the differences, and it will not make them to change this behavior that make them to classify policy as a dirty game. It is the human, so that we have to change that behavior in us that has made us to turn politics to become a dirty game.
All right, Rachel, thank you. So I'll go around and see if there's anything we're leaving out that is important as far as topics are concerned. Then we go to the first topic. Mr. Scribe.
Yes, sir. So the first topic, I think, let me look. Put me on the hot seat so early, but I will get there. So I think it's the immigration officers detaining Obi, right?
No, I'm saying, is any topic I missed our list, so we can add it now before we start.
No. I think it's perfect. Even I mean, you know how it goes here, right? So I think this is good. We may not even exhaust it.
Enough anyway, but just to make sure there's nothing big we're missing. I'm gonna make sure any topic we're missing.
I think you don't put the casala between Wiki and the boy, do not me lie. So that one they sweet me for Bele. I thought that they casala each other.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Berichi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
I can't think of any story of serious interest, except I think you played the video of Chimamanda this before the show started. So I don't know if you want to also put it as part of the topics.
Yeah, I don't want the Chirinka Chimamanda thing too, because we touched on it last week, but we will obviously mention it in passing, but it's not going to be the major focus of today. Nigeria Beta, welcome to the show.
Good morning, doctor.
Yeah. In fact, when I remember your name during the week, I was thinking maybe we should have a positive vibe as part of a segment, so people will be forced to think about something positive that happened during the week. Because I hear complaints from people, oh, you guys are always talking about negative things. Is it that doesn't mean that nothing good is happening in the country, you know? So maybe along the way we add that. Nigeria Beta. So what did I miss? Any topic I missed?
I think in terms of topic, nothing. I just want to make a request whether you can invite Reno Mokere one of these days.
Oh, I've been reaching out to him. He hasn't said anything. So most everybody will know I'm trying to reach.
And since I'm the one begging you to invite him, I'll beg Mama Echo to just take it easy when Reno come.
Hey! Hey, I'm not gonna make promise, so.
And also, if you have
Dino, man, I bring Dino come for me.
Dino,
I don't look for Dino.
Dino block me on.
Oh, that reminds me, please. I need a therapist at home. I have some cases at home that they need to just talk to a therapist.
Okay. All right. Nigeria Beta, if you have everybody actually who is watching, if you have the contact of somebody that is, you think should be a guest and you're in touch with them, connect the person to me. I would like to extend that invitation. And sometimes it works that way, all right. Okay, so let's start with the first topic, which is Peter Obi and what happened at the airport in the UK. Where do we start? Mr. Scribe, you used to live in the UK. Do you know anything about?
Well, I can empathize. It's not something you would like. I mean, I remember in my student days. I came back from America and I was detained and questioned and, but I mean, if your hands are clean, why should you fear, So they just did the due process. I mean, there must have been something, sometimes when you're before these guys, fright can come. I'm only speaking from my experience, right? So fright can come in and they begin to doubt you, what you're saying. So, but if your hands are clean, the UK is a country that I would say is very, very fair when it comes to some of these kind of issues. I mean, I'm not saying always fair, but there are some people have questioned some things that have happened. So, but this is the angle that I feel I don't really understand, and that is I'm not sure if Mr. Peter Obi is still a British citizen or if he ever took up British citizenship. I searched, I couldn't find anything in this respect. So, but if he is a British citizen and he's carrying a British passport, normally you use, and depending on the airport, Gatwick or Heathrow, most likely Heathrow. So there's a stall that, if you're a British citizen, you must be used to that, and you go in, you put your passport, you put your biometric details, and then you go, you just walk, and while every other person who's not a British citizen is on the queue. So when I read that he was on the queue, I was like, okay. That kind of put a little bit of doubt on what his status is in the UK. So, but also given I would say his public stature, um, and sometimes that doesn't really, the border agent who probably was interviewing him before he deciding to say, "Oh, step aside," may not have known his border status. So there's a lot of things there that could have been just based on um, what the air was in the airport sometimes. So these things can happen. There might have been a few things that happened prior to him arriving that would have led to them, being a little bit more anxious. So I'm only speaking from experience of traveling through airports. So that aside, but then there's also other side. The conspiracy theorists have also looked at it from an angle that, Britain is our colonial master. Britain has been accused in the past of meddling in our political affairs, and based on that, which it has fueled some speculation that maybe he's being intimidated in some sort. Maybe I even know some people who are alleging that it might have been an MI16 opportunity to talk to him, because I mean that's only speaking from these kind of movie kind of scenarios where an airport is a transition location where you can easily interface with people without much suspicion. You know what I mean? Get called into those rooms, and then they could pass a message, or so there's many conspiracy theories out there. The only thing I know is that Mr. Peter B clearly has shown that during the Panama Papers, all those things, he's shown that he has nothing to hide. So I think it's something we shouldn't read too much meaning into. We should brush it aside. Mr. Peter B has already I like one of I'm not bought into Peter Obi that much, but I would say he has actually personally he has started to win my trust, because the way he has conducted himself following clearly they cheated him. He won that election, but the way he has conducted himself, I mean, compared to Raila Odinga in 2015 Kenyan election, I think he has, in that respect, he has shown, because power intoxicates, and he has shown that he knows he has Peter Obi can call a rally today and just kind of, I will quote David Hudane, wave this wave this power, wave that, if you don't if you don't, oh sorry, if my time is up then. Yeah, anyways, so he has conducted himself pretty well in my opinion, and he has gradually won my trust as a person. That I think he's shown that he's a leader, he can control, he can bring things together, but I still doubt those around him, the way he came into the presidential limelight and things like that. It just kind of suggests that you're still kind of listening to the old guard in that respect. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. I wanted to know what we know, what happened, because it's still not very clear. But you mentioned so many things, and I didn't want to stop you because there were things you said, like I want to believe that he's not a British citizen, otherwise he won't be running for president. So that one is something that we should think that's clear. But anyway, let's go to Mama Echo and continue. I'll come back to what you said, some of the things. Mama Echo, what do you know that happened?
Well, the thing is, I don't know what is the truth yet. But I know he was not arrested. So there's difference between arrest and detain. And it's better we portray exactly what it is. So those who know the true story, tell us which one. Because if somebody is detained and searched, it's different from arrest in this environment. It's only Nigeria. You do the two together. There's no detain. You do something, they've not checked anything, arrest, they put you for dungeon. But this place, it doesn't operate that way. And the right narrative needs to be set out as at this hour. So, and Shrab was right. The way he's conducting himself in the midst of all this is worth emulating. But me, I be soldier, I be warrior. I wouldn't be able to handle it the way he is. So me as a person, I am learning that virtue from him. And that is a virtue of a leader. And I think it's applicable to all of us. Let's learn the one that is good and drop the one that is ugly among us, including me. I don't remove myself. But in the midst of all this, it's just a shame. A shame that we have brought ourselves to a point where we want to destroy somebody that has nothing for us to have brought out for the 8 months or 9 months of election. He has told us, if you have something against me, I will stop contesting the election. We will not see anything brings us there. Why now? Why we cause some have been immigration, which people they in charge of passport? Why did you destroy your own institution to the point you will do what you did about changing passport number and everything? How much they give you? You born children, no, you ain't doing. Because to me, you are not even putting your children into consideration. You are not putting your children into consideration. They say a good name is better than silvers and gold. My papa not get money. But when we were growing up, the compound full with everybody. And as a little girl, I thought he was one who gave birth to all of us. Until he got missing. And I discovered that majority are not his biological children. But you know what? That good deed my father did, raising everybody as one, opens door for me anywhere I go. People that doesn't know me, they will just meet me, they will show interest, they will show me road. That is the seed of my father. What seed are we sowing down for our children, parents? In all this our shenanigans we are doing. When your child reach somewhere tomorrow, or your grandchild reach somewhere tomorrow, and they trace the lineage to you, will the door be closed for that child or be open? Food for thought.
All right, thank you. Dr. Eberechi, let me clear things, few things. One is the definition when they said he was arrested, it was from Labour Party. They are the ones who issued a statement, said that Peter Obi was arrested. It wasn't the media that called it arrest. It was the Labour Party. And then Premium Times newspapers in Nigeria wrote the UK government demanding explanation for why he was arrested. They responded today, and all they said was that we do not comment on individual cases, which is expected. They did not deny any of the content of the letter that the Premium Times sent to them. So, Eberichi, what do you know? You're a lawyer. What's going on?
So I need to ask you a question because you did say something that I thought I needed to also to clear up. You said if he was a British citizen, he wouldn't have been qualified to run an election. Is there any basis for that?
Oh, I believe that in Nigerian constitution, if you're a dual citizen of another country, you run for president.
You can't.
Yeah, you cannot. And there was an issue with several candidates in the past, especially Iraqi was the only one who had dual citizenship. And in his own case, he said he was born there. It wasn't his fault that he was born in Britain. He didn't claim to, like some other people who go to other countries and then take up their citizenship. His own was by birth. So I think, I don't know how the courts actually had that was settled, but he was the only one that had that issue. But you shouldn't run for president of Nigeria if you're a dual citizen. So.
Okay, I'm not aware of that provision of the constitution. So I think it's something I would have to check up and probably get a better sense of it before the end of this program. Now, Mama Echo talked about made the decision between arrest and detention. I don't think there is any basis for there is no such distinction really. If somebody's movement is restrained without his consent, it is detention against his will. It is also an arrest in law. So I don't know why there's no point trying to split that hair. It doesn't really exist. The distinction question. Now on I don't know the basis for his arrest, to be honest with you. I don't know what transpired. So it's hard for me to. Obviously, is an opportunity for conjectures and refutations. So I don't really know. If you look at it from a political lens, it's possible to make all sort of propound all sort of theories as to what could have happened here. But legally speaking, it's hard to actually make any serious levy any serious criticism, because apparently there was an issue that led to his arrest. So I'm not one of those who think he was arrested because there was kind of conspiracy between the APC government and the British government. I wouldn't really say that. So that might have been a reason for his arrest. Whether the immigration officer could have done more to prevent that kind of arrest is a matter it's something that they would have to figure out at some point. So I heard there was an apology. And Peter Obi said he didn't get any apology. So that kind of made me got me confused whether the whole story about apology was concocted, because Peter Obi said, I think Peter Obi said he didn't get any apology as a person from the government.
Oh,
So that.
Hold on, Dr. Berti. I think we have noise around you. I know you have your earpiece. It's making it possible for you not to hear the noise, but we are hearing it from the kids. So if you can help us with that, people are kind of pointing that out.
Just 1 second to add to what he said. Section 131 prohibits dual citizens from running for office. So it said, subject to the provisions of the Constitution, a person shall be qualified for election to the office of the president. A, he is a citizen of Nigeria by birth. He has attained the age of 40 years. He is a member of a political party and is sponsored by the political party. And he has been educated up to at least school certificate level or its equivalent. The provisions in the Nigerian Constitution make it clear that only Nigerian citizens that are born in the country are eligible to run for the presidency. Dual citizenship is not recognized in Nigeria, and Nigerian citizens who acquired citizenship of another country are required to renounce their Nigerian citizenship. Therefore, a person who holds dual citizenship cannot meet the constitutional requirement.
Sorry, you lost me here. I thought you were reading the constitution, but it appears you were reading the commentary.
No. So, this is a commentary.
What did it say concerning dual citizenship? It said the person who. Can you read that part again for me?
He said no dual citizen a dual citizen cannot run for president of Nigeria.
Okay.
Section 131 of the Nigerian Constitution states that a person can only be qualified for election to the office of the president if he or she is a citizen of Nigeria by birth.
Okay, so there's an issue here. It doesn't really.
It's not explicit.
No. I think it's even explicit. I think, like I said, I'm look at it more closely. But from what you've read now, what that provision seems to contemplate is a situation where somebody who is a citizen of a different country becomes becomes a citizen of Nigeria. Other than by birth. So now, if somebody is a citizen of Nigeria by birth and eventually acquires another citizen of another country by some other means, like somebody like maybe a US citizen, but also a citizen of Nigeria by birth. So by being a citizen of Nigeria by birth, it means the requirement to run for office. So I don't know whether that is vitiated by his subsequent acquisition of another citizenship from a foreign country. So that is not what I had you read. So and that is not what the analysis seems to
I'm not a lawyer, but when I opened up various sources and I was reading them.
I'll look at it. I'm not really...
So this is what you lawyers say: spirit and letter of the law. So it could be in spirit, it is by birth, but no, in letter it is by birth. That's literally, and then in spirit, it's open for interpretation based on the context of what could be circumstantial, I suppose. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just.
Yeah, I've never really had this debate before, so that would be interesting. I'll look at it. But what I was gonna kind of briefly touch on is the election, is the response to the petition before the Court of Appeal. And I think I understand over the week there was the Tinubu and the INEC joined issues with the applicants in the matter. I've not seen their different briefs. I've only seen nuggets of these discussions on them, and some of the things I heard concerning the angle from where they intend to defend the election, I thought was very curious. I think normally I like to read the brief essay, but I think I heard one of the things that I thought was very curious was when I heard that the INEC said that the INEC seemed to have suggested that the chairman was misinterpreted, or it was read out of context, that he never really, that the statements that were credited to him weren't exactly as some of us read them, that he never said there was going to be transmission and those sort of stuff. So I've not really, but I think I need to actually lay my hands on their briefs of argument and then determine what the issues really are.
All right. I think a guy on Arise TV was explaining that. I don't know if you have that.
Okay, hold on. Let's not go far from the topic. We'll get back to that. We are going to get to that. Let's go to Niger, go better. What's your take on Peter Obi's ordeal at the airports in the UK?
First, I've not had opportunity to actually read the detail about the arrest from any UK media, because I'll prefer that. Otherwise, most of the things I've been seeing from Nigeria side, a lot of them are laced with sympathy or hatred in a way, if I may say. So any statement coming from Labour Party, we try to portray Peter Obi as best as possible. Any statement coming from the other side also, we try to portray him as a criminal that was arrested in the airport. So I feel like those two sources might not be that credible enough for me, because it's better to be objective. I've seen a lot of people saying it's immigration people that maybe duplicated his passport or some other things. I think, if I may say, that's less likely. Most of us will live in the Western world with hearing about identity theft. It could come in different forms, in different ways, and anybody can fall victim of it in any way. So, jumping to conclusion on anything, I think we all need to, out of the love we have for the man, we need to be careful. Out of opposition that we have for the man, we need to be careful. We shouldn't just sit down and just be putting up stories together. Let's wait, or let's do research to know what actually happened. Obi is not the only person that is being stopped in the airport and being questioned. Some of us, we've been through the airport, you could be stopped for anything and for anything, and they can ask you any question. Question could be like, hey, Nigeria go better. Have you ever met Mama H.O. before? So it's a question. It now depends on how I answer the question, and it could lead to some other things. And it could be that somebody used my credit card to do something. So a lot of things can happen. So what I just want to say is that, though it's very common in Nigeria, once people have belief in something or they don't like something, they try to put stories together to kind of solidify their position. So I think what happened in UK, it could be that he also made a mistake. It could be people around him trying to outsmart him. It could be government. It could be anything. So let's wait and know what exactly happened, and let's don't dwell in speculations. Before I leave, Doctor, if you allow me, there's something I just want to say this one. It might be a little bit spicy or distracting. For what I've seen in what is going on in the tribunal, do you know, which is less likely but could happen, what happened in Imo State may happen at the federal level? So Ovie is not here. His man should be warming up. He could become president. Because if you look at the response of Tinubu, the accusation from Obi, they are both trying to discredit each other. They're saying Tinubu wasn't qualified to contest it, that all the vote that goes to him should be null and void and be wasted, right? If that happens, Tinubu and I think INEC are also saying Obi wasn't qualified to contest for that election because he joined Labour Party less than 30 days before he contested the primaries. So if they all end up disqualifying themselves, maybe Kwankwaso is our next opening.
No,
So
what happened to Atiku?
I thought where is he? I wanted to ask you. I thought he has gone back to Dubai.
He's not qualified. Did they say that Atiku is not qualified in any of the submissions?
I think they said something. I've not read much about it. Maybe maybe Atiku might be the man that would just be the opposite or the man. But I've seen that when I was reading some of those response, accusation and responses from each other, it looks like that. And also looking at our tribunal, the way things go, 180 days. They've wasted 2 months now because you have 21 days to file. Then courts, the other person will run out of the country so that you won't be able to serve them. Then you have to go to court and go and get served by substitution mix or whatever. Then that also has 21 days to respond back, which is nearly 2 months is gone out of 180 days. So I wish us best of luck, but let us be hopeful. Nigeria is going to become a very good country very soon.
Nigeria go better.
Thank you so much. I like this angle you brought. I didn't think about that, but that's something that would happen. Yeah, Austin, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Yeah. So for me, I think this issue here, I don't know. I like seeing positive from everything. Sometimes I always like this constructive criticism. Somehow, if we are looking at a case of duplication of identity as we're trying to say some people were trying to suspect the immigration service. If there was no detention or maybe restraint on Peter Obi, nobody could have even thought about it. What if somebody could have taken that identity and committed a serious crime? So I think it's a positive, if you ask me, that happened. If you ask me, I'll tell you, thank God that that happened so that we know that this could have been a problem. We know that this election, the way it was arranged, it was in a situation where we just go in, they rig it, after rigging, we go, everybody gets angry, people go ahead with their lives and everything move ahead. But APC, I don't know, it's not going according to plan. That is why we have a situation where if a man is more popular than the king gets angry. That's why you see those things, magic mirror on the wall we used to hear in Snow White. When somebody who is a commoner is more popular than the king, then there is a problem. And I think that's what you see the APC may just be afraid of. I think that's what they may just be afraid of, because I know if they won the election, then just be relaxed, go to court, do the things you want to do again, and cross the court and do your things. But it's just that they feel that the people are shifting away from the grasp of the people is shifting away, and people are getting a little bit uncomfortable. So for me, I don't want to see this detention. I don't know if I'm asked questions, like there are some times where you may go to some establishment, they will ask you, where is your COVID passport to show that this and this. Yes, you show that your COVID card to show that you are vaccinated and all those things. So I just see that same thing that happened to Obi, that they had to ask him question about duplicity of identity. So it's, for me, it's a plus to tell that something like this is happening, so that tomorrow if something goes wrong, you know, okay, this has been complained about before. And there's one thing I don't like about Nigeria. Sometimes when there is an accusation, is people to come out to explain explicitly what happened. I saw Atiku's people calling out the Nigerian Immigration Service that they should make pronouncement. Come on, in a fake government, the Nigerian Immigration Service come out and say this is what happened. It's even this 25% of the FCT. A lawyer took it to court before the election. It took it to court before the election. INEC refused to explicitly state what was their stand. Now, after the election, they now start padding both sides of the equation. Sometimes I don't know why our institutions are not responsive to the people. You take something and say, look at what we are confused about. What is the right thing? INEC refused to speak. Now it's a ball of contention. We are now talking of duplication of identity. The Nigerian Immigration Service have been implicated. It is just based on moral grounds to come out and say, this is what is happening. This is what is happening. We did not do this, or somebody in our ranks did it. Because of this person is supposed to be punished. Why are we always hiding and hiding? And it seems as if sometimes when people make such pronouncements, it seems as if you are trying to witch hunt people. Even the best governments in the world, they still criticize them. A man is not good in everything. If you tell me that you don't like my hairstyle, why don't you like my hairstyle? Because it's like this. Then you tell me maybe what you think can be better. But the case where if you say anything about Nigeria, you say anything, some people feel that they want to witch hunt them, they want to do this. Come on. Even in the United States, even in Europe and every part, you criticize the government. Even this small particular thing you did is not okay. You could have done it this way. So trust me, the institutions are not working at all. And I see the detention as, for me, a plus to make us know that something like this is happening. Even common people on the street now believe that, so it means they can duplicate my identity and somebody goes and commits a crime in my name. So I think it's, for me, it's a plus for me. I don't know. That's what I think.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Prince Akwachi, you're next.
Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, panel. When I first, I guess, for me, the first message I got about his trip to London was when I saw him in the church, you know, on Easter Day, and I was like, oh, wow, that's good.
Actually, hold on. Do you have something playing on that there? We're hearing maybe
okay.
Radio or TV, please.
Are you still hearing it now?
No. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. No, you know, it's I like kind of hearing different things at the same time. Okay, so like what I was saying, seeing him in church, and then the next day there is this article that I saw written by one Chief Mrs. something, you know, from Anambra State. She was talking about how he has attended, I think they were opening, is it a school or something? There was something the church was doing, and he came all the way from London for that. And, you know, that she sat down with him and he was telling her how he went through the immigration thing. You know, he was told that someone is duplicating his name. the first thing that came to my mind is, okay, number one, when did the person cross the immigration? One, from Nigeria, and two, over there. Two, there could be 1,000 Peter Obi. By virtue, I know there was a day I was doing a research on my particular name, and I saw several people with the same name, but there is something that differentiates the names. One, are they with the same date of birth? Are they with the same middle name? There is definitely something, differences that you could use, and you can track any of those things. And the way the woman was talking, it's kind of like more of the fact that the personnel at the airport did not even do his homework. He did not know who Peter Obi was. That he got to, that other Nigerians, I don't know if it's the people that were going with him or the people at the airport, started protesting. That does he know who he is, detaining, or who that person is, and all that. And that was when they actually looked into it. That after, I think, about 2 hours before they let him go. For me, it's a good thing that he discovered it now, because now that nothing has been done, any bad thing has been done or known to be done, he knows someone is duplicating his name. Another way this kind of thing can happen is that, do you know that your passport can be flagged from Nigerian immigration? Because for those, you use your Nigerian immigration and then they stamp it and all that stuff, there is a way they all communicate, all the immigration services and all that stuff. So pretty much the Nigerian immigration can flag the London, the UK immigration and tell them this person has 1 or 2 questions to answer and all that kind of a thing. So I'm not gonna bother myself much about what APC is gonna say, to be derogatory or anything they're gonna say, in order to tarnish his image. Because even if you look at it, he was being asked, "Oh, travel out, travel out, travel out, travel out." If they were not planning something, why the push for him to go to get out of Nigeria? Because they've been trying to do that since. They've been pushing people to have him get out of the country. So let's just wait, and I believe in a few days he will make everything very clear to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ike, you're next.
Thank you.
Let me end this conversation. Are you concerned that whatever is going on, why is it that Peter Obi has not come out to explain this himself?
So thank you, Dr. Namejis, and thank you for everybody that is contributing. I will come to this in a different angle. One of the fundamental things about Peter Obi is that Peter Obi travel commercial. He doesn't travel with private jet. Because if he was traveling with private jet, I don't think we will be having this conversation. He traveled commercial. Personally, I was going to Amsterdam. I got to Amsterdam, give my American passport that I have renewed several times. And they flagged it and said that the passport was fake. I didn't stay 2 hours. I only stayed 15 to 20 minutes for them to call Baltimore and confirm the passport. And once they confirmed the passport, they apologized and I moved on. These are fundamental things you see. And somebody saying, oh, when people raise alarm, that is why they know who he is. It doesn't matter. Once you cross Ikeja Airport, it doesn't matter who you are, you're nobody in Western world. So to me, I don't see this as a big deal. I'm going to tell you, anybody that is an IT will understand that all of us that live in Western world, our information is in dark web. Somebody can manipulate it anytime. So it could have been because Peter Obi have lived in Britain for a long time. I'm going to tell you, he have traveled that airport more than 500 times. So probably there's something they saw that triggered that. And because of that, I don't think it's something that is a big deal. But once again, somebody was saying about when Nigeria can flag your passport. Let me tell you, once you get, I have traveled several times. Once you get on the plane, before even that plane take off, the other government where that destination is gonna be, they have that already. As you're flying that 6 hours, 8 hours to get to America or 13 hours, they are checking everybody in that plane from A to Z. It doesn't matter who you are. They're gonna have all data before you arrive. That is the reason why sometimes if there is somebody they suspect, they reroute that plane somewhere else, which have happened in my case. They reroute that plane and customs come in and pick up the person before we got to the gate. So all these things, anything is possible. APC can do whatever they want to do. But one of the fundamental things I understand about Peter Obi is not going to come and dispute or say anything. That is who he is. He continue remaining private until when it's beyond him, then he can come out and make a statement. But from the statement, there was a statement, I don't know if it's true, they said that he made, saying that British government have not apologized to him. But I will tell you, whomever that randomly pull him out or we say, my apologies, sir, this is why we did what we did. That is what I believe. Then, above all these things that is happening, I'm going to put a question here. Do you guys think if Peter Obi was an Hausa man or Yoruba man, do you think all these things will be happening? That is just to stir us a pot. I don't know. But that question, if people can put mouth on that, because every time I come over here, I don't understand what Igbos have done to deserve this hate. I don't understand it. Because if Peter Obi was an Hausa man or Yoruba man, I don't think we will be here. I don't think what is happening will be happening. That is what I have for you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you. Dr. Emeze, welcome to the show.
Welcome, Dr. Damages. Welcome.
So we're talking about Peter Obi and what happened to him in the UK. What do you know? What do you think about it?
Yeah, well, regarding what happened to Peter Obi, I think it's something that I feel is there's nothing much about it per se. But the thing is that in situations like this, Peter Obi just have to be very conscious, and also he has to take he has to take some precautions, because something like this is him being the president elect, so him being one of the president contestants, and the APC, they are doing everything possible to make sure that that Peter Obi's image is being tarnished in all aspects, So him being detained in the UK is not, for me, is not really a big deal. It's to show that the system there is working. So they are trying as much as possible to alert him about what is happening, so that him too should take precautions and understand that there are people after him. And again, if Peter Obi himself is somebody that I believe that he understands how the system works. That's why he is not taking it too serious, because he's a very simple man. He understands there are people after him. So somebody impersonating him is a normal. Is a public figure. So he expects things like this to happen to him. So that's why I feel him is not taking it that serious. But it's just an alert, and for him to be be preconscious about things that are happening around him. And again, for the UK government to make him understand that there are people outside that are trying as much as possible to tarnish his image. So detaining him is something that it can happen to anybody, not just people. It can happen to anybody. Anybody can be detained. So I still believe that why they detain him is because they believe that there is somebody really after him, and it's kind of they are calling his attention, because the white people, the way they reason and the way they do their things is totally different from the way we blacks and Africans they do their things. So white people, they are very serious when it comes to someone's identity and the way people someone's identity. So they are very serious about it. So them detaining Peter Obi at the airport is just a sign, like they are showing like the seriousness of how someone impersonating somebody could be. So, and Peter Obi understand all these things. That's why he himself is not taking it serious. He understands that it's something that people are after him and it's normal. But he remains focused. He's not being distracted by all these things. So his focus is on the election tribunal, like his case that he has at the court. So his focus is not being distracted by somebody impersonating him being detained, because he expects that these things are things that can happen to anyone, and him being someone that a lot of people are against, especially the APC. So it's something that he's aware of, and he's not. That's why he's not. I think that's why he's not seeing it as anything. And to me, it's not a big deal. If him is being detained at the airport because someone is impersonating him, it's not a big deal. It's expected it's expected. So the thing is just for him to take precautions and again to dig deep and understand why the reasons why these things are happening. So that's my take.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just before we continue this information, tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Can you mute yourself, Dr. Emeze? So tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have the Nigerian investigative journalist David Hunday. He's coming to talk to us about Bola Tinubu's scandals and the future of investigative journalism in Nigeria. He will also touch on this Obi's case, what he knows, and what is yet to be revealed. So if you can join us tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time, 11:30 a.m. New York time, we are going to welcome him and have him talk to us about some of these topics. All right, CM, you are in the UK, and I want you to take a look at this. We have not seen Peter Obi come out to discuss this. Some people said that that's an indication that he doesn't consider it something serious. But it's being discussed out there, and a lot of things are being made out of that. Why do you think he hasn't come out? Because he has access to the media. He very easily goes to all these platforms like Arise channels to talk about issues of concern to him, and this should be one of them. What's going on, Sam?
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Hope I'm coming out clear.
Yeah.
Am I? Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody from UK. Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. First and foremost, it's a serious thing to be. How do I know? You know, this lady called Professor Stella Chinyere Okunna is like a PA to be, or not really PA in the real sense of it, but former commissioner and something under Obi, and it's like a right hand. Let me just use the word right hand man. Although she's a woman, but you know she can easily step in for Obi in any function or whatever, because I've been following it. So Obi on Easter, was it on the 8th? He came to Onisha to attend there's a ceremony, one Immaculate Heart of Mary, this missionary hospital at Impo. So the lady, what she wrote, she said she saw Obi, the Obi was really shaking. So Obi told her what happened, sort like in confidence. But the lady put it on her Facebook page, you know, explained it. And the way the lady said it, after narrating what Obi told her, her own interpretation told me that yes, it's a serious thing, that they were shocked the extent some people could go, but being that she also had to sound political as not to point a searchlight on anybody. But for me, I'm not being political. I don't know how to be, what is it called, politically correct. This is the handwork of APC. It has it written from beginning to end. It's as simple as that. Number one, the passport the person used to impersonate is already an evidence. How did that passport, first of all, is it a Nigerian passport? Yes. What is the name of the person and everything? Being biometrics, the person's photograph must have been taken. That's how you get a passport. It's not like in the olden days in which you go to a photo studio, snap 4 passport photographs, and then fill a form and take it to immigration. They use it to laminate it on your passport. Now you have to be in the studio, which means your retinal scan will be taken as part of biometrics. So irrespective of who is doing the passport for you, you will be physically present to take the photo. So the person, when they were processing that passport, what happened? Nigerian immigration has a lot of questions to answer. So that is the first thing before we start blaming the British. The thing was planned from Nigeria. The flight that what the person they are looking for, all the impersonation and everything he did to be, they did it. Everything was planned in Nigeria. Everything was planned in Nigeria. All they are trying to do was maybe they start monitoring Obi. Anytime he travels, then just alert the airport that something happened. It's not that the British people discovered it. It will be an instruction given to them from Nigeria that something is happening. They are suspecting this, and then they quickly stopped. It is not. But eventually, the truth will be revealed. I know the British people, if they stumbled on it by mistake, in which randomly they were searching, they saw it, and it turned out the way it is, the apology will not just be like this. It's because Nigeria must have instructed them that maybe this, and then they quickly got to be and started talking. The passport, that Nigerian passport has everything, any evidence you can. If you decode every evidence, then you even get to know how they planned it. So back to that, let's just talk about a little bit of politics around it. I don't know why they decide to humiliate Obi, to be honest with you. Like who spoke before? Is it Ike in San Antonio? Yeah, he said it. Is it because Obi is Igbo? That's why they are treating him like this. It's an insult. This is a terrible APC propaganda. What are they trying to do? The guy was voted in massively. He won the election. Clear. They decided to do all manner of things. First of all, they were telling you go to court. He went to court. Keyamo and they started saying, APC DSS should arrest Obi and that Ahmed. They're hitting the polity. They have to conscript Soyinka to go and call everything fascist something. Because Obi was still keeping quiet, Lai Mohammed has to take what is it called, executive class flight to go to US, to go and tell Americans what they know more than him, that Obi is treason. Oh, why all these things? You see the sequence. That's what they want. We are not fools. But every passport is biometric. For you to be in possession of a passport, if it is your own, really, you must have sat in front of a camera to take the photo. That's what we're saying. So why let them start from there? The person that impersonated, get the person. How did the passport come about? So all these things, they are just doing it just to buy time and do all these things. But like I keep telling them, when they were bringing Boko Haram to Nigeria, the aim was to sack Jonathan, all manner of lies. Now Jonathan is out of the way. Those that brought Boko Haram are now the people suffering from Boko Haram. All these things they are doing. The small crude oil that they are having all the people, some people feel they own Nigeria, they can do anything. The crude oil all over Nembe, Bayelsa, they are controlling. It's not enough for them. They feel that they want to control our vote. If they trigger this thing, they are going to trigger. God save them that in Nande Kano, they are still holding him. By the time different flags start flying in Nigeria, they won't find it easy. They don't know nobody can foretell what will happen to Nigeria. Obi is Nigeria's last chance. If they play with this man and feel that everything is business as usual, that Nigeria they are looking at today, Boko Haram is now, you can't stop Boko Haram anymore. It goes in waves. They kill, do cool down. That is what they are doing. Now, Jonathan is out of the way. So if they keep doing this thing, get Obi out of the way, thinking it will be business as usual, this time, everybody will raise their own flag. And when they do that, that Nigeria will be history. That Nigeria that they feel they can preserve till infinity, it will be history. If that is what they want, well, let them get to their feet and say so. They're using all these things. What did Obi do? Obi is somebody you didn't know. Obi is known all over the world. Very clean businessman. Stayed in UK. A member of the Labour Conservative Party. Still paying annual due. Everything. Obi is not hidden. He knows UK inside. Even without if he enters UK without passport, they can easily identify him. How come they just stop him and start to talk nonsense because based on the say-so of APC? What nonsense are they trying to do? They think we are fools? Okay, well, let them continue. But they don't know how it's going to end. They think they're dealing with Obi just to humiliate him and later before going to INEC. I don't blame them, but let them continue. What they are looking for, they will get it in the double-double. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. Peter, you're next. Unmute yourself, Peter. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, everyone. Let me quickly trip my own site, how I view the whole thing. British, with their superior intelligence, Mr. Peter Obi has lived in the UK for quite some time. They know him, and he's an influential man. It's not somebody, when you mention his name, they will start searching their memory to know. So British, with their superior intelligence, couldn't know that someone was impersonating Peter Obi. They let that guy, whoever he was, go scot-free, only to embarrass Peter Obi. So British government or British immigration has questions to ask. Who are they working for? Because it's not this didn't just come up like that. It's not something that happened by accident. It was a planned work. Some people are having hands on it. And talking about Peter, did he react to it? We all know Peter. He's a way of life. Peter is not somebody who just answered situation with fire. By fire. If we can recall, when the issue of audio, Yes Daddy, came up, Peter Obi didn't come out. People were even asking him, why didn't he make a statement? Why didn't he react? Before Peter came out to say something, we have already heard from his spokesperson, person of Kenneth to Konku and others, before he eventually came out to say something about that incident. I believe he has done the right thing, and maybe suing the people who are responsible for this. So, as I said, these things, British government has a hand in it, because they have never really wished Nigeria to develop our democracy, because they only do things that will favor them. Seeing Peter Obi trying to take Nigeria to the promised land, I think that will not favor them, and they will do everything to sabotage his efforts. We just hope that they will not succeed. So before I go, I have this very important point or question to ask. Times Magazine, which criteria do they use to name somebody influential man of the year? Because if it is by integrity, Bola Tinubu should be the least person to be named. I begin to wonder which politics is Western world really play with Nigeria. It is time we have all of us to open our eyes and watch people closely before they push us into pit without a bottom.
All right.
That's my take.
Thank you. We are going to talk about that next. That's our next topic. But let's hear from Man of Prestige.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it's a very interesting topic. I followed it not quite well, but I had a little bit of information, when I followed it. I think everybody has their own point of view about what really transpired. I think it's very serious. It's why Obi has not commented about it. Maybe the British government has told him not to comment because it's still under investigation in that regard. So he hasn't come because he wasn't even the one that brought it up. It was by his political party and some other allies that brought it up. So it must be something serious. And I don't believe that the British government, of course, they have their own problem, like USA have their own problem, or it's conspiring with him. But in this case, Nigeria being a sovereign nation, I don't think that we conspire with APC or any other person in Nigeria to detain Obi. My own understanding, Obi has a British citizenship. I think he was born in London or wherever. But anyway, so they wouldn't do anything like this. So it has to be somebody impersonating him or something more serious that has to do with that. Does it have to do with any kind of data malfunction or whatever with his passport? In my own opinion, I don't think so. It could be definitely somebody impersonating him. And don't put anything beyond APC or the ruling government, because we have seen what they have done in that country. I mean, this is a government that went and rent pastors, impersonate pastor and all that kind of thing they have done, even the doctor tape and everything, whether it's true or not true, but they have found a way to bring it to limelight in order to, demarcate Obi. So they have been trying everything to demarcate Obi. We all know that.
Why do you have it?
Hello?
Yeah, Man of Prestige. First of all, your audio is not good. People are complaining they can't hear you very well. So I don't know if you can fix that. And
can you remove that nonsense from your mouth?
Okay.
I'm trying to. We'll give it to that.
You can fix that.
So it's still bad?
Yeah, I can hear you, but people are complaining they can't hear you in the comment section.
Okay.
Anyway, I heard what you said, so maybe we'll come back next to you and see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about that. Go ahead.
Okay,
Ngozika.
Okay, Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, Mama HO. Good evening, everybody in the studio and all our viewers.
So, where are you, Ngozika?
I came to Onitsha. I need to see my doctor, so I came to Onitsha.
Okay, so what are they discussing in Onitsha? They're talking about Obi's arrest and detention in the UK. They know about
the place I heard the discussion was in the bus I took to here. The guys at the back, and I'm talking about young men from all the way from Enugu to Onitsha. That was their discussion.
And what
they were talking about Maudi Yakubu, they were talking impersonation issues, and they were talking about how this government was just cashing out at the last minute with elephant projects and things. They were quite excited. They were quite excited. They were the only voices I heard in the vehicle till I got to Onitsha here.
Okay, so what do you think?
Well, I think it's unfortunate, really unfortunate, that a high-profile person like Mr. Obi was impersonated, and instead of the government of the day to hide their heads in shame, they are rather making a mockery of it. I think it's unfortunate. I think it's unbecoming, and I think it's a testament to how low we've sunken as a nation. I am grateful Mr. Peter Obi had been the kind of person he is, always keeping his movements low profile. I remember during the campaigns, one of the issues I had with his media people was that they always wanted to tweet about everything, even details about his movement, and he always kept it close to his chest. And I think that was his salvation in this whole debacle. I think it was what really came through for him. Because imagine if he was the sort that was always talking about his movements. Oh, I'm going to be here the next day. Or I'm going there the next day. I think this whole thing would have been worse than this. Whoever did this did not act alone. I do not think the person acted alone. Matter of fact, I do not believe the person acted alone. It takes a high level of access to impersonate anyone, let alone a former governor, a presidential candidate of a big party like Labour Party. I think it's sad, it's unfortunate, and it's not something to be taken lightly at all, at all.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Okechi. Okechi, welcome to the show. Hello. Okechi, can you hear me? You have to mute yourself. All right. There's something wrong. We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, good.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And Dr. Damage, I thank you for bringing up very, exciting topics to be discussed. Most of the time, I enjoy discussing and having to listen to all of you. I think it's a bit worrying if we say that Obi shouldn't be consigned, because it's not something that just happens, I did some research yesterday, and I discovered that there was someone with the same name as Obi, who was given issued passport by the Nigerian government. And so it's not that, yeah, I heard somebody say Obi is a common name, Peter is a common name. That's true. But when you go to the passport office, you get so many things come into play. Your name, your date of birth, your village or whatever state you come from. So it couldn't have been the same. So this is deliberate, that is one. And I don't agree that he should take it easy. I don't agree at all. Listen, we're in a modern world. Impersonation is a very serious, serious offense. Okay? So when you say he shouldn't be serious, he shouldn't take it serious, I don't know. This is someone's life, his whole, the whole thing I work for. Everything about him is on the line. And it's done not just by individuals, which makes it easier if it's an individual, but it's done in collaboration with a certain government agency. Okay? And it calls for a lot of reflection on, on the part of everybody who is concerned. Now, this is what I think. This is my own theory as a theater artist. If I put on my cap, think I like an artist. They wanted to force him out. They would have set up all this shenanigans right there in the airport. And once he lands there, bam, the other guy is out of Britain. And it be that he's the one who has committed whatever crime you are trying to pin on him. But because he didn't announce his itinerary, nobody knew when he was going to leave or when he wasn't going to leave. All they kept saying is, if you think you're listening, oh yeah, go out now, go and campaign, go and go out, leave Nigeria, go. So what am I saying? And someone asked a question earlier. If Peter wasn't an Igbo man, would this happen to him? I'm telling you the truth. The Nigeria that I know, if it wasn't because he's an Igbo man, if it's someone else, maybe somebody from the oligarchy ruling north, I'm telling you, the heavens will have been falling right now. The person who did this thing will have been discovered. And everything the government has will be put in place to make sure that the guy is checkmated. But I tell you the truth, nothing is going to happen. Hey, he's an Igbo guy. An Igbo man doesn't have any right in Nigeria. If you think you have, tell me, show me one. Okay? So the heavens can be falling, everybody can make noise, Peter can even shout. He's not going to get any response from any porter. So what are we as people who try to, and then when I speak as an Igbo man, I'm not saying because I'm Igbo or he's Igbo, he should not be subject to the rule of law. I'm saying that everybody who has breath, as long as you're a human being, have one head, two eyes, and one nose, and one mouth, you are entitled to what is good, justice and fairness, equity. And once that is negated, a society cannot be built properly, whether you like it or not. As long as that injustice is not arrived at, everyone does not have the ability to receive it. no matter your tribe or tongue. We are not going to build an equitable society. You know why I like America? If you come to America, they tell you are the land of the brave. Okay, that means that I can question Dr. Damages if I don't feel what he said is good. He's not going to take offense because I'm questioning him and asking him, questions. Otherwise, he will not be comfortable with. Okay, and if I don't feel that I like what he has answered me, I can stand on my ground and defend my ground, and nobody's taking offense about that. But in Nigeria, some of us who have been there for so long and practiced, the media, once you go to an interview and you ask, pertinent questions which are legitimate, they term you enemy. Right from that point, before you even leave that place, your name has gone throughout the whole place. Watch out for this guy. And you know what? He's Igbo, so he's for the Biafran cause. He's IPOB. I don't have any problem with that because I'm indigenous people. I'm Igbo. I'm indigenous people of Biafra. That's true. But the thing is, let's be fair. Let's be fair. If this was done to Atiku, who we know his antecedents, if this was done to Babangida or any other of these people, will it be taken the same way that Nigeria is taking it now? Will it be? Will the immigration give passport? So if I go to the immigration and I say my name is Ibrahim Babangida, will they issue me a passport without verifying? The question is no. So it is a government setup. And you know why I fear for Peter Obi? When is the government that is setting you up? If it's individual, it's okay. But when it comes to a government agency setting you up, my brother, you need to be careful. Thank you, Damaji. Damaji and everyone. That's my shortcut for now. I'm still here.
All right, thank you. All right, man of prestige, finish up. Let's see if you're
okay. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Regardless of where I stop, I guess I was talking about the situation with Obi that it's more serious than people are taking it, and he probably hasn't commented on it because it's still under investigation. So there has to everything I'm saying is my own opinion, my own theory. So I don't have any fact to back what I'm saying. So the point I'm trying to make that you shouldn't exclude the ruling government. They can do that because they have done a lot to that country. Particularly would be try to demarcate him or let him get out of the country. Even at all, he's still fighting for his mandate, whether he won or he didn't win. But everything right now is in court. So they should have just let it be in court. But APC is not lying down. I mean, if you win the election, why not stay there? Say, okay, go to court. We won the election. Let's see what the outcome is. Why are you fighting the man? Try to do whatever is bad to him and send him out of the country. It doesn't make any sense. What a normal country, like I stated before. I don't think British is in collude with Nigeria to do anything. So and I don't think it's any kind of data issue or whatever, something about his passport because he has been to that country. Of course, he was born there. He has been to that country.
Now, prestige. Well, how do you say that he was born there? I never had that before. And
I thought he was born in London. I mean, he's a Nigerian citizen. Is that not what?
I've never.
He wasn't. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
I take that back. Maybe I read that we are somewhere. I mean, I'm not saying he's not a Nigerian citizen, but I thought
He
he
was born at
okay.
Yonisha. He was born at Yonisha.
Okay. Sorry for that. Sorry for that misinformation. I got it somewhere. Maybe that's why you don't believe everything you read. So that's why when I come to this platform, I have to be very cautious about what I said. And when I say something, I'm going to say it's my opinion. If I don't have any data to back it up. So having said that, if Nigeria is a good country, what Nigerian government should be right now, they will demand an answer from British government because we are a sovereign nation. This is one of the high profile of Nigerian personality we have in Nigeria. This, for God's sake, this is a presidential candidate, who came third, as of right now. Nigerian government should be demanding, instead of, I don't know what they have, if they have commented on it or if they are back, if they think could be a criminal or whatever. I don't know. I've not read it, okay? But the right thing they should be doing is demanding an answer from British government. Why is one of our presidential candidates detained? Why is one of our high-profile person detained? This is what America will do. They won't let it lie down, but you haven't had anything. If anybody have had anything from Nigerian government demanding an answer from British government, let somebody let me know. I don't know. I mean, since after the election, I don't really follow Nigerian politics that more. But I mean, I follow every now and then. I mean, I go there every day, but not like I used to be during the past few months. So let's see what happened. Everything we are talking right now is speculation, but I believe it's more serious. So we shouldn't take it lightly. So hopefully we get an outcome about what's going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We get 2 more people on this topic, and then we move to another topic. Samuel, Namdi, welcome.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First and foremost, let me say thank you, Dr. Damages, for, maybe I should call this alternative media. I mean, that's what I have to call it, because our normal media back home, they can't talk. They are scared. They are really scared, though. I mean, let me think towards the ecclesiastical sector. There is a very powerful prophet the world respects. This guy was embarrassed recently. You know, the world respect this guy. This is a powerful guy, a young guy, the pride of Nigeria. And that guy took a decision to come back home and spend like 5 years in Nigeria. I can't be giving to others and I will not give to my country. DSS went and carried this guy. You know, and then if they have the audacity to think they can rope in Bishop David Oyedepo, we should all be picturing what is about to happen. We just should picture what is about to happen if we don't really put up a fight. If, again, they could win an election and they didn't take a tour all over the country to say, oh, wow, thank you for voting me. They won an election and they disappeared. Anybody to say thank you, they disappeared. You guys should just be picturing what we are getting into. I wrote an article on Facebook. I just looked at it and it felt like a country that have made their citizens slaves. How can you be a slave in your own country? So I started by appreciating Dr. Damages, but let me end by asking how further can we take this? The conversation part of it is beautiful, but man, now we be their children. No, we don't suffer. What about our own children? You see all these 70, 80 men, now we be their children. They don't mess us up. Question is, will we now allow them to mess our own children up? This is our fight. This is our fight. How do we engage? Let me talk about Peter Obi and the UK saga. Somebody who had lived over 10 years in United Kingdom. Somebody who, during the election period, I understood that he started a business in United Kingdom, registered a business. Somebody who I understood that he bought a property in United Kingdom. UK, that is a civilized nation to a very great extent. How can this happen? So does UK have any question to answer? Is there something that we don't know? Do we have handler? It's as if Nigeria has a handler. There is somebody, you know, some superpower handling what's going on in Nigeria. How can something like that, how can such an embarrassment happen in UK? Even if somebody called UK to say, oh, Peter Obi, you can't just rush and arrest somebody. You want to verify who is this person, what's the difference between the impersonator and the real person. You arrest, and they don't need him to be, they just need him to be harassed at the airport. That's all they need. Just harass him for us. It's as if the person who placed the call say, harass him for us, just harass him for us, send us evidence, then we'll forget what we'll do with it. Man, what do we do? Do we start tweeting at the UK government? Do we start demanding answers? Do we start demanding that immigration speak up? We have to engage, you, because they've insulted us in many ways, and I know I won't get it. Dr. Damages, God bless you, my brother.
All right.
I contribute this one.
Thank you so much. Son of God, you're next. Maybe the answer will come from Son of God, you know.
Hello, good afternoon.
All of you are son of ordinary people. Let's hear. Son of God, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's another pleasure to be here today. I have no way to join. Right. It's a little bit of a shame what's going on in Nigeria at the moment. I think APC is a terrorist. Organization. I think there's no other way to put it. You know, this APC have tried everything possible. I mean, this is a guy that they've looked at everything possible. They've looked at all the records. They've done everything. They've dug and dug and dug and dug. They can't find anything. They cannot find anything on this man. Can you imagine what these people have done to try to find something, and they found nothing? So what they're trying to do now is to manufacture something. They want to manufacture something they're going to use, because when you've looked at this man's history, you look everywhere, you can't find anything. Okay, that's what I keep saying. The man is a saint. He's a saint. Okay, it's difficult. What they're trying to do is to find something. They want to manufacture something. So can you imagine what it takes for somebody? I think CM captured it very, very nicely. What it takes for somebody to go and sit down somewhere, take a picture. Okay, it's possible that people answer same names, but for them to have flagged this, it must mean that the guy possibly has the same name, same date of birth, because people have the same names, so they can't just flag it for that. It's possible that they're giving the guy the same date of birth, the same everything, just to match everything up. They're trying to manufacture something they're going to use because they can't find anything. Okay, and this is the problem. This country, I mean, it's so shameful, but there's nothing what APC will not do does not exist. If you're thinking about APC, think about the worst, think about somebody worse than the devil would do. That's what APC would do. Just imagine something that somebody worse than the devil would do. That's what APC would do. It is horrible what those guys would do. Just imagine anything possible. Something worse than it. APC will do it. Just to capture power and to stay in power. It's so shameful that they've brought this country to this point. What people are doing just to capture power for a vegetable, for a man that is a vegetable, a man that cannot hold 5 minutes. It's just horrible. It's shocking, really. It's shocking. I'll just yield for now.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ngazika. What do you want to say?
Okay, so I wanted to ask a lot of people, when it comes to a lot of people are like, hey, he should deny it, he should say something, he should do this, he should do that. I always find it funny that when it comes to this man that has been quite transparent in all his dealings during this whole electionary period, we set the standards too high. And about keeping the cards close to his chest again, I like how it's playing out now. You remember after the elections, how everybody was like, he should congratulate the winner, he should do this, he should do that. The man took his time, because these people, when I say these people, I'm talking about the current government of the day. I'd sooner believe a thief than believe the APC government. That is how low they've sunk. I'd sooner believe a thief I caught red-handed and the person tells me this is the truth. I'd sooner believe the person than believe the APC government. So when they say he should come and deny, he should come and say what happened, I should tell you they are cooking up the next thing. They want him to say so that they will cook up the next thing they want to cook up. And I like the man. I like the fact that the man is keeping his cards close to his chest. And I hope he continues to. On those making light of this issue, you do not understand. This is not just about Obi. This is a huge security breach. It means that you, an ordinary citizen, you are not safe either. So if you think you go about gloating, Obi is impersonated, who wants to impersonate Obi? He committed. No, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than you. You yourself, you are at risk. You might not even have a passport yet, and somebody already has your biometric data and a passport impersonating you. So it's not about Obi. When they make it all about Obi and not the security breach it was, I find it really, really sad. We do not like looking at the big picture. We always like to major in the minor, and it is really sad and frustrating. So to the people making this about Obi and gloating and doing all sorts of things, I want to say a big shame on you. Come out of your tiny heads. This is bigger than you. This is a huge embarrassment. This is a security breach, and every right-thinking Nigerian should come out and condemn this and call for the right thing to be done. Not asking Obi to confirm or deny it. People should know this man by now. He knows the people he's up against. He is not going to give you the pleasure, and I hope he doesn't. I hope he keeps going low, keeping his profile low, because God knows what they will do next if this man speaks. They might now, whatever they've concocted in the back door, they might now spin his statements around it, and then boom, they have a banger. So a security breach as serious as this should not be trivialized to Obidient have come again. Obidient are this. No. It's not Obidient, it's not people. This is a national security issue, and we should treat it as such. That is what I wanted to add.
All right, thank you. let me one last thing on this topic, and then we move to the Time Magazine thing. I'll come to you, CM, or Mr. Scribe. I don't know if you want to weigh in, but CM, if this were to be someone like Tinubu or someone like Kwankwaso or someone else, would the reaction have been different?
Let my senior brother CM go first. CM, are you there?
CM, go. CM, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm asking, do you mean what happened to Obi? You said if it's Kwakwa and Scott, you know. Well, the thing is this. Yes, the thing is this. It could happen to them, but the difference will be the reaction from the federal government. Like somebody pointed out, federal government should have asked, why did you detain him? What did he do? In that case, the propaganda will be unraveled. But because it is Obi, both sides, Nigerian and British end, they kept quiet. It's just humiliation. If they said Obi shoplifting in UK, you went to the shop, or even at the airport, he went to one of the perfume stores, took an aftershave, didn't pay. That is purely an act. Maybe you forgot to pay or something. In that case, you trash it there. But this involves passport, and passport is biometric. The person that impersonated Obi, how did the person get the passport? That is the beginning of the inquiry. Obi can tell you, I went to Abuja, or I went to Onisha passport office, or I went to Lagos, I went to Abakaliki or Oka to get my own passport. The person that used because the retina scan must be there. That's why you have to show face. In the olden days, you get your passport from the roadside photographer and then you go and give them. So this is high tech, but I call it high tech because of the nature. But then James Hadley Chase said, is it not to every distance, there's always to every crime, there's always a little error. So they forgot that aspect. That is the issue. They are doing it because people like a layman like me, I can only say that if it there happens to Tinubu, because he's a human being, so somebody can do it. But before then, the reaction, the way it should be taken, by now, MI15, whoever is it, people should have been on the airwaves that they called the person and they are even following every trial. But everybody kept quiet. What are they investigating? For your information, Obi said the day he left UK after his business, he went back to all the things, whatever, he handed over to them and even tell them that he's going to help to build Nigeria. So he comes to UK every time. He enters UK the way he likes. So coming to detain him and even querying him, all this type of thing, that is high. This APC, they can do anything. What I even want Obi to do now is that by keeping quiet, he's doing the right thing. Just keep quiet, because you never know this thing. The shame is now on them. What Obi should be discussing with international criminal lawyers like Johnny Cochran of US. If I have his phone number, contact such people, Johnny Cochran. Say, look, this is what happened to me. Do you think we can do anything about it? So this is so that to humiliate the UK government and then the Nigerian end. This is the man is being treated this way because of the election, because they felt that they've told him, congratulate the winner, he refused, give up, he refused. Then Keyamo will say DSS arrest him for treason, they refused. Lai Mohammed will go to New York and be pronouncing treason on Obi. Still, the world kept quiet. What else do they want? Why not go to the tribunal or wherever and clear your name and tell the world how you got 8.something million votes? They refused. All they're trying is to intimidate the man. But for me, I see through all these gimmicks. That's why I'm already looking beyond. I told them, let's repeat again, they brought Boko Haram to remove Jonathan. Now, what is Boko Haram now? Are they not landlord in Nigeria? Those that brought Boko Haram are now the people crying. They brought Boko Haram is not causing harm in Bayelsa. It's now in Katsina, Zamfara, and all those people that Rufai them that brought them. If they do this thing to humiliate Obi and make feel that it's Nigeria as usual, to be honest with you, I can't lie. If you permit me, I come here and raise my Biafran flag. Nnamdi Kanu is behind, but somebody will take over because we can't continue this nonsense. Okwesileze Nwodo, former governor of Enugu State, told Arise News in 2018 or 2017, when they were discussing all this, he said, look, he said, if Nigeria should conspire again to deny Igbo man presidency in 2023, he said they will listen to Nnamdi Kanu. At that point, they ended the interview. So all these things they're doing, I want them to know, I want them to look at the long-term effect. Let them allow Obi repair Nigeria. If they keep doing all these politics, well, the gods are wise. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Sam. Let me correct Sam. Johnny Cockrell has passed away a long time ago. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Kayode has been trying to come on for a long time. Kayode Johnson, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. So Kayode, what do you think about this topic?
What I think about the topic, APC
we can hear you, Kayode. Can you speak?
I say APC is a cancer, virus, disease that brought bad luck to this country. I've never won this since 2015. APC is a disaster to this country. They brought Boko Haram and kidnapping of. I live in Kaduna, but you cannot drive. You cannot drive from Kaduna to Abuja around 2 a.m. Around 8 a.m. in the morning, or you follow. You say that no by train. Even the train safe. If you are not careful, so what are we telling ourselves? If they deny Igbo man this time around, even me, I'm in support of Biafra. Me, I've been in support of Biafra because nothing good. At least Yoruba man have ruled this country. How have ruled this country? We can't continue like this now. So people say we don't like you, and they say oppose this Ojuabo, this virus, this disaster, oppose it on people. Which kind of country we find ourselves? How did they get? How can we come out from this evil that we find ourselves today? They are the one they win the election. They are the one again they are complaining up and down. They are the one sponsoring and all these useless people on Abuja to protest. I'm annoyed and I'm angry. I don't want my children to face this calamity of APC. I'm not fighting for myself, I'm fighting for my children. No. Is it not better for us to break up? Let everybody go on his way. Igbo man should go, Yoruba man should go, Hausa man should go.
All right, Son of God, final word on this. We are moving on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I just wanted to add very quickly. When that my friend was speaking earlier, he was talking about allowing the Igbo man. I don't think this election was actually about Igbo man. This election was about if APC had won this election free and fair, everybody will go home. The problem is that how can a party that did not win more than 4 or 5 states in the whole country rig the election and give themselves victory? APC did not win more than 4 or 5 states in the whole country. How can you rig election to this extent? What type of nonsense is that? It's crazy.
All right, thank you. We are moving on because we have several topics today. I want us to...
let me say something. Sonny God, I'm grateful and I'm happy. that you make a statement that I've been talking about. It's not all about us, but these children, this younger generation. That is the core of the matter. All of us are quarter to the grave. But what are we giving to this young one? This nonsense? Is it this nonsense we are giving to them? Is it what we call democracy we are giving to them? Is it how they is it the right politics we are giving to them? We should be ashamed of ourselves that we have eaten and eaten and eaten. 29 of May is here. And they are going to borrow millions again. And they say they want to give it to us to quench the effect of subsidy removal. Who are they deceiving? Since when does giving you money solve your problem? Since when giving you fish solve your problem? Instead of teaching the younger generation how to fish, no. Because they know if they teach them how to fish, they cannot embezzle this money. They can't steal it. So the only way to steal it is to lie to us that they want to give it to us to quench the effect of a subsidy removal. To a boo-boo, why did you not remove these subsidies? 8 years in office. Only you be president. Only you be minister of petroleum. In your eye as a minister, barrels of crude oil is being stolen. Will they come for now? Will they come for now?
All right, thank you, Mama Aisho. Let's switch topics and let's talk about Bola Tinubu. And we start with he was named by Time Magazine as one of the 100 most influential people of 2023. Immediately that was announced, people lost their minds. So let me start with you, Mr. Scribe.
Oh my God, I'm laughing. You see, Rudolph, Rudolph, you know, we should turn this into a parliament sort of. So where you because you are playing Mr. Speaker role sometimes. You're very perfect for that role, yeah. So, Doctor, you know why I'm laughing? Because I've held this strong feeling, you know, about the Obidient movement, and I've juxtaposed it or equated it to Bolshevik Revolution, equated it to Oliver Cromwell. Humans, it appears that we most times look at things, you know, that we are in the right, nobody else can look at it. Now, the word influence, right? I think what the obedient people are missing out is that influence could be good influence, influence could be bad influence. So, what the innocent Ashta is being attacked unknowingly, unjustified. It's unjustified, right? I respect the obedient movement, but I keep sounding this warning to you all. You will become what you are fighting against if you do not take the if look at your principal, Mr. Peter Obi. Like I said in my previous submission, I'm not a Peter Obi fan. He's my governor. I'm from Anambra State. He was my governor, and so technically, you know, I still just look at it that I don't believe that in Nigeria, it was just like when Obiano commissioned airports, right? See the way they were jumping. Elon Musk is shooting what's his name, rockets to the sky every day, and no fanfare. You understand? So this is the context where I judge most of our leaders. You understand? So that's why I'm not like when people say Peter Obi did something, and I'm like, is he? What was he supposed? What? Like, as in what? maybe because I lived in the UK and I easily can shake the hand of Boris Johnson on the tube if I'm chanced, right? So these things are kind of where I'm looking at it from the Obidient side, and I'm appealing to them. I'm saying, look, you are right. There's no doubt. Your agitation is correct, but be careful not to turn it into something else. And I reference history. I've already mentioned the Bolshevik Revolution, the case of Oliver Cromwell beheading the king in 17th century, right? So that's my position on this thing. The poor lady she had to even lock up her account. You people are attacking her. On what basis? These are people who could be in rooms where they can decide to start helping you guys out, by turning the narrative. And you're now fighting against that. Now, if she's not given a task in the future to write in your favor, she may not even take it up. She'll be like, those law that attacked me. So, and I want to apologize to Ashta. This is not the Nigerian spirit. The Nigerian spirit is what Mr. Peter Obi is showing. It's what Mr. Peter Obi is showing. Do not take, I don't know if you're seeing this, but don't read too much into this whole thing. People are really hurt. People are they're pissed. So please, this whole thing was just uncalled for. That's my submission.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Ngozika. I'll come back on because she's on the road.
Please
Ngozika.
let me go next because I'm a zombie worker before you start looking for my phone because I want to go for. So I understand the angle Mr. Scribe is coming from. Mr. Scribe, Dalu, I'm not the number. Dalu. I understand the angle he's coming from, but I I will disagree with him on this one, and this is the reason. You see, when we the driver is warning me that they will collect my phone, so let me be quick about it. When Mr. Scribe says it will mean good influence or bad influence, I think he's trying to pander to this because we know clearly in the context that Time Magazine used it, we know what influence they were trying to infer. So it's a bit unfair to try to make it look like Obedience are the headless mob. One professor described them as ones. They are not. They read the influence and got the inference that Time Magazine was trying to make, and that is what they acted upon. On as to whether or not going after the lady was good or was right or was justifiable, it's also debatable because you do not beat a child and tell the child not to cry. At this point, to the obedience, anybody, everybody go collect if they see that you are not being straight. And when I say straight, when they see that you are trying to pander to the truth, when they see that you're trying to launder an image, because that is the crux of the matter in this case. A lot of people, not just obedient, see this whole Time Magazine nomination as way too inconvenient, as if it is some sort of image laundering gig. And knowing the character that is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nobody should put that past him. Nobody should put that past him. So when you say Obidient are overreacting, that they should stop attacking people who could help them, I think that is being unfair. They are literally trying to survive, to save their lives. This is a fight for their lives, and in this fight, nobody's a sacred cow, not even the journalist that is doing this coded image laundering. That is what I have to say for now. Let me go off and go and join from the studio before they will collect my
They
phone.
wanted to do that. That magazine has done. They
Oh,
wanted
hold on.
to
Mama
create
Echo, hold on. Hold on. Let me go to Kaide, who is also in Nigeria. Kaide, go ahead. Kaide, go on. We can hear you. Unmute yourself, Kaide. All right, Kaide, we may have to skip you. Let's go to someone else. I can't hear you.
Coming to the match.
Is that Kaide speaking? Kaide, are you a white woman now? Go ahead, Kaide. All right, Mama Echo, let's hear you.
Yeah, what was I saying? What Time Magazine has done is terrible, because they are doing everything to present this man to us as a good person, when record has it that he's a drug baron. And they came to US here with Lai Mohammed came here. He wanted to change the story the same way, to paint it to everybody that this man is a good man. No. So if my children, the Obidient, are fighting the person behind it, they have the justification. What they will not do in their country should never be given to us in Nigeria to swallow as a pill. Because at the end of the day, they will be the one who will use it to persecute us in our various workplaces. So what they will not accept in their country, they should not, for no reason. Whether Ghana must go, Ghana must come, now they collect, they do this nonsense, we go fight them to the end. This impunity must stop. And they cannot continue to collect money or do what and put impunity in our face and expect us to accept it. It is a no. So if any person do anyhow for this matter, it go collect anyhow. Whether you be whitey or you be greenish, we and my children will not care. Call a spade a spade.
All right, Mama Icho, let me ask you, did you read the article?
I don't read.
Okay. All right.
I have everything that they read this time. My children, they read that they tell me. And when they tell me, majority are true. Because I get plenty other one when they fight. Some monster.
All
even
right.
among my children when they fight for. Now nowhere.
Mama
Now,
Icho,
they come
it's okay,
and later they tell me they took me. Now nowhere, no. My eye there everywhere. When I tell you, I say, what did they do? And they work out with private investigation. Now this one I waiting. In Nigeria, they call Malaysia person. Make it do me, Mama Echo, for the good one that they do for them. See, all of them will be my children. When I see so, when I don't sign contract with criminality, when I not sign any contract, me I don't sign another contract with una soul and destiny. You see that criminal behavior, I go remove her from una body by fire, by thunder. When I don't finish that one, reprogram una where, then you go waka. But this one, I'm not they leave you. Now, I don't tire of job with all of them with this criminal behavior. You cannot be waiting Papa God create you to be with us. And you can never remain like that as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mama Icho. Dr. Meze, your take.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Regarding regarding Tinubu making the 100 list of the most influential person on earth, I think Time Magazine is a well-respected magazine, but I'm sorry to say I'm kind of very disappointed in them because I don't really know the criteria that they used in choosing Tinubu to be among the most influential person that we have here, among the 100 most influential person that we have in the world. Because according to what they said on the article, I think they said because he won the presidential election and Nigeria being one of the most populous country in the world. So with that, but I think that shouldn't be an enough criteria for him to fall into that list. Being that the election per se is still in court and it has not been, the case has not been finalized. And going with even them in the US there, they know that he has this history of drug accusation and he has even been asked to forfeit $450,000. And it's something that even in the US is unacceptable. You know, if you're dealing into narcotics or maybe drug, if you're selling any kind of drug substances, you know. So them putting him in that list, I don't know their aim. I don't know what they want to achieve by that. But from all ramification by all standards, it shouldn't be, Tinubu shouldn't be in that list. And again, what example are they setting? You know, are they saying that we at the world should accept a criminal to be an influencer? Are they saying that the world should accept someone that is a drug lord to be an influencer that the whole people should emulate? You know, so going by that, I don't really think that maybe this could be a mistake, and I think they should have a rethink and apologize and maybe make it known to Nigerians that it was a mistake, and they should take that list back and give to whoever deserves to be in that list. For me, Tinubu doesn't deserve to be in that list because there are lots of reasons that he shouldn't be in that list, being that knowing his antecedents and what he has, even in terms of characters, you know, someone that said that that he always preached that for him to win election, you have to grab it, take it by force. He never stood for peace, you know. He has all his statements and everything that he stands for. It's not something that is influential. It's not something that people can emulate. So what is now their criteria for making him to be in that list? So in my own perspective, I think it's a very big mistake and it's totally unacceptable. It's a shame to Nigerians for them to put Tinubu in that list. In my own opinion, you know.
All right, thank you. Sam, you're next.
Well, well, thank you, Rudolph. Well, if I have my way, I will ask Time Magazine a question. Do they set different criteria for different countries? That is my question, because such things, there should be threshold minimum. Why I say this, because there are equivalent of Tinubu all over US, isn't it? Why are they not making the list? Why? You see, the fact that Time Magazine is quite a very globally respected magazine, they should sometimes be measured in their approach and cautious when doing certain things. I do not see how Tinubu is influential. How? Because when they say the word influence, I want to know. Although one commentator said it could be positive influence or negative influence, but let me take it on face value. We should go for positive influence. If you are bringing negative influence, are you telling me to which part of Tinubu's character do you want people to copy? Which part of Tinubu's upbringing, his business deal, or his brand of politics do you want people to copy? No, it's true because I believe in being analytical so that I know what I say. If you say it's influence how? Eh? People have the issue of drug has been known forever. Or is it certificate forgery? Renting bishops, brand of politics, putting Lagos into his pocket, accumulating this, sponsoring thugs all over Lagos. So when you say influence, that's what I want to know. Okay, who? Because I believe in asking questions so that I can know more. How? What influence has Tinubu? I remember when Chimamanda Adichie appeared on Time Magazine as one of the most influential. People say, oh, yes, he's a global writer. He hosts, what is it called, Writers Workshop in Lagos every year. And somewhere else again, he goes about giving lectures. He goes about giving graduation, maybe from Harvard to Cornell University. I mean, is it Cornell or Columbia, to different universities, graduation, those type of things. So many. Then Okonjo Iweala are the same thing, even if other people. So which influence are they talking about? Okay, even if it's based on this sham election, in fact, Time Magazine, I don't know. I don't really know whether this is really Time Magazine. If Tinubu can make it to Time Magazine, it means that any cockroach again. So you never know. Tomorrow it could be your turn. So, but this is on let's be serious. This is a big shame. I never expected time to come this low because I don't see justification for Tinubu. That's why I'm asking, what influence? Tell me, how has Tinubu influenced something positively in Nigeria? You sacked Jonathan using a propaganda and brought in Agbado since 2015. Nigeria has been on the downward trend, poverty capital of the world. What really are you? How has Tinubu impacted positively? How has Tinubu influenced? That's the one, the word influence. Time magazine should have said something about the lady who must have written. Maybe, you write what you know and you write based on the scope of your knowledge. Maybe if the lady has come to Nigeria, whoever wrote the piece on Tinubu, if you had come to Nigeria, or maybe even listening to Dr. Damage's show, or even listening to Dr. Damage's show, you would have gathered a little bit of facts and research, because Damages has done so many episodes on Tinubu and all this in the past. Or go to Nigeria and research. But you can't just sit in one corner of the room and decide that maybe it's a typical Nigerian system whereby geographical spread. Oh, we've not gotten from Africa. Let's go to Africa and see if we can get to make it look like. This is a sham, man. Tinubu is the least person that could, if they have put a video or Whiskey, yes, I won't doubt it. Davido music, Whiskey, I don't know who was the chap that played during the World Cup final. All those type of things. I mean, that is influence. Do you know you want to encourage the youth? Tinubu, if you ask that lady who wrote this thing, how old is Tinubu? She doesn't know. And yet you say it's influential. Somebody, excuse me, please. Next person.
All right, man of God, you are the next person. What do you think?
Right. I think you meant son of God, but I'll accept that.
Oh, son of God, yeah.
It's okay, anyway, it's okay. Right. So no, I think my brother, Mr. Scribe, was not being very fair when he was having a go at some of the obedience. What he forgot to mention is that I haven't read the article because I'm disgusted, not to be honest. But some of the comments on there, if you look at some of the comments on Twitter, people have read and made comments. Duma did not even make reference to the drug, to his indictment for drugs. So when you see the obedience being very angry, how can you talk about Tinubu? You never mentioned about the indictment in the US. How can you write something about Tinubu and skip that one out? So it all shows you that this is just an attempt to whitewash his image, and that is why you see the obedience going crazy there and being quite angry, because that article was not balanced. If you want to talk about somebody, you talk about everything about Tinubu. This is a man that you don't know when he was born. You don't know anything about the man. There's nothing to say. Talk about integrity. How can you talk about integrity with Tinubu? Even Alake, that his mouthpiece, will not use that word integrity with Tinubu. There's so many words that are used in that article, according to those that have read it, because I've not bothered to because I can't be bothered, no, to be honest.
All right.
But those that have read it,
Can I reply, please?
Yeah, that's why I brought you back.
Oh, okay, Miss Son of God, God bless you. Okay, look at the article, right? And like I said, influence is a very broad term, right? That the fact that he won the Nigerian election, influence was involved. Whether we agree, wait. You see, this is now. Wait, my brother. Let's just. I know where you're coming from. It could be that I'm on your side, but I am trying to look at things from a very neutral standpoint, and that is exactly what I feel is what is needed in these kind of times. Remember, I made reference to 3 junctures in history when similar movements like the Obidient movement were in action, and what was the consequences that happened after the likes of Oliver Cromwell used the statement, "I became what I fought against," and that is the context within which I am analyzing these things. Okay, I'm a Nigerian. My pocket is also suffering, so don't look at me like I'm only looking at this from a perspective of learning and retrospectively. This is where I am. I'm with you. Like, I'm also pissed. But what have we learned from history? That is my position. What have insanity is that you keep doing the same thing again and again and again and expecting a different result. That is my position. Okay, that they put him on there. I genuinely believe that he deserves to be there because he clearly has shown influence by winning. However way you think about it, yes, it might be painful to you guys. Go on in the comment sections. I love it. So please, that's my position.
Right. Ike, you are next. I want you to expand this, not just about being there, but also the direction and the way people who read it, even those that didn't read it, we are attacking the writer. Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, thank you once again, Dr. Damages. I appreciate you. Hey, for me, I remember when Time Magazine named Trump the Man of the Year. It was a big deal here too. A whole lot of people were saying why. But Trump was looking forward because almost every time Trump is named, then the very first year they didn't name him time or whatever. I'm forgetting the controversy. The very first time they didn't name him, or after they named him, then the following year they didn't name him. He started blasting the person that they named Time Magazine of the Year and calling them all sorts of names. Look, Time Magazine, I think they're looking at it in the perspective of, I think somebody alluded on that. It can be negative or it can be positive. As we sit over here, there's a whole lot of people in America today that Tinubu helped to get here. To them, he's a hero, irrelevant of how you think about him. But the criteria that Time Magazine used, nobody knows. I don't think he belongs there. But whatever criteria they use and believe that at the end of you looking at it in that objective way, that he belongs there. I don't know why Obidient is making a big deal out of it. It's not going to change what is happening in Nigeria. What Time Magazine says, naming Tinubu Man of the Year, cannot change what is happening in Nigeria. Yeah, they can use it as propaganda, saying, saying, look at us, we have made he won Time of the Year or Man of the Year. But Obidient focusing on that is deviating from what is going on. To me, Obidient we need to start re-strategizing on what they need to do. Because when you look at what Mahmoud said, he said Peter Obi, Obidient were incompetent because they didn't have everybody in poll unit. Those are the things we need to start looking into. Time Magazine or not Time Magazine, it doesn't matter. Time Magazine is a company that try to keep themselves afloat, making sometimes things that are not popular. Because when they make it, you're gonna go and read it. I'm gonna go and read it to see why they made something like that. As far as I'm reading it online, Time Magazine is making money. As far as you reading it online, Time Magazine is making money. So could you imagine, could it be that they use this to get Nigerians interested in Time Magazine? Because I would tell you, up to today, there's a lot of Nigerians that don't know what Time Magazine is. We are in Western world, we know, but there's a lot of Nigerians. But as of today, Obidient family know what Time Magazine is now. Everybody want to go and read to see why they made Tinubu Man of the Year. So those are, to me, I see it in that perspective. It could have been money grab process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Dan, welcome to the show.
Yeah. So I say greetings to everybody.
Yes, long time. Time Magazine not go use my children destiny and their mandate to make money. Now they hear me. They're not go do it for America yet. So they can't do it to us. If I say me and Time Magazine go meet for court. Anyway, this is just nonsense and bullshit. It's not fair. Must they use our calamity to make money? We didn't do it here in US and go
scot-free. We call Dan to speak. Let Dan speak, okay? You had your chance. Dan, go ahead. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm HO now, my fan. Yeah, I really love that woman. I enjoy her opinions a lot, to be honest. But for me, all those things are negative thoughts. I don't see them as anything at all. I don't even bother myself say they name somebody like Tinubu. You understand? My problem is how they go take give us that mandate. That is what I'm after. How they will give Peter Obi the mandate, make Nigeria change. So that people like us, we don't come home for years to fit come home. Doctor, you understand? That is where my mind is. They give 100, they even made them be number one, sir. I know you hear that. I'm more interested in how can we go to the judiciary and win that case so that Nigeria will live. Nigerians is just quiet. People are also, confusion, dilemma, nobody know what thing will happen, So for me, that Tinubu influence, for me, is negativity to Nigerians. I don't even take it serious at all. That's my opinion for now. Thank you.
All right, Dan, thank you so much. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you again. I think people are missing in the point. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know this noise we are making about man of the year. The criteria for man of the year, is very,
It's not man of the year, man of Prestige. This is just one of the top 100 most influential people in 2023.
Okay, one of the top 100. Okay, so it's not necessarily good or bad. The person that the criteria for them to be awarding 100 man of the year, is very simple. Which is the person who most affected our life for good or for ill, which is good or bad. So it doesn't really mean that Tinubu is the best or whatever. And he can make some point that I really agree. They may have done that just to interest Nigeria to get out that part of market. That may be part of the reason, because man of the year is not necessarily because they are the best or they are good. Look at the people who have made the list of man of the year in our lifetime, that I can remember, even before some of us was born. Adolf Hitler made man of the year. Joseph Stalin made man of the year. So your people should know Obama made man of the year, which is one of the best. There are some being good people and some bad people. So Time Magazine just tried to make news because the news is about bad or very powerful people, who has influenced our life. It could be good, it could be bad. That's what man of the year is. So I don't know what's the big deal about it. So it doesn't make any difference to me, because they named Tinubu man of the year. They have the criteria that I just read. It's exactly. It could be good, it could be ill-gotten, They just want to make news, like I said. It doesn't really matter.
Man of Prestige, what do you think about the reaction of some people, the people that went to the Twitter page of the writer to call her names?
It's good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Hold on, there's nothing wrong with. Hold on.
In this election, they use as a
Mama Ejo. Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Man of Prestige.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, it's for bad news. For powerful people who has made the news. It could be bad, it could be good. But like you said, why they criticizing what people who are on Twitter? There's nothing wrong with that, because right here, when they made Trump man of the year, what's that noise?
Yeah, I muted him. It's man.
Okay, right here when they made Trump man of the year, a lot of Democrats, I probably was one of them. Of course, I'm an independent. I criticize him. There's nothing wrong. People are taking it, Mr. Stripe. Sometimes, in my own opinion, he go overboard the way he criticized the obedience. People has right to speak. Mr. Stripe, tell me in Nigeria, let's say in Nigeria, what has the obedience? Has the obedience killed anybody in Nigeria? Did look at the election that just took place? Because people are talking on Twitter or whatever. Why you all go up and down? Let people talk.
I'm not against. I'm not. No. Wait, Mr. Quickly. Yeah, there are two fundamental principles here: freedom of expression and freedom of association. I have not in any way infringed or anything. I've heard an opinion based on references on history. Somebody in the comment section draw a parallel between the Bolshevik Revolution and the revolt in England in Oliver Cromwell's time. They're very simple. The Oliver Cromwell's time was without those efforts, there wouldn't have been a House of Commons. The commoners wouldn't have a seat. It would only be the House of Lords. Without the Bolshevik Revolution, the Lenin-led Bolshevik Revolution wouldn't have led to a socialist government. But look at what happened after. You had a Joseph Stalin, a totalitarian government. Right? So, and then you also look at what happened in England. Oliver Cromwell became Lord Protector. And look at everything that he did. So that is why I'm saying that you are fighting the right fight, but you are fighting it with the wrong intensity or magnitude, I'm not sure what the right word here, but the intensity and the magnitude appears to be directed in the wrong section. What the Obidient movement have been deprived of is their right of citizenship, and that I feel should be the core of what the Obidient movement should be. That we as held by the Constitution of Nigeria should be held and be treated as citizens, and our rights should be upheld. And I believe that's the core of everything. It's not about Obi. It's not about Tinubu.
Okay, let
It is
me
all
say,
about their rights.
they can do both. They can do both. They can speak their mind, criticize what they don't agree with, and do what you just said. I mean, you can chew gum, at the same time, I don't see anything wrong in my own opinion on what they're doing. It's when you take it to the next level.
Yes, I'm not against the Obidient movement. I am only being I wouldn't call myself a voice of reason, but I'm only trying to
Okay, let me finish my submission. Anyway, like I was saying, Dr. Damage, the man of the year, it shouldn't be an issue to me. Like I said, it could be for ill-gotten, it could be for good news, but we all know what happened in Nigeria. So, like Ikene stated previously, they just want to get the market of Nigeria. I mean, like everybody in Nigeria right now know what Time Magazine is. Maybe about 5% of them know before. Maybe I don't know how many percent. Maybe it has been brought to 50% right now. So let's take it easy. There's nothing wrong with that. You can be man of the. You can even be the man of the year. Or we know it's 100 people right now, so it don't make no difference to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark, you're next.
Yeah, I joined. I just turned on this platform like 20 minutes ago. So I think maybe I missed a lot of the discussion. But what I grabbed is an article in Times Magazine.
Yeah, did you read it?
No, I have not read it yet, sir.
Okay, so we can skip you now. Do you have an opinion?
I have opinions.
Okay,
if you ask me,
I like people who have opinion without reading the article. It's always wonderful. Go ahead.
Yeah, because the opinion is generic.
Okay.
It refers to countries like Mexico, personalities like Trump, and so on. If you ask me personally, they haven't got it wrong that Tinubu get influence. That unfortunately, which is true, unfortunately, they get it right. He get influence. Tinubu has bought out almost everybody. Look, CJN is his best. They say CJN and Tinubu, they're closer friend than CJN and than Jagaban and INEC chairman. They're even closer. So you have people in DSS, all these thugs. If Tinubu round them out, you see that they can even cause civil war to do with maybe the result of the court case or whatever. If somebody asks me, say, did they get it wrong? Time Magazine, that the Tinubu get influence? No, they get it right. But then the question, which kind of influence, is another chapter, totally another chapter. So it's up to Times on their own decision who they want to publicize. They want to publicize Escobar or Hitler or Trump's arraignment. You know what I mean? Or they want to publicize Obama. I hope you get my drift. That's the thing. That's my contribution.
Thank you. Son of God, we are going around. There are people who are yet to say something, but go ahead. What do you want to say?
I just wanted I wanted to refer my brother, Mr. Scribe, to the statement made by I think it was that senator from Kaduna, Shehu Sani, that man. He said if you take the obedience out of the country, you will have quiet and peace, but then you are going to have things like tyranny. You have people that will not obey the law. So that's what the obedience being in the country at the moment is a massive plus, because PDP will not do any, they're not doing any sort of opposing the government or anything. It's the obedience that are holding their feet to the fire. So obedience are the reason why we still have this struggle going on with APC and all that. It's because of the obedience. If you take the obedience away, this thing would have been over since a long time ago. So this is the reason why there's still opposition to what's going on, to this tannery that to these people that are trying to bring on the country. This is the reason why we're still having a fight. It's because of obedience.
All right, thank you. Matt, you're next. Welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Savages, good evening. Good evening, everyone. I salute everybody here. Where do we start from now, Doctor?
No, we're talking about no, sorry, not Obi. We're talking about Tinubu's mentioning as one of the top 100 influential people in the world.
Okay, all right. Anyways, first of all, I heard what our brother Scribe said. That hurt me a little bit. I didn't know him quite to be someone that will speak that way. Even though I told you I don't like too much grammar, let's just start mellowing things down. If we can speak pidgin English, we are talking to Nigerians. Let's talk. If we can speak our local the dialect, let's speak. Because sometimes we use too much grammar to confuse things. You understand me?
Matt, just so you know, we don't have any problem with whatever language, as long as it's English or pidgin that people can understand.
That's what but I'm making my point. I'm just making my point. I'm not saying that it's not right, but I'm only just making my point. Sometimes everybody comes for any kind of, both crude oil, hot oil, whatever, on obedience. You will come to Nigeria, you say, people are supposed to speak. People are supposed to speak. When somebody speak, now they can't speak. They said, no, he was supposed to speak in this direction. This person speak. They say he's supposed to speak in this direction. Nobody has ever gotten it right. Obedient are not speaking without God. They are supposed to speak in this way. They are supposed to speak in that way. It's quite unfortunate anyway, but we cannot stop talking. I didn't say that what Scribe said is kind of, but I think we should always know that we have been hurt and we have been touched to the bone marrow. You understand me? Everybody is hurt with this shenanigans that is going on in Nigeria. And the Obi issue just came out about the whether impersonation or whatever. Before we know it, Time Magazine carry their own wahala come. All these things we know, we should know that this thing is a kind of a game plan, is a timely, program stuff. It's not something, it's not a coincidence. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, I would now let me just agree with our brother Scribe and Ike, who said it might be negative or positive. Let's just imagine it is negative, because you were asking a question. I don't know if someone has answered it. You were asking a question. Did anybody read that? No, I will not come here to lie. I did not read that, but I followed Voice of the People this morning. I was listening to it. There was a point that was made. Rufai was asked a question, and when he now was narrating the stuff, what they wrote in the article, the lady that was asking this question haven't even read the whole article. She did not know. So Rufai mentioned one particular thing that you wanted everybody, I guess you wanted them to speak now, but none of us has mentioned it. They said that article mentioned that he was elected by a corrupt election. I don't know if you understand that the election was not free and fair. It was mentioned in that article, which Rufai corrected the lady. The lady now went back and read it and now find out that it's true. That is the negative part of that article. Understand? But every other thing that lady wrote, remember that you are fighting with people who are very intelligent. We are just new in this politics, and these people are old cargos. That clause, you see that clause that they mentioned, corrupt election, that the election was not free and fair. It is just something, it is part of that place. Not everybody will read all through there. Then we concentrate in those points, that lady was, pointing out.
without going through all these ones that we are saying, because one has to be smart to understand that yes, this Time magazine, there was something like that was mentioned.
The word is fraud. There it is.
Sorry, fraud. I may not.
Fraud.
Yes, I may not use they say it's fraud because I took
fraud.
Hello.
Meaning it means tensed.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Man, go ahead.
Okay. Now, yes, the article has been timed by, that's mentioning such. Whether any language they want to use, let them use. Because, what I'm trying to say is that Tinubu and Obidient and Peter Obi, this is a time that Nigeria had to decide what they need. And now, people don't need to stay in the middle. People don't need to be a moderator. That's, like when I mean moderators, it's just like you are not here, you are not here. It's either you support what is going on in Nigeria about this Tinubu man, or you are against what Obi and Obedience are doing. But God bless any man, the man who was the first person that mentioned, I don't know who God just blessed to say, I am obedient. It has to come out from one person's mouth. That person has to be located wherever he is.
From Edo State.
From Edo, that person has to be located and be. This is not a kind of a movement that is going to stop even tomorrow. Dr. Damage, just let me round up. Now that we are talking about whatever that is going on about Obi, we should concentrate about what more and things they have in the basket of their evil to unleash against Obi, because this is not going to stop. And we, the Obedient, should be ready, put our feet on the ground to always respond to them in this manner we are responding to them, that then we know that our eyes are open, even though we are in the water that has been messed up. We are still seeing and we can, see clearly. That is my stake for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Buddy, you're next.
Hello, everyone. My position might be a bit different, I think I will toe the line of scribe. We have to be very careful. The point is that in a democracy, plurality of opinions are allowed, whichever side you are Senate. It's like a proverbial elephant, whereby you ask 10 blind men to surround it and touch the elephant. They are touching different parts. If you ask them to describe the elephant, they will come up with different descriptions. So, which they will be so passionate about to discuss. So, like, you have your opinion and you're so passionate about it. That's the way other people has their own opinion too, they are so passionate about it. We shouldn't prosecute anybody for it. Whether people are sitting on the fence or they even are outside the fence, that's their choice. So it shouldn't be an avenue for us to bully anybody, or because hey, somebody's obedient. Oh, is it only the obedient on the right side by their own perspective? Or that means the other people are not Nigerians at all. So that at the end of the day, we don't be the victim of what we are preaching. I've been watching for like 1 hour. I could see when the topic about Obi being detained in UK came up. People are so subtle about it. They don't want to discuss it at all. Some people are even giving us a different definition of being detained and being arrested. Some people even giving the burden of clarity, placing it on the federal government. And I believe your right is trampled anywhere in the world. You have the right to legal cause to challenge it, whoever it may be. Like CM suggested, that has an attorney in US. Like I even suggested to Obi to challenge the UK government. It's within her right. It's been within his right to do so. So we shouldn't prosecute anybody for having their say or being on a particular side or the other, so that we don't become a victim of what we preach. Because we attack. We come here every Saturday to attack the hooligans, the thug on the street that prevent people to go to ballots. if we are preventing people to hear their opinion due, we are committing the same error unknowingly. So we have to be very careful. No matter how passionate we are about our opinion, we should respect the opinion of other people. That political correctness must be there. So you're not saying you are more Nigerian than me, being obedient. In case I'm not obedient, we are passionate about our country. We might be seeing it in a different way. That's why we have different political parties. That's why we have APC, PDP, Labour. All they're looking for is that the greater good of the country. Not that PDP is saying we should, hey, let's come around and destroy Nigeria. No. Labour Party is not saying let's come around and destroy Nigeria, but they have a different idea of how the country should go. That's the issue. Not that we should like start hitting one another on the head or start bullying one another online because, oh, he says he doesn't like Obi or he says he likes Tinubu. On the issue of Time magazine, that's what they saw. Every newspaper every year come up with different people, which they usually label or tag as the man of the year. We never bother to like ask, oh, what are the criteria? They want to sell their papers. We have a lot of people in the past. Even Trump made that list in the past. Biden made the list. Hitler made the list. A lot of people have made the list in the past. Whatever their judgment might be, is they are within their right to come up with it. Whether we disagree or we don't agree, whether we agree with them, is in our place too. So, like I said, we have to be very careful so that we don't become victim of what we are preaching. Because, yes, sir.
If this were to be Obi was a person mentioned, what would have been the reaction of the people backing Tinubu? What do you think? Will it be different from the reaction of people backing Obi?
That would be the same thing. That's what we are preaching against. That's what I'm saying. That they are just bullying one another. What they are accusing the hooligans on the street doing is the same thing they are all committing. You know, like somebody was saying here that like why the Time magazine is not mentioning Tinubu was indicted on the drug case. I was like, wow, you want to put Time magazine in trouble? Did you ever look at that document at all? The guy wasn't indicted. It's a civil forfeiture. And we have to be very careful with the terms of law. The way we use it. No matter how passionate or emotional about it, that like, oh, we want this man to be painted black. It might not be the term of the law. Have you seen the court paper? You were asked this morning, have you read the Time magazine, the article by that lady? Majority of people haven't read it at all. They only saw the headline, they come here, they come and comment. Opinions at times are not facts. Facts are secret. Fact is fact. Opinion are opinion. And there is no mounted opinion that will make facts. That's the issue. People might come on me and say, hey, maybe speaking is trying to defend Tinubu. You know, one thing about me is that whatever opinion I'm passionate about.
No, hold on, everybody. Go ahead, buddy.
Whatever my opinion, I'm ready to defend it. I come here every Saturday. Whatever opinion, I say it out, regardless of who source is judge. So, and whoever comes for me, you know, I come for him too. So nobody has
Dr. Damages.
Yeah,
let me respond.
I think he's slightly went off the course. We're not talking about the court issue. He brought court issue. We shouldn't talk about that because if we're going to talk about that, that's a different story.
It's been discussed before. People have mentioned it. That why that statement is not mentioned in the article of the lady. And I said, oh, why would they mention it? Because if there is a particular case that's been decided by a court and you want an established organization to run into it without having the material facts, either they have the material facts and they understand it, but their opinions is different from what you are holding, you can't hold them accountable for it. Like in their word, they said flawed election. Flawed election does not mean corrupt election. Flawed election means imperfect election.
Okay, hold on.
Let me add up something quickly, doctor. Quickly. Let me just answer body. Let me tell you. Sometimes what we talk about facts. You want people to kill themselves before you know that what happened is truth. Let me ask you one thing. The one that you saw in Lagos that happened, they speak, they say that somebody came out and carried one woman and come and say that he said another thing. Even if you catch a criminal in Nigeria, they will still deny, not to talk of the one that happened abroad. Do you know what is the problem? The problem we are having is because of people like you waiting for truth, not standing on the truth and how things should be. not what you think about the fact that my brother went out and killed somebody and somebody told me what happened. And I knew that this thing is what my brother did. I'm still waiting for my brother to give me a fact that he killed somebody before I will accept it. My brother, let me tell you, if we continue like this country is going nowhere. We will still be stagnant as we are.
Okay, Matt, thank you. Buddy.
Let me clearly respond. You know, as in rushing at justice at times might not give us that justice. The deed might have been done and later discover that, oh, we killed the wrong people. I could remember, I think around 2000 or thereabouts, in Uniport, there are like 6 guys, they were caught. They said they were caught by vigilantes. They say, oh, these guys were thieves. They were caught. You know, the vigilantes, they run at justice. No, that community around Uniport then, they were being terrorized by armed robbers, by thieves at night. You know, by virtue of that, people have the right to protect their community. And they wrongly pick on students. And those people were lynched that particular year. It is all after years, they now discover that they killed the wrong people. Have you heard about the Akpo killings? Akpo 10 or Akpo 12? Doctors should be an witness to this. The police caught them as a thief. They rush at judgment in killing them, jungle justice. And after years, because that Akpo killing, I think it happened around 1999 as well. Those people later got justice after 10 years or 15 years.
No, listen, buddies, just one moment. The police did not cut them. Listen, the police did not cut them. They went to a nightclub. They were coming home. Police were mounting checkpoint. Not that they caught them. So as they're on their way to pass, police stopped them. They said they are going home. They are from a nightclub. Not that the police chase after them, caught them. It's like they are coming from a nightclub. They're on the way going home. They're just walking.
The point I'm making,
leisurely, 6 of them.
Is that
so they weren't caught. It's the police.
The issue I'm having is that you like having rushing at judgments. If you look at the good book as well, when the woman in adultery was caught, when they came down to Jesus, what did he say? He hadn't mean that they wrought at judgment. What do you think would have happened? They would have killed the woman.
Mr. Rudolph, can I ask this?
So that's why we have to be very careful. No matter how passionate we are about our opinion, we have to tread cautiously.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Henry, you're next.
What I want to let me see before I continue. Let me ask one question. I think the same Lagos there, they kill people. I remember this same Buhari. I don't know. They hang people and kill them because of drug, right? It's the same drug dealer they want to bring as president to rule this country, and you are here trying to play like it's okay to become a drug dealer or to keep drugs money in your account. Are you supporting crime like this? In America, whatever country you stay in right now, I don't think they accept things like this. Come on, somebody who see common joint in his hand, you can go, they will indict him as criminal. He will not hold any office there. He will not be a security either. We are here trying to dance, give it polish it like there's nothing special about it.
That's not fact.
Forget about it.
Dr. Rudolph is in America. Let Dr. Rudolph.
No, I'm talking about you. You are talking right
it's
now.
It's not confusion. That's the fact.
Have you read the document?
Yes, I did.
Read it properly.
So if you read that document,
I thought we was
and
going
you
to talk
come
about
up
this
as
tomorrow. Why are they going there?
No, you know the fact. What I'm telling you is that, like, you know, you might talk to me and say, oh, that boy that is talking is a thief. That's your opinion. That's not fact. Because for you to say somebody is indicted, you must have a proof. There must be a court.
What do you mean by indicted? What do you mean by that? Listen. When you let me tell you
somebody is a drug baron. You don't even know the hierarchy of operation by drug cartel. Even me looking at that paper does not show that guy is the drug baron. We shouldn't talk about things that we don't understand at all.
If I'm selling drug right now, I give you money to keep for me, right? That's not making you a baron. This crime.
You that sell it just a drug peddler.
Man. Okay, let me do that aside. Let me go on.
Dr. Damages, can you change course? Let's continue.
I want to get to Mr. King and then we'll
Can I speak? He says no.
Hey,
No, I don't
Can I
want to
speak?
cover here.
Yeah, go ahead, Henry.
Because of the
About the Time
politician.
magazine. I don't think it's nothing special about it. It's just a magazine.
I've done it.
The same Time magazine there in America there. Donald Trump was in there too. George Bush was in there too. So it doesn't mean anything. I don't know why people cracking their voice. Everybody have opinion to criticize the lady about what you wrote about the Time magazine. Because we are the one who's in pain as a Nigerian. I remember those days they said people should talk, people should speak, people should come out and speak. People are speaking, people are still crying. Why we speak this way? Why they speak this way? If you were to be in this Time magazine, some of you who sitting here in the parliament in the parliament will see criticize Peter Obi. As Obi, he didn't say any crime. He never said anything where he said Obi didn't commit any crime. But Tinubu have a lot of all his life is all lies, crime. To the extent they bring they hire what they call it the fake bishop and others. They even manipulate pictures about Obi. This lady from this Adike Debiri came to bail Peter Obi, which is fake. About this video audio, which is fake. I remember Mr. Rudolph in your program. I said that video, the audio is fake, but none of you believe it. It's fake. And this for the airport in UK, it's also fake. So when somebody like this come here and start try to polish things like things are okay, it's not okay. What we want, what we need is better country where we can call home. We can be proud, go home peacefully without looking at our back, our left or right. But we feel comfortable where we stay in America, whatever, in Europe, wherever we stay, sacrifice people who tweet against this, why they should not speak like this, not speak like that. We have right to come out because we're not playing this old politics no more. Because this old politics, APC, PDP, they're the one who say, okay, either you PCP or APC. But now Obidient came in. I'm 100% obedient. I will remain obedient. I want to have a better country. If you don't like it, there's a transformer, you can hang yourself somewhere. So we're gonna see Chris. We're gonna have the power. We're gonna have our Twitter to conquer any fake news against our principle, because all we want is a better country. What if Obi don't want to be president of that country? What you're not gonna lose nothing. The man is a billionaire. He's comfortable in his life, but you want a better society where everybody can be proud of. Say we have this country. But you're living in a country in America where they have rule of law, where the government are working. If America needs to be like Nigeria, you think you're going to stay there to start talking? Why people talk to this? Why people reply this one like this? You think you're going to be happy? You're going to be happy where you stay in America there? So America cannot even tolerate what we Nigeria, Africa are tolerating. We cannot. Nigerians are so calm. You think America will tolerate what Nigeria are tolerating in this so-called system we have in Nigeria? I don't think so. So if you don't want to speak because you're scared of speaking because you don't want them to mark you, yeah, I speak. I went to Nigeria too. They stopped me in the airport. I don't give a damn. I speak. So if you don't want to speak because you're scared of speaking, then people who is coming out to speak, give them a break to speak. But you want a better country, and you say you wear Nigeria green and white jersey. You say I'm in Nigeria, I'm blood Nigeria. Whereas inside you're not playing your own part to change things in that country. Then you call yourself a Nigerian, so you just keep your silentness somewhere. But we're gonna keep on speaking because we don't want to play that game. Those old politics our father was playing. We don't play this time. This time it's a different game entirely, and the Supreme Court have to do the right thing. It's not business as usual, and we are watching. If they don't do the right thing, you will come back here and tell you, they said it before, everything's going to be kafala, everything's going to be woto. We are not going to keep quiet this time. So, Mr. Scribe, if you don't want to take what we're saying, all we're doing in Twitter, you move out from Twitter. We'll keep on talking, we'll keep on typing, we'll keep on saying it, because we are part of the change of Nigeria. We want to change that country. We don't want to be like those. They're going to tell us what to do. We're going to tell them what to do. That's what we are fighting for. Obi to come in, so we can hold him accountable for. If it's there, Obi is there, can do you have to do the right thing. If you don't do the right thing, we're going to come out and criticize him. That's it. Keep on and speak. You have to speak. America, where you stay in there, they speak. People speak. People speak. That's what they took down to court. You have to speak. Don't die in silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to go to Mr. King. I know I've had Samuel. We had you. I don't know if on this topic you spoke on this.
Not on this topic. Do you want me to take on this topic?
Oh, okay, go ahead, and then I'll get to King, and then we'll move to a different topic. Go ahead.
Okay, so quickly, people have said nice things about the Time Magazine situation. I think Time Magazine is American-based and not UK-based magazine, and there's a reason I say that, because the earlier submission I made, I talked about Nigerian handlers. We have handlers, whether we like it or not. There are different kinds of slavery: actual slavery, psychological slavery, mental slavery. They might not have chains in our hands, but it seems we've got chains in our mind, and some people somehow, decide what happened to us. So influence is negative and positive, no doubt about that. But the question is, when they came to Nigeria to pick an influential person, why did they not pick someone in Nigeria who could represent a positive influence? That's the angle I'm coming from. So these people keeps rubbishing us. We keep saying Africa will rise, but it be like Africa no dey rise anything. Wallahi, it be like say some people no want make Africa rise. So. Wallahi, I'm not lying. Ndị achọghọ ka Africa rise anything, no. Onwe ndị na-arụka anyị, they do us bad. So in summary, because I always think about constructive solution. How do we get out of this quagmire? How do we get out of this mess? Recently, I noticed, if I would deviate just a little bit to bring solution from there, I noticed that Labour Party is now being infiltrated somewhat, suddenly, from nowhere. So, Obidient, if they infiltrate this our Labour Party, how market? Make we go start Obidient political market, Obidient people's movement. We must provide a watertight organization that these rascals cannot infiltrate. One of the solutions I'm submitting. Dr. Damage is in there.
Thank you. Mr. King, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damage.
And you can put me back in the stage, please, sir, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. King.
Yeah, I was gonna thank you I've been listening, and on the Time Magazine issue, I wanted to mention that you can actually Google how Time Magazine makes their selection. And it's important to understand what they are looking at. I think I posted that in the comments, the link. They are looking at who and who influences conversation. So it could be negative, it could be positive. So if we listen to ourselves, all we've been talking about is the election around Tinubu, maybe he's stealing mandate or not. So he's influencing conversation. He's influential, whether we like it or not. That's the situation we find ourselves. So Time Magazine is an enterprise, and we cannot even stand here to maybe influence their criteria or whatever they are looking at. So they have their own standard, and even in the US here, they pick more than one. So it's not just one person. So they are looking at, they even consider factors such as how many times people Google search a name. So if you look at that, those are part of way of making influences. So I just wanted to point that out. The issue of reading the article, I think it's important to read it. I read it, and I think what the lady or maybe the writer is actually saying is trying to maybe make the point that this person has been a topical, figure, so to say, in Nigerian politics. And I understand where everybody's coming from, but it's important to read those, the submission, and understand that influence could be, in one way. It could be you influencing conversation, influencing people's search, influencing what they write about, what they talk about. It could be positive, it could be negative. I think it's not in the position of Time Magazine to, maybe begin to talk about legal issues, or maybe offense or crime or that. So I just wanted to put that out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted us to change.
Doctor, please, can I show something?
Okay,
Can I show something? Yeah, if you don't mind. I want to back up what Mr. King is saying, and I want to show some sentiment analysis from Google Trends. And so to actually help people to understand how Time Magazine actually looks at these things, right? Please crave your indulgence because, sometimes it might look, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, but it's not that
Yes.
you can't read it. But what is it saying?
So you can see now today what is trending in Nigeria: Chelsea versus Brighton, Aston Villa, Man City. This is exactly what we are reflecting in the world. So this is where my position is with the obedience and everything. Is that when you go into these research centers and things to look at actually what are Nigerians actually looking for? We don't see, you don't see these the kind of discourse or the kind of keywords trending that would suggest that that we are actually looking at things in a certain way. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. I remember showing the sentiment analysis before the election, and people barrage me in the comment section saying, "What am I saying? Am I trying to support that Tinubu?" Whereas my candidate, which I clearly declared open, was Mr. Peter Obi. My candidate I wanted to win was Mr. Peter Obi. But people said, "No, I'm a Baptist. I'm a this. I'm a that." The point I'm trying to appeal to the obedience to understand: you're entitled to your opinion, but if somebody is now kind of like giving you an opinion that you people don't expect or you people don't feel like it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm saying that you are, you guys don't know what you're talking about or anything. But are there other angles that we can explore in order to actually show that actually a Tinubu being our president or forcing his way into presidency is a reflection of who we really are? Those kind of questions, I know it's hard to swallow, but the my proposition is that if obedience can at least center their agitation on the right trending topics, from what you see on Google Trends, you are actually implicitly influencing people, because people like Ashta, they're looking at charts and things like that and are coming out of your country. And when they look at it, they are seeing Chelsea versus Brighton. I mean, look at it. So this is where I'm coming from with the trying to appeal to my brothers, the obedient people.
Did you check your Twitter? Go to Twitter and see what is going on there. So don't go to Google there. Go to Twitter and see what's going on there.
Wait now, calm down. We're having a conversation. I'm not arguing with you. I think my position is I'm offering you an alternative line of thought.
Okay.
I am not against you.
Okay,
you are doing well. You are doing well.
This idea, sorry, Rudolph, sorry, let me just clear this thing here. This idea that myself and Kulata are presenting. Look, man, if Kulata is saying something that you don't like, or that giving you another alternative, what is wrong with that? Is he not entitled to his opinion? If I am giving you an alternative to that, what is wrong with that?
We don't like people who are not sure. Who are not sure. Who is just thinking. It's definitely left and right.
I rest my case. Sure. God bless you.
We are sure.
Okay, please let people not interject unless I call them. I want to hear from Tosh Olumide, and then we can come back to other comments, please, because we want to get out of this topic into another one. But let me say this. Part of the reason why we do this, we do things we do here, is really to enlighten everybody. Everybody will learn from each other. And that's one reason why I'm interested in always bringing reporters and journalists to come on this show and talk about the process. Sometimes we don't understand the process. There's one aspect of this that nobody has talked about here, which is that how does the media work? When Time Magazine approached this lady to write this article, do you know the terms of reference? I checked on the article, it's about 200 words. You are limited to 200 words. Most of the people who are commenting, they don't know how these things work. You may want to write 10,000 words about Tinubu. You are just limited. They tell you this is what we want. And then what you put in there are also criteria, different things that you have to make sure that you fulfill that before they publish it. So for instance, I saw that she wrote that Tinubu is 71. Now, I can tell you that even though some Nigerians have raised the issue about the age of Bola Tinubu, it will be difficult for that lady to convince Time Magazine that the age should not be 71. Even though most Nigerians are questioning that, So I'm just saying that there are so many aspects of this, and the reason why we discuss some of these things is to help everybody understand that what you think in your home or in your head that this is what it should be, this is what this reporter should write. It's not that way. If the reporter doesn't have total control about everything, the reporter is not going to put in something there that Time Magazine cannot prove, cannot justify. In your head, you may be right. I've asked a lawyer, why is it that somebody who was seen, everybody saw him go into a bank, commit a crime, and then the person goes to court and says, not guilty. And the lawyer said, that guilty and not guilty is it's not the way we see it as regular people. In the legal terms, it's totally different. So the same way, the way report things is not what you expect them. There's someone I'm hearing. So if you're not speaking, so please can you mute yourself? So it's not about what you expect, what you hear in the regular papers or in your head or in that they have to write for you. They have to follow certain criteria. All right, let me go to, before anybody speaks, where is Tosh? Tosh is
Dr. Damages, can I say one thing and I will get out, you can put people. I just want to say one thing based on what Scribe said,
okay,
right quick. A Scribe put out their website and show what Nigerians are looking at, Chelsea and all that. Do you know why? Everybody is gambling in Nigeria. That is where people are making money now. So people are gambling in Nigeria because even all the guys that are on YouTube give you a promo to open an account. That is why people are interested, because there's no other means of making money in Nigeria now. If you're selling businesses, you can make money because everything is standstill. Nigeria is on lame duck. Everything is standstill. So all these guys that are on YouTube are signing contracts with these people that are doing bet Niger, bet this and that. They give you code and you open an account. They dump 190,000 for you to start gambling. Before you know it, some people are making money, some people are not making money. So nobody have time because of what we are doing now. The election is over. I'm going to tell you, people are hoping for judicial. It's not going to work. It's still the same thing. Nigeria is not ready to change. I'm going to get out of your way. You can continue what you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
All right. Ike, thank you. Thank you so much. Olumide, you're next.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Dr. Damages. So I've been listening to some of the speakers, and I just want to kind of have a different opinion from what everybody else is saying. I mean, majority of those who are on the platform are so-called obedient. I'm not an obedient. I always say that, even though I would have preferred of all the candidates that Obi won, maybe there might have been a chance for the country to change or move towards a part of change. We don't know. But even at that, I still believe that no matter who comes in, with the way Nigeria is presently constituted, there can be no real change. People see, obedience, all of you, it is the same way they misdirected the NSAS, the youth misdirected their energies, and it failed. This is the same way they misdirected this obedience movement. The real problem is the constitution. On Wednesday, you played that interview. You replayed. I don't know if it was a live or a replay of your discussion with Tony Nadi. That man has said it all. This is what Awolowo has always said as the former premier of the Western region, a bright mind. And this is what Tony Nadi is saying. And this guy has tried to galvanize people from other ethnic groups to put hands together to bring down that document. I'm sorry to say, I was once, when I was back in Nigeria, I've been in Canada here for about 13 years now, since 2010. And I was lost too when I was back home. I thought things could work. I believe Nigeria could change, and that with time we will get real politicians who will mean well for the people. But the way this that country is structured, it can never happen. I'm telling you, a million years to come, it can never happen. That constitution is faulty. Look, let us agree that in 1999 nobody saw it. We wanted the military to go, but 24 years later, can we not see that document is not? It wasn't written by. There was nothing like we the people. That is enough ground to say we don't want it anymore. Let us, all the ethnic groups in Nigeria, come together and write something that will be suitable for everybody, that we will all agree to. These people have manipulated that document. You amend, you beat it, you do anything. It has never improved the lives of the people. And the worst that will come out is, even if a southerner comes there, a courageous southerner comes there with the intention to make any changes, these guys will bring war. These guys who don't want change, that particular ethnic group who don't want change, who that constitution favor, will bring war to your doorsteps. They will bring war. And that is why Jonathan tried, but they scuttled it when they saw where it was going to. They tried everything. That they brought Fulanis from other regions to be ready in case he never handed over to Buhari to fight war. We all saw this. Why are we running away from it? Tinubu used it to get the ticket for APC. He used the Yoruba Nation. If you people have been following the Yoruba Nation agitation, Professor Akitoye, he used that guy when he saw what the Fulanis were trying to do. Ordinarily, Buhari would have handed over to a Northerner. When he saw what they were trying to do, he used the Yoruba Nation agitation. He got people out, he got bloggers out. This guy mobilized, used his influence, his money to wake up the consciousness in the Yoruba people. The moment he got the ticket from APC, the moment they rigged him in and became president, he killed the Yoruba movement. Now, every Yoruba person that meant well, that supported this movement in all its entirety, without with no ulterior motive, is cursing the guy now. They are cursing the Professor Akitoye-led movement. They are cursing these Yoruba people for leading us when we thought we wanted our own nation. You understand? So I'm just trying to let you guys know what is playing on behind the background. If Tinubu, that is why they even gave him a Boko Haram commander to be his vice president. Because I don't know what changes this guy wants to. The only thing Tinubu can do to change Nigerian people's mind about his intention to create a legacy for himself is to write a constitution that will be real that will bring everybody together on a round table and renegotiate our existence. Anything short of that, and continuing with that 1999 constitution, I'm telling you, this country is going nowhere. We shouldn't blame the whites. We shouldn't blame UK. It is what we allow to happen to us that would dictate how they approach us. Obasanjo wrote a letter the other day to the UK. I'm sure they would have laughed and scoffed at it. You want us to abandon our legal system and you are pleading for a guy that broke the law of the country, and you want us to you want to use the letter to influence the judge's decision. They would just, I'm sure they would have laughed and thrown that letter in the dustbin of history. But here in Nigeria, the guy who is supposed to be the victim would have been the one that would have been victimized, thrown in jail and rubbish. So that constitution, for me, I will keep making my own. Anywhere I go, Obi is not the answer. I'm sorry. Tinubu is not the answer. That constitution, Nigerians, direct your energies. That constitution has no hope for the minority group in Nigeria. I'm a Yoruba person. You understand? Majority of the resources in Nigeria is from the south. That is why the north is hell bent on making sure there are no changes to anything. And they have so rigged that constitution that, number one, there's no room for negotiation. Our unity cannot be negotiated. That is all rubbish. Even in America, it can't be negotiated. They can hold referendum to say they want to stand alone, but even though none of the states have done that, there's no room for referendum. If you have to make that change, the majority is in the north, in the upper chamber and the lower chamber, Senate and House. How do you want to make changes like that? You understand? And in the guise of Ruga, in the guise of waterway bill, they're trying, surreptitiously to take away the people's resources. This is about resource control. It is about resource control. You guys are not seeing this thing. Even if Obi wins at the Supreme Court, which I know he would never. I mean, that is even impossible. They know what they said. They know what they are saying when they say go to court. The election is done. Go to court. They know he would never win. You understand? Tinubu has that record. He hasn't lost any case. He would never win. You understand? And I'm saying as a Yoruba person, the only legacy Tinubu can even though I didn't support him, the only legacy he can leave the people of Nigeria. The only legacy is to make sure that they write a new constitution, because that is the foundation of a society. And they put 16 over 16 items that is crucial to the development of a society is in an exclusive list. How do you want to develop a society where you don't allow them to you don't give governors the right to create their own security apparatus? You don't give right to, you don't let them make their own electricity. Even here where I am, the small cities, we call them mayors, equivalent to chairman of local government. They control police force. It doesn't mean they're going to break the law. It doesn't mean you're going to, you understand? There are layers of security and control in every society. And you have the federal government that can monitor everybody's work. You understand? And then you are allowing or some other ethnic group to kill other ethnic groups in a country we are supposed to be one. And you don't allow the governor to protect their citizens. I mean, that constitution, I'm telling you, it will never get us anywhere. It won't get us anywhere. I will continue. I support Oninadi 100%, 101%. People have to listen. They have to direct their energies in the right direction. They have to listen to that guy. And I don't know why the elites are not. When these things begin to hurt them one by one and their family members, I'm sure they will turn to the right, to where they should turn to. I not think that election every 4 years is going to be the solution. These people control the country. They are not the owners of the country. They know who they want to be the president. They are the owners of the country. They are the ones who control the system. Look at the VBAS, for example, that was BVAS or whatever they call it, supposed to give us real-time election numbers. They made it fail. There's nothing you and when Abiola was there in that before 1999, option A4, there was no technology. They did manual and it was free and fair. And here there's technology that's supposed to be an improvement, and all of a sudden it failed. There's no system you will bring to Nigeria that will make it fail. The owners of Nigeria will make it fail.
All right.
That country is not for everybody. They have to rewrite a new constitution. That is the beginning and the foundation for a civilized society where everybody will be accountable to that constitution. You understand? So are we following Sharia law? Are we following Nigerian constitution? Somebody will tell me that the Sharia law supersedes your constitution. You say how can it supersede the constitution that binds everybody in the country? And you say you are following American system of governance. You are following UK system of governance. You understand? A typical example of why that country is even finished is the letter that Obasanjo wrote to beg for Ekweremadu. You understand? It shows you how those people have finished that country. In a civilized society, you would even allow the judge to make his judgments. And then what you would naturally do is maybe write to the president or the prime minister to use his prerogative of mercy to pardon him. You are writing to the judge even before they deliver. Is that not corruption? They're just going to laugh and throw the letter into the bin. What kind of a human being is that? That is how they have destroyed that country. There's no salvation for that country. I'm sorry for Obidient. Channel your energies in the right direction. Obi is not the salvation. That constitution is the problem. And Tinubu used it very well. He used it to get the ticket from APC and to get to the presidency of the country. You understand? He played on intelligence of Yoruba people, because majority of Yoruba that are, especially those that are outside the country, are fed up with our system. We believe and want a country of our own, that we know there will be true equity and justice and rule of law and civility in our own country, where we won't have to bicker with other ethnic groups. We believe we can create that country of our own. And he used it, he raised that consciousness, and the Fulani and the northern people, knowing what he was trying to do, played into his hands, and he got the ticket. He won, he rigged the presidency and won it. But now nobody knows what game he's up to. Nobody knows what game is. We don't know whether it's going to be a status quo, it's going to be a continue as usual, But It's like being between the devil and the deep blue sea. You have a Boko Haram commander as his vice president. You know, if he tries to make anything, they are ready to bring war to his doorsteps. So I mean, it's so unfortunate that Nigerians don't even know where they are at this, and they don't blame Nigerians. There's what we call the Stockholm syndrome. They control the state, they control the resources. If anybody talks, they will come for you. They will look at what they try to do to Obi. We all know the SSS. I mean, the Nigerian government issued passports to the guy who tried to use his identity in the UK to commit crimes, just to incriminate him. So this is a state-run cabal. They know what they are doing. You understand? If you are not a threat to them, they will let you talk and talk and talk. But the moment you start to become a threat, they're going to come after you. So don't blame Nigerians. And all they're looking for is their daily bread. The way I would think here will be different from the way a Nigerian man, whether Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. Look at the people of Benue. How do you think their state of mind will be when every day all they count is dead bodies? How do you think their state of mind will be?
Olumide, thank you so much. If you can hang on with us, we'll come back to you.
Sure, no problem. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to sensitize people to let them know that obedience, or even if Obi comes and wins his mandate, please, that constitution is the problem. We need to make sure and galvanize ourselves and write a constitution that we the people wrote, not the military wrote and said we the people. That is a false. I wonder why the lawyers in Nigeria or the Sons don't see this wrongdoing.
All right, thank you. Let's move on. I know we'll come back to another topic which is connected to what Olumide is talking about, which is someone brought it to my attention, the new Prime Minister of the Biafran government in exile, which is Simon Eba. But before then, let's talk to John Abba. John Abba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. Thank you for having me. How you doing?
Good. Are you back here, John Abba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's a day that we have to continue being on the road, but all the same, we are still following developments, particularly in Abia State, where Konje Uwala was delivering a keynote address. And some of the people that I know are in the transition committee for LXOT.
Are you part of the committee?
I know people who are in that.
Okay. So what did the Konji Wala say?
Well, I have not spoken to them today, but I'm quite sure that they have done the needful. It's a new Abia. That's the bottom line. It's a new Abia, and that's where we are. And for the conversation that you had at hand, I would just say, following the last speaker, just about everything that he has spoken is in line. But I will remind us back to the beginning of all this wahala. If you declare Oduduwa, if you declare Biafra, I will declare Oduduwa. So that's where we are. Serious distrust was sown. And that distrust that was sown as a result of that is what we are suffering up to tomorrow. So for now, I just check out and I will check back in shortly.
All right.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Also, Janaba, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudy.
So let's start with, what did you see in Nigeria when you were there?
My brother.
That is different from when you're in Texas and you are,
My brother, it's a heartbreak, I don't know what to say. For now, let me just heal my physical body, my mental, my spiritual. You can see what I'm wearing. Now, grandma gave me, make I heal on time. So,
you come close to the camera. What are you wearing? Calories? Oh,
Jazz.
Who wears that too? So it's not a.
You say who wears that?
Sure, has that all the time.
Oh yes,
he doesn't have a good internet there. Eh? My God.
Nah, don't be running your mouth on me. I'm using my phone, and then don't run my mouth on me, Harry. Don't run mouth on me. I have a good
Pastor.
internet. My brother, I have a good internet. The only thing is because I'm always on the road, I use my phone, and when there is incoming call, interrupted my line. But you are my brother, Harry, and all the obedient. We are all Nigerians. Nigeria is a hell on earth. I made it back safely, and I understand all the agitation, the Igbo people. I never know. I never remember if I've told you guys. My grandfather's mother is from Oka. So I have Ifeanyi, Ngozi in my family and all of that. So I don't have any bad blood with anybody and any agitation or any Igbo person, even though the UK-based people think that way. But it's okay. Nigeria is a chaos. And my own mindset is that it's a black issue. It's a narrow-minded issue. I don't even believe in that whether Oduduwa, Ariwa, Biafra will be the solution. But if people think they can try that, it's fine. The mindset in Nigeria is below standard. The people are suffering. When the people are suffering, you can't even help them because their mindset, they are being brainwashed. They believe what is not true. And they side
Give us an
violence.
example. Jonaba, give us an example. What do they do?
Okay, look at what is going on in our country. People always think that the last week I think the Benue people always count body. They have a meeting 2 days ago. The chair of Idoma, that is equivalent to whatever you call Oba or you call Eze. The chair of Idoma, like I said to you when I was in Nigeria, is that these people sell land to these people, collect money from them, and it's part of the agenda that you guys cannot do that and put our people at risk. I'm not supporting plan enhancement, and I'm not, but then if people pay for something, if you are in Lagos and you buy a land, the land's supposed to be given to you. Those are the little things that people don't want to talk about the truth. They just want to believe that something just happened and the Fulani came and wiped out the city. No, it's also the same people selling that land to these people on behalf of the owner of the land. And when the owner come and say, why are you guys settling here? The next thing you do, oh, it's our land. We pay the chief of this place. And they say, no, chief doesn't own this land. We own this land. And then there will be a conflict. And then we are talking about the security thing. The governor of the state collect the security vote collect from the federal government is in millions. So who did they spend it on? So if you are talking about security, so I will join you guys back. I'm going to take my son to swimming class. Let me resume my duty and keep my family together. But anything you guys are talking about Nigerians or no Nigeria, Dudua, no Dudua, Hausa Fulani, all of those things, it's all lack of big heart. If Africans are together, not even only Nigeria, like now they separate us. You can the pipeline. I was in Lagos. They vandalized the train with the train rail. They cut it, and the people cutting it. They cut them. They say, "Oh, it's our national cake." This is I saw it live. They say that I could have sent you some of the videos. I say, ask them why are they vandalizing it. They say it's our national cake. I say so to have a train from Lagos to what do they call it? I think it's going to Seme area, and then somebody is cutting it, cutting the aluminium to sell it, and then when they tell them, so why are you doing it? He says it's our national cake. Is that about Igbo, Fulani, Yoruba? It's the mentality of the people. People are just confused. No true leadership. Everybody is just against each other, and they divide us and they control us. I'll join you guys back later when I settle. But all that is going on in Nigeria is bigger than what we think. And at least let's have humanity. If I see you stranded on the road, I don't have to ask you Hausa or Yoruba or Igbo, or I just have to come to your rescue.
Dr. Damages, Dr. Damages, please can I respond to John Abba?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
disagree with some of his views there. So this is exactly what we're talking about. See, there are some sections of the country who feel that their ways of life is being imposed on them. their own way of life is being imposed on. What is wrong with people sitting down and talking and saying, this is how we want to live our life here in the north. This is how we want to live our life here in the south. So you're just taking things periphery. You're not dissecting issues. You're not analyzing the real problem that Nigerians are facing. This is what these politicians do back home. They just kind of take things on the surface and trivialize it. You understand? You're talking about security, for instance. Oh, they get money, they do this. Is it throwing money at the situation? You throw money at it, but there's no real law to back it up. You say the governor is the chief security officer. Can the governor buy a gun? Can he buy a rifle? And yet some people are carrying rifle and AK-47 in the bush. Why are we lying to ourselves?
The
That is
millions
what
given
that
to
is
the
what is
governor is
happening.
for what?
Listen,
The
let me
millions
finish.
and millions of
Listen,
naira
I
given
let
to
you
the
finish,
governor is
okay?
for what?
Let me finish. So some governors, some people are buying AK-47, some cattle headers are carrying AK-47 that your police force is not carrying. You understand? And you are here trivializing such issues. Every day people are dying in Benue.
The worst people in Nigeria
You
are the
understand? And
police
you are
anyway,
saying they
so I
get
don't know
money
what
every
you are
month.
talking about.
Money to do what? Huh? Is that law? We are talking about constitution. We are talking about law and order in a society. You understand? So you're just taking things on the periphery and trivializing the issue. You understand? That country needs a true constitution where everybody will be free to make a choice. If you want Sharia law in your state, so be it. But it will be subject to the constitution that governs the whole country. That Sharia law cannot supersede the law of the country. You understand? We should not be afraid of sitting down and talking and negotiating our existence. Every ethnic group in Nigeria already existed as a kingdom before the white man came, before the English people came and united, brought that country, Southern Protectorate, Northern Protectorate. You understand? We were all different. Let's not kid ourselves. We were different. We have to recognize that fact. You understand? Even before the British left, things were not as bad as this. The laws, the constitution the British people gave to us was not as bad as this constitution. But with this constitution, it's like the original owners of the land are like second citizens or even third-class citizens in their own country. You understand?
All right.
Farmers cannot go to the farm. Farmers are paying taxes to outlaws. You understand? And yet, the millions they raise, these Boko Haram people raise in taxes from these farmers. You understand? They raise millions that ordinarily even their governments cannot get from them. And if you know how much they raise in taxes in the south to subsidize the north in terms of that is the inequity we're talking about. Fiscal federalism. There's no true federalism, yet they want to make the country more unitary, and they call it Federal Republic of Nigeria. They want to control the water resources of the local government. And the government is saying, oh, they want to help increase revenue. Why do you want to help increase? Every local government can generate its own revenue from its resources. Why do you want to control their water resources? This is what we're talking about. You understand? So don't come and say, oh, they get money. Ask your state governor. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about laws. Laws that will laws
A
are made
question.
for people. People are not made for the laws. That constitution is a slavery constitution. It is a slavery document, and it will never bring development to the people of Nigeria.
Olumide, thank you. Thank you so much. I know that some people have questions for you. Let me go to CM. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Olumide, I
Yes,
believe.
yeah.
Sorry, I hope you haven't forgotten the analysis you made earlier. Thank God. I mean, just that somebody intercepted, maybe. You know, what you painted with Tony Nadi putting them in. These are facts. We know the problem with Nigeria is the constitution, and it is due to the inability of this government since 2015 because they promised Naira to $1, they will restructure Nigeria, they formed the Rufai committee and all those things. But it was all falsehood. They cheated and then just to get power. Why the Obidient or any other people were rooting for this, that what this government couldn't do is for Obi to get in and do it. But from the picture you are painting, what I want to ask you is this. have you thought about what will happen if Nigeria continues the way it is after May 29th? Have you thought? Do you still consider that? Do you still think that the way Nigeria is structured, that Nigeria will still be together? Do you still think that way?
So like if you heard what I said initially, I don't Nigeria is as it is currently constituted is not even a civilized society. It is a jungle. You understand? So the only thing left for Nigeria is to just everything to just fall apart. Pata, 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 pata. You understand? So even if Obi gets there, I don't see Obi doing much. I said it earlier. I said even if Obi gets there, Tinubu gets there, or any Southerner for that matter. You understand? I believe the cabal's intention was to keep a Northerner there so as to maintain the status quo. The North wants to maintain power, but because of people's they knew the South would not be happy about it. So they obviously the only options were Obi and Tinubu. And if Obi and Tinubu will want to leave any legacy, they have to change that constitution. If they want to leave any legacy that would endure in the minds of Nigerians, they have to change that constitution, which is very fundamental. That constitution, number one, is a lie. There's nothing like we the people. So that has even made it very, very illegal. That is a legitimate ground for the people of Nigeria to coalesce together, the elites of all the ethnic groups, you understand, to coalesce together to say, you know what, we challenge this constitution. The courts cannot even see. If you take it to court, they won't even give you judgment because
no. All this, see, Olumide, nobody is disputing all this. We know, even without you saying it or before you saying it. What I'm saying is that if
I understand what
the
you're saying.
owners of Nigeria,
I'm not going to shy from my answer. I'm not going to shy away from my answer. I'm going to tell you straight away that if Obi tries to make that fundamental, anything less than changing the constitution and gathering the people, the indigenous people of Nigeria, all the ethnic groups together to write a document that is acceptable and agreeable to everyone. So that if you want to do this, if you want to do that, we agree. A document like that, which Jonathan tried to do but failed in the end, anything less than that is a failure. Because it is a continuation of the status quo. Because whatever legacy, whatever gains he makes in 8 years, assuming they use 8 years, any of them, they will come and reverse it. A Northerner will come, a Fulani for that matter will come and they will reverse it.
All right.
Understand?
All right.
So what I'm saying is, and if they try to change that constitution, they won't agree to it. I am predicting, my own prediction is that they will bring war. They will bring war. So that president must be ready to defend the will of the people. They will bring war to Tinubu. Why do you think they made them Boko Haram commander as vice president? And they know that Peter Obi.
Anyway, I get what you've got.
They will bring war. They are already there in the bushes. Buhari gave them visa to come from every West African country. They are all there. They are carrying rifles. You understand? They are killing people in Benue. They are terrorizing them in Southern Kaduna. You understand? The Yoruba people pushed back. You know, the Eastern people pushed back through the ESN. You understand? Otherwise, it would have been worse for them too. You understand? Right. So these are realities that Nigerians should face.
Olumide, hold on. Matt, what's your question?
Please, I don't know. This is not just like a question. I'm just like trying to understand how, our reason and our thoughts this time around this thing is going on. We are trying to deviate from, can we just catch up one thing and then look for another one to catch up with? What do
you want us to catch up with first, and then the other one?
First, there was election. There is a contest in the court. Someone had to be properly pronounced the president of Nigeria. Someone had to be. This court case had to.
Matt, you also forgot to mention a winner was declared. You forgot to mention a winner was declared.
A winner was declared how? I can't say that in a. I can't say. I can't. If I say it in a national issue, then meaning that I'm a big fool.
I'm
How can
well,
I say so?
I'm not calling you a fool, please.
No, I'm saying no. I'm not saying you called me. No, I said if I made mistake to say it, maybe I'm a fool. What kind of election? What kind of election? Who is it?
You're just I've told you they are owners of Nigeria.
I know, my brother. You know that everything. You know that everything. You know why I'm not asking. You know. But you know why I didn't ask you question. You know why I didn't ask you question because
Olumide, allow one person to talk at a time. Guys, one at a time.
It is a fraud, nothing but a fraud.
Olumide, you are not understanding me. You don't understand that almost 90% of what you said here, I agree with you. But you don't. I'm not arguing. That is why I didn't ask you any question. I'm only just saying that. Now that you are now disputing about Obi, which is what you have strongly,
I'm not about Obi. I'm not
wait. All right, Matt, hold on, Matt. I thought you had a question for.
No, but can I round up? I round up?
Okay, round up.
I was just saying about, because it's not a question, it's not based on what you said about Obi, and I was just trying to put it right that we have to, what you are talking about constitution, all of us, we know that constitution was not written by us, and they say we the people, we know, but that still come to what we are saying. Nnamdi Kanu was fighting here. They said Nnamdi Kanu go through political way. Now wait, I'm coming. Now we divert our energy towards political force to see that someone who is the right man, who can think like a human being, becomes the Nigerian president, so that we, the people, can as well, when he is doing wrong, we can as well tell him, this you are doing wrong. We can also speak out the way we are speaking right now, to make sure that things goes right in Nigeria. But if we start saying, because your word here was that that Obi is going to waste his time in the judiciary. But we are now saying that the judiciary is their angels. We are saying we want them to fail in our presence now. We want them to fail now. They have failed. The INEC has failed us. We want the judiciary to fail us. We want to see them fail, or we want to see them doing the right thing. This is what we are saying, that let's wait and see what this thing we turn to be. And I strongly believe that even though the judiciaries, they have been doing what they have been doing, what they know how to do, that this time they are not going to, it's not going to be easy for them. It's not going to be easy for them. That's what we are saying. And we are now trying to push that Obi will now regain, Obi will be able to regain his mandate. That is what we are talking about. All these things that we are talking about, Oduduwa, Biafra, this one, that one. Let just pipe low for now and sort out this thing. All those ones, you see, all those ones you are talking about, it will be rebutted. It will be rebutted. You see this thing they are doing. If judiciary mess up, all these things you are talking about, both Ojuduwa, but even the one that you've not had the name before, you will see it in Nigeria. I'm telling you.
So Matt,
I'm just telling you.
Matt, the only question I wanted to ask you, what were you expecting? Were you expecting us not to discuss anything until?
Okay, Damages, you want me to respond?
No. I mean, no. He said, you didn't get my point. He pointed at Obi, and I was talking about. He pointed out that he said his word was never. If you want, you check what he said. He said never. So I want to tell you that I don't buy that. I don't buy that never.
Don't worry.
I don't buy that never.
Time will prove me wrong. Time will prove me wrong. I said time will prove me wrong.
All right, guys.
Okay, but I'm just trying to say that we need to wait. We need to wait and see this judiciary fail us.
I'm not even wasting my time with Nigeria.
Oh my goodness, my brother, this is what we are saying. How do we start? How do we then start? How do we then make wrong right?
Do we? If Yoruba man messes up, we will deal with him according to our laws. We don't want any letter from anywhere, from one sultan or anybody to influence anything. We will deal with them according to our laws. We want our sovereign state. Any day we are wasting the destinies of children unborn. These people don't want progress. I'm telling you, the owners of Nigeria don't want progress.
Olumide,
and there are many.
Olumide, hold on. Okay, thank you. Let me go to Tosh. Tosh has been trying to join us for a while. Tosh, welcome.
Welcome, Dr. Damages. Sorry, good evening. I don't know the time you had over there. So I think my own contribution is not so much, but I'll just tip in one or two things. It would have been better, like, if there had been a Southern alliance. That's how to push, or actually, if you really want to pull down the constitution, because that's where the problem is. Whoever that's going to align with the Northerners will never have anything to do with the constitution. Take it or leave it. So this guy going there's actually a postulate that I've put forward, that I've told my fellow Yorubas. I said, Tinubu will. I'm giving him this acid test. I'm putting him to test that while he was governor of Lagos State, he made Obasanjo look like he's a coward and he wasn't on the side of the Yorubas, due to the fact that Obasanjo couldn't push the agenda of creating more local government in Lagos State. So therefore, he took the glory, like, Obasanjo they actually accept his proposal of increasing the local government above that of Kano, due to the fact that Lagos population is huge. So right now, I want to see in his administration, if he's truthful and if he's consistent, I want to see if he's going to the center, if he will, increase the local government of Lagos State to 44 or above 44 or above that of Kano. If you will dare do it, I want to see it. And again, there is a propaganda since 1962, 1963 about the population of the North and South and all that. We know for sure that Lagos population has close 2018 to 21 million. And if you don't forget about there's 2006 census. 2006 census. While Nigeria was conducting its own census, Bola Ahmed Tinubu also conducted his. So we're having two census side by side. He recorded I think 19 million population in Lagos. While federal government recorded 8 million and still made Kano to be 9 million. So Kano always want to be on the edge so that it will always have the status quo of the 44 local government. So now, if he's going to the center, will he, for what he has discovered in 2006 census he had in Lagos, will he take this thing to effect? These two things, the local government increment, and also putting back the status quo, correcting the status quo of the northern parts having more population than the south. If he's going to correct that, that's an acid test on one side. So, sorry, I might not really be dealing with the subject matter right now, but it's just that I'm just trying to it's what I've been actually thinking about. So I just have to say it out. And also, for what I said, a Southern alliance would have been better if you really want to deal with the constitution. But if you have an alliance from south to the north, you can't make any changes. You are just going to be dancing around. It's like a circus, you understand? And you come back to the square one. So what people are actually enjoying right now is like, oh, my tribe is there right now. But if your tribe is there, what is the benefits? What are those things that you guys want to change that Nigeria had before? And what Awolowo in this period, what he had as at that time was to balance things so that there won't be like the Northerners have edge than the South. They might have larger land area than us, but the resources every resources come from the southern parts, which credence should also be given to, you understand? But this imbalance and inequality of power sharing has been there in the 60s, and the status quo has been, has been like that since. So it's just one of my contribution that.
All right, thank you, Tosh. Thank you so much, Prince Apache. Right.
First, let me start from the last speaker. The last speaker, when you talk about, I think you mostly talking about census, and believe me, this time around, you will be disappointed. Why did I say that? During the elections, a certain tribe was particularly told not to come out for election, not to come out and vote. Now that the census is about to happen, you expect them to. Can I finish? I can finish. Let me finish. I
No,
waited for you.
Just want to chip in something. Sorry, please. I'm not actually saying that they should take advantage of this census. I'm not.
Okay.
What I'm just trying to say, of course, you have, like, for what have happened, I would rather advise those people who have been disenfranchised not to take part in the census. But what I'm actually saying, I'm actually going back to what he held as what he believed
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. So pretty much what I'm trying to say, in response to whatever you propose or whatever you said is, you see, we are intellectuals and we all have our reasonings. Some years ago, census happened. I was particularly in Lagos. I knew how that went. I think that was the time you were talking about that Tinubu did his own and all that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Now, at the end of the day, the data that they get from the census, the data that they get from whatever it is, they don't even use it. They don't use it. They only use it for their enrichment and just their friends. Because census is supposed to be, the data they get from census is supposed to be geared towards policy making and also other decisions. It's not done. That is that. Now, creating 44 local governments in Lagos State is laughable, because how can you manage it? The ones you have, you've not been able, I think it's about 25. You've not been able to effectively manage it. And then you now, are we saying let the creation of the local government be just by name? You understand? So that is that. Let me leave that aside. I'm not even looking towards Tinubu or whatever it is. And then in response to Olumide, sir, like I said, I think I'm tinted towards Matt. But what I'm saying in essence is 1, 2 wrongs don't make it right. Number 1. 2, charity begins at home. We have to, something has to happen first. And then the next thing. I know we might say, oh, Obi is not the solution. I know we might say, oh, whatever it is that they're doing without the constitution. For you to amend the constitution has to be amended by the National Assembly. It has to be amended by the National Assembly. And thank God that the National Assembly that we have now, they all know.
Prince Akwachi, I disagree with you. Where I disagree with you is the fact that, number 1, that constitution is a lie. The people have the real legitimacy and power. And anything against that is a lie. We the people, there's nothing like we the people. We all can challenge it. If all our elites, our kings, our elites, political elites, but because they are eating from it, they are eating from that mess, they can't challenge
Okay,
it. And they will tell you, come and contest. Every 4 years, they will cajole you people to come and do election. They will cajole you 100 years to come, nothing will change. I disagree.
I love it. I love it that when you say you guys, you're also part of us.
When I say you guys, I'm saying obedience. I'm not an obedient. I'm not a Tinubu supporter. I want my Yoruba sovereign country. Enough is enough. Since 1960, we have endured enough. The same rights you have as an obedient, as a one Nigeria, I have that same right as a Yoruba person. I want my own sovereign country. Enough is enough. Awolowo foresaw this. He foresaw this mess, and it has come to light.
Olumide, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay, please, if you don't interject me, I will give you a chance. Even if you need a minute, I will give you a chance to even clarify more.
If you come to that point where I have to respond, I will respond.
Okay, so Olumide, what I'm saying in essence is you want your own Oduduwa or Odua country or whatever.
That is your own. That is what you call it. I call it Yoruba sovereign country. You can call it Oduduwa,
Yoruba sovereign.
You can call it Obatala.
No,
you can call it Shongo. I call it Yoruba sovereign country.
Olumide, I get it. I take the correction. Okay, Yoruba nation. Now, one thing I want to ask is, country is it's kind of like it's made up of people. You understand? It's made up of people, and then you have among the people
I'm going to stop you there now. Number one, every ethnic group in Nigeria, the eastern part of Nigeria, the Igbo people were a kingdom before the white man came. Yoruba was a kingdom before the white man came. The Hausa land was a kingdom. They put us together, Southern and Northern Protectorate, say like Nigeria. This is where the mess is. You understand?
So if I may ask,
you know that in Europe we have countries with about 500,000 or not even up to a million population. It will work. Don't worry.
Okay, it could work. Okay.
All right. So we are so far away from the subject of our conversations today. I muted all of you, so if you are talking, nobody's listening to you. So we're so far away from the subject of our conversation today, and this is not going anywhere.
Okay, let me go to the topic. So where are we now? Let me go on that.
Please, no. Well, hold on. Let me reframe everything. So we are so far away from this. First thing I want to remind our viewers, those who are watching, that tomorrow on the show we are going to have David on the joining us. Hold on. Let me get the promo out. Yeah, we're going to have him joining us on 90 Minutes Africa. And we will get the opportunity for him to weigh in on some of the top stories that we've been talking about, the Tinubu's scandals. We talk about Obi and what happened at the airport in the UK. So that will be tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. West Africa, which is also Nigerian time, and 11:30 a.m. in New York. I hope those who can will be able to join us for that conversation. Today there's an election going, not just elections going on across Nigeria. And I think that should worry everybody here, that people in Adamawa and Kebbi, they're electing governors. People in 5 senatorial zones are electing senators. There's election for House of Rep in 31 different districts, 15 states. And nobody's talking about that. We are not talking about that because I don't know if it's because people are tired of elections or because those elections do not matter to people. And it should be also of concern to us that when something is happening up in the north, we don't have media coverage. If there were any election anywhere in the south at this point for governor, you'll be getting feeds. I don't have anybody in Adamawa. I don't have anybody in Kebbi to give us report on what's going on there. And I don't see a lot. I've been going through social media to look at what is being reported. But it's happening, and they will have impact when you talk about what happens in the National Assembly. These senators that will be elected today, 5 of them, will have impact. The House of Rep, 31 of them, will have impact on what the National Assembly will decide in days to come. But we're not talking about it because we don't have facts and we don't have anybody who is there who could join us. I hope if you're watching and you know what's going on there, please, we will let you join us, and we want to hear your view on how the election is going. All right. The other topic that we have today is someone brought it to our attention. Nnamdi Kanu, not Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, and the new government of Biafra in exile. Are you guys willing to talk about that, Mr. Scribe?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Yes,
ready to
sir.
talk
Yes,
about.
sir.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
go
go.
ahead, please. Yeah, go. Let's do it. Okay, so Rudolph is on the phone. CM. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we can comment. We can start commenting on it before he comes. Please, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, the thing is, at least having listened to Lumide, what he said earlier, I can understand that there is need, because there are certain things you said about Yoruba nation I didn't know. I thought I mean touch, but there are certain things you said, just like updated my knowledge. You see, what Simon Ekpa is doing now, I think it's inevitable. Inevitable in the sense that, because from before our very eyes, Nigeria is crumbling. Not really that it is crumbling because of the bad economic situation, but politically, it's like the center can no longer hold. This election, if anything, people had a lot of hope on this last election, particularly those in the diaspora. I stand to be corrected. There's never been an election that elicited. There's never been an election that elicited, can I say, interest from those in the diaspora than this one. But the fact that for one reason or the other, Nigeria or INEC decided to bungle it, that gave people the chance to say, can we have a rethink? So every area or every ethnic group in Nigeria must be making a second, a plan B. So what Simon Ekpa is doing, I see it in that light. Even if before somebody do not support maybe what he was doing, because a lot of us said no, this election will settle it, that Nigerians are really out. They want a good government. There's something like a mass movement up and down the country, east and west. There was nothing. People that came out to vote for Labour Party cuts across every ethnic group. They want a different take. In other words, they don't want PDP, APC. But given the way it panned out and the deliberate effort made to, you know, to shortchange the people by not uploading the presidential election result and seeing something like T-Pexing and all those nonsense. Imagine changing the will of the people, changing the figures. So nobody's interested. That alone gives people the opportunity to say, look, I had better plan something good. So what Simon Ekpa is doing in that light, I think is quite in order, because nobody should be taken unawares. The Yoruba nation is still there. They know they are in the background waiting. Therefore, the Biafra, even if they form their government in exile, not minding the fact that they may not have something like a geographical space they are governing, but the fact that that is there is also a fallback position. So what Simon Ekpa is doing is quite in order. I like it because it's the fallout of the betrayal we had in this election. The federal government is not doing it didn't handle it very well. It shows attempt a clear attempt to keep Nigeria the way it is. They don't want a change. They felt that no, Nigeria is a settled case. Nothing could happen. But let me say this: if Obi had entered, not if Obi, the highest thing anybody could do. We know our problem is the constitution. So until maybe Obi gets in and never change the constitution, that is when I will hold it against him. But for now, if he gets in, he knows that is what he's going to do. But from the look of things, like Olumide was saying, Yes, I can agree that the powers that be, those that claim they own Nigeria, might not really be interested in him changing anything. So that way, something must have to give. So what Simon Ekpa, if you look at it in that light again, what Simon Ekpa is doing is good. It should be a fallback position. Even if some people might not come out openly to identify with it, there is a need for him to hold that type of this, that end of the stick. Should in case nature abhors a vacuum, anything happens, one can now say we have a rallying point. For now, let me yield. I come back later. Thank you.
Mr. Scribe, are you all
Okay,
right?
so now I can come back to commenter mode. I don't agree with what Simon Ekpa has done, and I think we should be careful here because, I mean, the man himself has shown a little bit of recklessness. He has shown himself to be not considerate to the yearnings of those who are, I would loosely define as the downtrodden, or those who are at the bottom. I don't want to use this word, but anyways, but you understand the demographic I'm trying to talk about here. Um, I just don't agree with that idea. Yes, Nigeria is not one. We've not invested a lot in the definition of what it means to be a Nigerian. And I think this is very fundamentally the problem that we have. Why a northerner or someone from Fulani extraction, Hausa extraction, don't see a common ground to come, don't have a shared view or worldview or ideology that is common to those from the south, the Yoruba or the Anang, Efik, or the Igbo or the Ijaw. So I feel that we should still, yes, it's not perfect what we have, but there is still hope that we can still explore such certain areas. And I think that is should be our core focus. And also the Biafra agitation, you know, it's helped. It has helped in many ways. It has opened our eyes. It has made us realize what is wrong, and but it's also going to an extent that we should be careful. We should careful about people trying to have their own selfish interest put into these kind of struggles. And for example, the everything around Biafra is about money. If you go online, even Edoziem, I mean, you may be listening to me. When last did you really address IPOB properly without mentioning fundraising? So it leaves to suspect. I'm only speaking from the murmurings of some people who I know who were in the IPOB camp and not in the IPOB camp. And when I talk to them, they're like, "Yeah, it's all about fundraising. It's all about money, 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 money." So these are the reasons why I'm very, very suspicious of, the group that are seen as the people trying to fight for Biafra. Biafra is an ideology. We can't take it away. I'm of the Igbo extraction. In the 1970 or whatever, 67 war, we were Biafrans. Okay, so I'm not trying to distance myself away from that. I still, ideologically, I am still rooted from. My ancestry is from that side. I do understand, but what we have right now is a confluence of people who have intermarried. My nephew, who I love so much, is half Yoruba, he's half Igbo. My other relatives are half Hausa, half Igbo. So, I mean, from my own neck of the woods, I think Nigeria will be disastrous for me. My family alone, the investments in northern Nigeria, real estate investments and everything, we would suffer greatly. So I want Nigeria to stay. I want Nigeria to stay. I do see the reason with those who want to escape and those who want to go their own way. I respect your opinion, but fundamentally, we should give this a crack. We should give this another go.
Thank you, Scribe. Let's go. Olumide, what do you think? Olumide, can you unmute yourself? We can hear you, Lumide.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Diamond, did you have a question for me?
Yeah, I said, what do you think? We're talking about Simon Ekpa and his government in exile. Is that the way to go? And what do you think about that?
Well, I won't so for the I would allow the Igbo people decide what they want. You understand? I mean that's if they want to support him. I mean, some section of people, I would say a large section of the Igbo people support Nnamdi Kanu, and Simon Ekpa is a follower of Nnamdi Kanu. So I will let them decide what they want. I'm sure the Igbo people are decided about what they actually they want to follow. Someone is stay and play the politics of Nigeria. Someone to follow Simon. Some people like Tony Nadi obviously believe that it should be the way to go should be a lot more peaceful. I think we all agree about the fact that majority of us, especially the other ethnic groups in the South, agree that the country is not going where it should go, but it's the way that it should be done that we differ, that we're all different about. You understand? Some believe we should play the politics, and when we get there, we will through the politics influence change. You understand? But like what Mr. Scribe is saying, how do you want to influence change when you don't have a majority in the house? When the fundamental part of the constitution that affect the lives of the people has to be changed by a majority number, and those who cooked up that 1999 constitution deliberately cooked it so that change will be difficult to make, and they are ready for war if you guys decide to
Absolutely.
Very
good question.
Do you understand?
Very good question. Can I respond to you?
That is where we differ. I think the Obidient, I understand what the kind of politics they're trying to play, the way they're trying to go, but some of us are of a different opinion. We're saying that initially, we the people, that constitution with the people is illegitimate.
And I agree with you.
I agree with Nadi. People, let me finish, Mr. Scribe. I'm sorry. That is where many people don't kind of see reason with Tony Nadi. He wants a peaceful approach. You understand? He wants the people to rise up. But majority of the people back home, they've been stripped of power. They've been stripped of their dignity. You know, they're afraid they will be arrested if we do the kind of uprising that would normally occur in a place like France, UK. You understand? Look at the answer. Some of them are still in prison, in jail. You understand? So we want to stand up to the government. Our elites, our politicians that we're saying stand up for us are not able to stand up for us because of the crumbs they eat from the table. They are not thinking of the unborn generation. They are not thinking of the future. They're only thinking of their present pocket. What do I get in Abuja? What do I do in Abuja? You understand? So we need to think of that is how civilized society grow. You understand? Like UK, like America, like Canada here, you know, when they make laws, they think of the future generation, they think of the unborn generation. Now, that is what that particular section of the country has done. They have made laws and locked it up to favor their own unborn generation, so that the resources that comes from the other part of the country will continue to flow to them. And those changes will be difficult to make. You understand? They don't want you to control your security, because they know the moment you start to control your security, then you begin to get a little bit of power. They put you can't have electricity. Look at the kind of GRA in Ikeja. Look at the industrial estate that Awolowo created. Eventually, that industrial estate has disappeared. How did it disappear? They crippled the electricity for 60 years. And this current minister of power is saying that by 2050, that Nigeria will begin to enjoy 50% stable electricity. 2050. Me, I'm not going to be alive then now. Will you be alive then? And it's not even guaranteed. So when do you want to start developing industries? And without electricity, you can't develop industries. All of them, Nestle, that they used to produce here, all of them have moved to Ghana, Cadbury. Come on, we don't have any industry anymore. It's time to go our separate ways.
Olumide, can I just quickly respond to you?
This experiment. 62 years of experimentation by the British, and we want to continue under one Nigeria. Come on.
Olumide, can I come in? Olumide, I think you're misunderstanding me. That everything you say about the 19, I don't know if you've been watching me. I've been on this platform for a long time now. Everything you are saying, I have said it here, and I totally agree with you.
That's why I'm saying, Mr. Scribe. I'm saying that.
Wait. You asked me a question.
Most of us agree. Most of us agree that
You and some of the people on the
we agree
comment
with the
section.
problems and the fact that there should be changes, but it's just the modality for the changes
I understand.
that we disagree about. I don't believe in the obedient movement. I'm sorry.
Please.
I don't believe in it.
Go back and watch my questioning of the World Igbo Congress chairman, and I asked him questions, and I framed it that
honestly, I don't know what the Igbos want, but I can speak for Yoruba people. We want to be out of that place.
Hold on. Scribe, hold on.
I'm sorry. I don't know what the Igbos want. I don't know what the middle belt want. If the middle belt wants to step out of Nigeria, fine. But the Yorubas believe that it is time for us to go on our own and achieve greatness and discover our destiny.
You know, sometimes this platform doesn't allow people may not. Olumide, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Dr. Damages.
Okay, good. All right. So thank you so much for your contribution. I wanted to frame the question maybe the way to be useful to you. I understand that you support the Yoruba nation.
That's right.
Is there any situation where the Yoruba nation will decide that the best approach now is to form a government in exile? And will you be part of that government?
I don't think we support that move of a government in exile, because what is the government in exile going to do or influence? It has to come from home. It has to come from home. We will pursue a peaceful way. You understand? I'm not part of that leadership, but I've been following the leadership, what they're doing. They're split into two right now. Some of them are supporting Tinubu, thinking that they will be the one to make the change that we want. Some of us are saying, I hell bent on and sticking on the fact that no, we want out. You understand? But like I said, I don't believe in Tinubu. I don't believe it's going to make any meaningful. And if he tries, he has a Boko Haram vice president that will take care of him. So that's just my own. That's why I am so sorry for his so sorry for him. You understand? And we've told him, even before he went to contest, we told him, Baba, forget that thing, no go there. You understand? But if our elites are listening to people like us on the outside, saying things from the outside, exactly the same way they treated Awodi, exactly the same way they treated Abiola, it's the same treatment you're gonna get. Forget you think you have the power now? Forget it. You're gonna eat your breakfast. Don't worry. These people know how to deal with you. They own the constitution, they own the country, and they're gonna fix you.
All right. Thank you, Olumide, thank you.
Can I get just 30 seconds, please? 30 seconds.
I don't want it to be between you and Olumide.
No, not between me and Olumide. I need to, because I mentioned my personal rationale in the sense that I am thinking of the future of my nephew, who is half Igbo, half Yoruba, and my nephews who are half Hausa, half Igbo. And the real estate is not even in my direct family. This is my ancestors went to the north probably in the early 1900s or something like that. We're not sure. We've lived there, we've invested there for many years. I am not entitled to any of that. But when I think of my relatives who are clearly, they don't even know their way back to, they don't care. They don't want to come back to Eastern Nigeria, but they're blooded Igbos. You see, that is the context. I know many people are like me. I have relatives in those areas, and that is the reason why I feel that we still need to give this another crack. You understand? And then also, when you look at the similarities between us and the bond that we have built over and over, it deserves time that we should sit down. And what is my solution? My solution is very simple. And it relates to the question that I asked the World Igbo Congress president or chairman. I asked, like, look, if IPOB were to have formed a political party that was just like the way ABGA was, and sincerely fought and got their members into the state house assemblies or federal posts and everything, and then began to engineer the change, yes, it will take time, but I feel that is the right solution. You may have your own position. CM is laughing. But anyways, I know CM, you don't agree with me. But that is why this is a democracy. And that is why
they won't upload the result. They won't upload the result. They won't upload any result for IPOB party. They won't upload the result.
All right. Thank you. Let me just announce that we are getting some stories out of the elections taking place. in the northern part of the country, Sokoto, Zamfara, there was very high turnout, but in the southern part of the country, very low turnout. That's what we're getting. I'm getting some videos. I'll hopefully play some of them before we end the show today. All right, Atosh, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, my brothers. According to what Mr. Scribe said, yeah, I can get a little bit of some points there. But don't forget that we've been put in this quagmire of confusion. And in this quagmire, from your question, he said, what Samuel Ekpa, is he actually good on what he is doing? Though, Nigeria's situation pushed him to his present condition right now. He will be emotional. Nobody will go through all these things right from, if you hear history of Biafra and all that, and there's a constant marginalization, and it will lead one to be so passionate and also be emotional about it. So this emotional part is what pushed him. I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but it happened. Since it had happened like that, people will be dragged along, and he controlled a lot of people and all that. But we shouldn't forget. I believe in the obedient movement, because I believe that if you want to make any changes, it must start within Nigerian system. Like, you must be in the politics. But when you study the Nigerian terrain, I said something about the Southern Alliance. You can only succeed, or you can only have victory over the owners of Nigeria. When I say the owners of Nigeria, I don't want to, talk about, giving names. The owners of Nigeria has to come from a Southern Alliance. Because ever since the Biafra war has been there, like, people don't want to push out their agenda, like, oh, in a way, like, oh, I have some feelings with the Biafrans. They will suspect you. Oh, I don't think your tribe is fit enough to govern Nigeria. So people always want to, like, they always want to distance themselves, like, no, we don't have anything to do with the separationist and all that. So that has been the agenda, and every tribe has been coming there to be like, I saw it in Jonathan's period. He has tried all his body language, like, no, I believe in this one Nigeria. And this one Nigeria tends to have this 1999 constitution context in it that says, that will not allow this referendum. Once someone comes in there and, make an amendment to that referendum, that is where we are losing the problem has been tied, and someone has to go there to untie it. You understand? So when the referendum thing has been done, that is the beginning of we moving forward. So how can it be done? It's when you have someone from the political system, which I believe the Obidient can do. But don't forget, even let's say, for example, Obi got there. Like, Obi will also want to be careful. Like, oh, the Southeast has been given this chance right now. I don't want to blow it up. I want other Southerners to come. So you will be so, like, cautious. Like, I don't want to do anything that will, that will bring any suspicion that has to do with, like, giving a leverage or kind of easy way out for any secession to occur. Like, maybe pushing out the constitution, like the referendum thing. It will raise a dust. So I believe he himself will also want to behave like Jonathan, like, oh, I'll tread on a cautious path, so that I don't want to, block the opportunity for any Southeasterners coming behind. So it's one of those. That thing is very complicated, and it's strategic. And as for Yoruba Nation, I really don't think it can fly, because we've not gotten to the level of that sensitization. The sensitization has not gotten into where it should go. Even a lot of Yorubas don't really know what the Yoruba nation is all about. They don't really know, unlike the Biafrans. Like, they've experienced, and the war has really built them. So we can't compare ourselves like, oh, where the Yorubas are is where the Igbos are. No. So it's like an utopia to me. It's an El Dorado. Like, it's an imagination of, oh, we want our nation to, like, we want to take it up from there. It's just like, That's the way I see it anyway. So.
Right. Thank you, Touch. Thank you so much. Man of prestige. Unmute yourself, man of prestige. Go ahead. The second hear you, man of prestige. Let's go to Henry. Henry, you're next.
I would say, for me, the situation with the situation we have right now, if they don't give our mandate to us, I would prefer they should share the country. Everybody have to go their way, because the hope we have, both the ones who are the Biafra, some Biafra support this movement. This was I have a lot of Biafra where I stay. They supported movement that we will make things better in the eastern part of Nigeria, because they were not giving them enough chance. I'm a Benin, but I feel sympathize for these people because they kill a lot of them during the Biafra time. Nigeria never came out boldly to apologize to the Igbos. This is what is not right. This is what is not right. And when Nnamdi was not in prison then, I supported Nnamdi because it was with one Nigeria. But when you see the things that's going on in the east, and when they kill their people, then you say, okay, not everybody have to go. I support this 100%. It's really sad, but people just sit. The breakfast, most of the one I pop online, they fight themselves. They talk about money. They don't talk about Nnamdi is detention. They should try to way to fight, make sure they release this man urgently, but they were not focusing on this. They're focusing on fundraising every time. They're fighting themselves, calling them names. This one is what do you call him? BOS or what I call them, or this they're not coming as one as before. The time that was outside. But some Ekman, he have a choice, because Nigeria is not working. They put the hope we have now is Peter Obi. The only hope we have now is Peter Obi. The only hope some of these Biafrans who are in Nigeria now, outside Nigeria, they think if Peter Obi comes, things will change. We will fight out to change the constitution. We fight out to make things better. We should not forget one thing. Nigeria is a project. Nigeria was not created to be one. People should know that. The people should create Nigeria for you people. People should know that. You should not force people to become one Nigeria. We are never one. And you know it. Mr. Scribe, you know it. We're never one Nigeria. You know it inside you. So when they try to force people to become to be one Nigeria, we are managing to be as one. We're not one, never be one. Look at the Fulanis, the lifestyle. We don't live like that. We want better life. But they want their cow life. They should live with their cow life where they stay.
No, Henry. This is what we're talking about. People.
Mr.
What do you mean by cow? If you're asked now, what do you mean by cow life?
Okay, they said the killing was happening everywhere in Benue.
Nomadic. He means a nomadic lifestyle.
They want their life to move around with their cow. Yeah, it's
but
okay.
Nomadic. The word is nomadic. The cow
I put it to everybody to know the way I'm talking about.
Henry, hold on.
Grammar, nomadic is way. Leave that side.
Henry, what percentage of Fulanis are still nomadic? What percentage? How do you generalize and use one expression? If I say all Bini people are this, will you agree with me? Anything?
No.
So why do you say that?
The Fulani, let's say the Fulanis we have in Nigeria,
yeah,
at least more than 50%, they want to live that life.
Even if it's 90, why will you say that Fulanis are this? Because there are people who are not, whatever you are talking about.
But the killing in Benue State, who is doing this killing? It's a question.
That's not what we're talking about. But what we're saying, it's not all Fulani. Even if you can say this are being done.
Okay, let's assume. Let's assume now. People like my state, we say we don't want the cow to move around the street. We don't want it. Other states say they don't want it. Why they cannot follow the laws? Why?
Henry, you just need to apologize and move on.
That's not why you should speak the way you speak. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just apologize and move on.
The point I'm making is that you should speak the way you speak.
You mean I insulted the tribe, or what you mean?
You said what?
Yeah.
You mean I insulted the tribe, you mean?
Yeah.
It's
The whole.
Okay, I take
it's
it. I take it back.
derogatory.
I take
Yeah,
it back.
exactly.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. You see,
But meanwhile, let me finish. Let me round up.
we're done.
Let me round up.
Okay.
Listen, when people go to other, if I came to, I'm staying in Germany right now. I cannot come to my city and start oppressing people living in the city there, in this state where I'm staying. No, it's not working like that. They should follow the law there. They should live like other people are living in that state. This is how it's supposed to be. And the government of Federal Republic of Nigeria, you have to give right to every religion, every region to have a part in the government. Look at who's holding the post of all big government officials in Nigeria. Who are the people holding this post? Who are the people? Tell me. Who is controlling the seaport? Who is controlling the petroleum? Are we one Nigeria?
So, Rudolph,
when we speak
in support of Henry, I just want to say that it's not like those of us agitating for our own separate states don't believe in the One Nigeria project. We've given up on it because number one, we have found out that the reason why, in the largely the reason why it is so is because that constitution didn't originate from everybody. It was a section of the people, section of the country that wrote it to favor them, and it is the foundation for the problem of the country.
Illuminate. We will find time to discuss this constitution and
so,
everything. If I ask you now,
anything short of the new president, whether it will be
if they change the way they govern the country,
to rewrite a new constitution,
the way
people to sit down and rewrite a new constitution, we don't want to be part of that. Nigeria
they should give right to every region to participate in this government. If they should change the way they rule the country, then things will be changed. People will stop this agitating from other country because the things is not working.
Voice in that new law that binds all of us together.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We should not pretend that we are all Nigeria. We should not pretend about it. It's fact.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Dr. Haruna. Dr. Haruna, welcome to the show.
Hello. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you again.
Great. I just strolled to. I just saw you online, and I had some time, so I just decided let me hear what my doctor is doing today. And
it's nice to have you. We have so many interesting topics that we've touched on today. So I will just try them out on you and see what you think. So we started with the incident in the UK with
what's my clarification, Zurich?
The detention at the airports, or the arrest, as some people call it. What do you know about the incident?
Okay, I think anybody that really wants to see change in Nigeria and is seeing what's going on right now, from a person that was insignificant, a person that didn't mean much, is just a trader, and the whole movement. The whole thing, when people say Obidient movement, he never started anything called Obidient. It was a spontaneous thing that was just organic. Somebody just decided, okay, since his name is Obi, and there's already a movement which is bigger than Obi, because even if Obi drops and says, I'm not pursuing anything, Nigerians just are tired and they want to see change. And I speak as a northerner. Sometimes as much as I feel it with my Igbo brothers and sisters, with what we've observed and watched, how Nigerians, or let me say northerners, I don't want to beat about the bush, the way they have marginalized, they have maltreated the people from especially the southeast. So there are some of us, even though we are from the far north, but then when you are educated and you truly use your education, your mind opens. And so this thing about being where they use religion, or they use illiteracy and keep people bound. That's why they go like zombies and just follow like the sheep going to the slaughter. But the moment you are enlightened, I went to Ahmadu Bello University. I did industrial design. Graduated in 1982, and Ango Abdullahi was my vice chancellor. I lectured in Zaria City. So you get to a point where your worldview is different. So whatever you see in Nigeria suffering today is not suffering because of the North is suffering because of a group of Northerners that have decided they are going to remain the ones in control of everything, impoverish the people, because we suffer more poverty in the North, more illiteracy, everything works against us because we are the receiving end of these people. For anybody in the South, especially Southeast, they are innovative, they are creative, they can go outside. How many Fulani houses do you see abroad? We just believe Nigeria belongs to us. We're going to control everybody. And so that's what we are using. But you know, it needs, and anytime somebody invades your place and succeed, it needs an insider who is greedy, who is selfish, who is thinking just about himself or herself. So anything that's happening right now in Nigeria, it is people in the South that are working, conniving with the Northerners, and a few of the Northern people that are involved in putting Nigeria in this mess. It's not, I mean, see, in the North, because being from the North, I saw how we wanted change. I don't know Obi from anywhere. All I just saw is that one Nigerian who seems to be transparent, who seems to want good for everyone, no matter your religion, no matter what part of the nation you come from. So for me, whether this thing about arrest is because the same people that don't want to let go of power. They notice now that they say go to court, because they were so sure that there will be no, they will just, wave it off and then just give in and then they will continue. So when they now notice that this go to court is for real and the case against them is too obvious, so they are now coming up with ways of finding ways to implicate even this thing with the so-called phone call or conversation with Bishop Oyedepo. Those are all the plans. Because, I mean, in the North, if Tinubu will decide he's going to do Muslim ticket and did not mind, and Nigerians still allowed it to go, and what is that? They don't have any basis. So for me, it's a clear display of they are grappling for the last breath of air that they have, because they can see that this thing is working against them. Because one thing I want everybody on, that's on this broadcast, including those that are on the comment section or whatever other channel you are broadcasting through or from, I just want everybody to know they are succeeding in dividing us by saying, let the Igbos go their separate ways. Let the Yorubas go their separate ways. Let whatever other group go their separate ways. Just like it started with local government creation. Even if we come down to Edo eventually, if you give them their state, they will start fighting each other. So it's a basic thing of human selfishness and greed. Because even for INEC to perpetuate what they are doing, see what almost happened in Abia. It has to take it has to take somebody from within for them to do what they do. And greed doesn't know religion. Greed does not know tribe. It doesn't know what section, what you're agitating. Even if we talk about the Yoruba nation, right now, the Yoruba nation, there are people that will sell their fellow brothers for the sake of money. You go to Southeast, it's the same. So it's a human greed and selfishness that if we let them keep using this, that's how they will continue to govern. But for the first time, Nigerians in the North, South, East, and West, we came together. I never knew Obi. Till now, I haven't met Obi, even though I'm in the forefront of what he's doing. When I started, I wasn't thinking about Obidient. All I just saw is a ray of hope that, wait, you mean for the first time, Nigeria is about to work. Just if you doubt the thing about the North, look at Dirty. I'm always talking with Dirty. This man is one of the few Northerners. He's sharp, he's educated, he's not a religious fanatic. He's not thinking about anything. All he wants to see is the progress of Nigeria. That's why they are now accusing him of what he's talking about is treasonable. Because they are noticing that for once, Nigerians want to grab this thing by force from them, from the career politicians that are actually rogues and thieves. So I would say my advice to everyone is that let's patiently unite, even though we still have those differences. We on this panel, it's not us that are against each other. It doesn't matter whether they forced Nigeria on us, we came from different backgrounds. Why do people divorce? They get married in love. But when selfishness comes in, a couple that said, yes, I do, whether how Muslim or Christian, suddenly they return to court to say, I want to divorce just because of differences. So differences should only make us stronger, not weaker. So my thing concerning that is that if this one, since this didn't work, they are still planning more against Obi. But you know it's difficult to win against an innocent person. And they will keep failing and keep failing. So, I mean, they're busy cooking. I know certain things that they are still busy with. Because anytime they hit their head against the wall, they come up with something. And they have other plans they have not hatched out. But I can tell you for once, Nigeria is about to work. Even this thing with Fulani herdsmen, it's a few people, less than 5%, people that are making money off of it. The thing with all these people that you hear kidnapping, it's a syndicate, it's few people, some from the north, some south, east, or middle belt that are making money off of it. So that's why I don't want us to get diverted by thinking it's when we go our separate ways. The moment you go your separate ways, your own new war will begin. Because you're dealing with human beings who have selfish interests. Why would somebody that is from the southeast stand against Obi and work against Obi? Why would somebody like Wike that says he wants transparency? I am this integrity, a group of integrity, and then he goes behind and is conniving. And so let me tell you, Nigeria, we just need to wipe off all these evil people that are career politicians that are there to steal the wealth and the resources of Nigeria, and let's release it to people like Obi, whether they call themselves Obidient or whatever. We just want Nigerians that to make this thing work, whether you are in diaspora or you are in Nigeria. And let's keep aside anything that will divide us. Let's unite and build Nigeria. I
Dr. Damages, please, I want to respond to Dr. Haruna.
No,
so Dr. Haruna.
No, not yet. Olumide, no. There are a lot of people here. They've not said anything. Just hold on, okay? I will give you the chance. Joel of Nashville, welcome to the show. It's been a long time.
Hey, I thought it's my turn. No,
man of prejudice, I'll come to you. I'm happy that you're good now. I'll come to you. Let's so Joel of Nashville, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph. I just tuned in today. It's been a difficult situation for me, and thank you, Mr. Haruna, for all you do. I usually I always hook up to your show, and you've been so consistent, with where we ought to be as a nation. It is unfortunate for those of you who say Tinubu is your president, whether he's elected, whatever it is. Tinubu is not my president. He is not my president. Now, if we exhaust, our options in court, and it turns out that he was still declared, I will still look at the process that made him that president. And if it is not, he will continue to be your president. He can never be my president. A drug baron cannot be my president. It is unfortunate where we've been today, how we got to where we are today as a nation. Look, I do not have any problem. I'm a game man. If we lose an election, I will congratulate you. But the carnage that happened in Lagos, the insult that we saw in River State, by a weekend that ought to have known better. But look at him. Look at what they did in Lagos, where people are being threatened. In fact, before I came on your show, Dr. Damages, I was watching another guy in Imo State.
Oh, yeah.
Threatening, telling people that in this local government, it's going to be only APC. He did not hide it. Where is Wole? Where is the fascist? Where is the, it's so easy. I was so disappointed at Wole Soyinka. But these are the issues we're talking about because, on that particular day, on that interview, he started developing a selective hearing. And all his mind was on that. But we see evidence of this carnage on the street of Nigeria, and yet nobody is talking. Buhari, the APC, but whenever the APC talks, the police start grappling, running around. Look, Rudolph, let me tell you something. It's about the propaganda. We seem to have forgotten so soon. Prior to 2015, you see, the Tinubu government came in through a propaganda. And most of us here knew what happened with what Osibajo said. Osibajo came out and said they were going to form a parallel government. He didn't even talk about interim. He said a parallel government. That was treasonable. But you know what? Sometimes I blame in Igbo land, we call it Onyamummiri and Jonathan. Because these are the things, certain things, as a leader, in the face of fairness, you must also apply the rule of law. If someone made a treasonable offense, damn the consequences, get that person arrested. It is because that we keep allowing people like this to make statements. It is because we allowed an M. Solomo to disrupt elections in 2015 and 2019. We embolden these people as time goes on. There is no punishment. There is no repercussion. So everybody is the government unto themselves. So this is the things that we are looking at to see how can we stop this nonsense. Tinubu, look, I lived under Tinubu for 8 years in Lagos State. Tinubu is not more than Tinubu that we used to know. And coming to look at, because you see in politics, whenever you come out for politics, then people will start digging, deep into your profile and all that. With what is coming out from Tinubu, I'm not impressed. I cannot just say that this man is my president. I'm sorry. I cannot just say that. So, Dr. Damages, I do not want to take so much time on your show. Thank you for having me on. But this fight is a fight that we must continue to fight. There must be persistence. Persistence pay. Let us not back out. It is not now, oh, okay, it has happened. No. Even if Tinubu is sworn in, if we are protesting, we must protest. We must speak. We must continue to speak until that mandate is given back to us, or we serve as an opposition, an opposition to the sitting government. No matter which way it goes, we must be persistent. Now we have seen what they did in this election. In the next election, I'm saying whatever the PVC registration comes up, everybody will start in time. We must build a citizens' army for the next election. We must protect it so we know where the problems are. We know where these votes, we know where they read these votes. So we know what to do. So Nigeria, I am telling you, be patient. It is a marathon. It is not a sprint. Good governance is a marathon. We shall continue. We shall be persistent. And I pray that we get to where we want to be. Thank you, God. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Joel. Hold on. Let me play this video. He mentioned this when he was talking, and I had it ready to go.
Congratulations to His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Hope Odedeka for emerging as a candidate of our party. And we assure him that the Kenya logo have 15 polling units. We will close up everywhere. We will give him 100% of 100%. No other party is allowed to come to Kenya logo to campaign
in the logo in that election. I'm giving it to you as instruction and as a directive. Power. No other party no vacancy, to be allowed to drop anything canopy anywhere in the kind of logo. That is our position.
All right.
No, hold on, Dr. Damage.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something. I'm so upset about this. That's my state. But before I proceed, let me say something to one named Joel of Nazareth. Welcome to this platform. This is the first time I've seen you on this platform. But I'm glad you're on the right platform instead of the other platform we're going. This is a gold standard platform. This is a gold standard platform, okay? If you come here more often, don't go to that platform where they, I don't want to mention names.
Man of prestige. You see, I am one of my dad will always tell me that I should always know what my enemies are speaking about me. I always go to where I it's not like I don't see the damages show. Most times I sleep during the daytime. So that's the reason why I don't come up. I work night shift. However, I like going to where people are comfortable with me, and I go there and I speak my mind. It doesn't matter. I might speak to one person and one person will understand. So that is the game for me. I go to anywhere I want to
Okay.
go to.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, for me, the reason why I stopped doing that, in my head, I can't stand anything tribalistic. I can't stand it. So that's why I stopped going where anything that doesn't fit me. But anyway, let me wait till my turn.
Okay.
Can I speak now?
No, hold on, man of President. Dr. Haruna,
Okay.
I sent you a message on the private chat. So please, if you can check it. Bello, welcome to the show. I'll come to you, man of President, next. Let me hear from Bello. Bello, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be around the world. I appreciate this opportunity, to be here once again. First of all, let me first comment about the IMO APC nonsense. It's very, very unfortunate and condemnable, that in this day and time of our lives, people can still keep intimidating and try to block people from exercising their civic duty. That is very, very unfortunate, and I think I don't think I think the governorship election in Imo State is still coming up. I think the security officers are supposed to be alert about this and make sure that all these plans that they are arching up doesn't happen, because I believe Imo election is going to be a kind of it's going to be an off-season election, so it's not going to be like the general where we're not going to really have enough security to look out to all this kind of infringement. Well, that's by the way anyway. So what actually brought me here was the topic of the day about the issue of obese detention and Tinubu listed as one of the most influential 100 men of our time or something like that by the Time magazine. Well, for me, I understand. I've listened to a lot of people, speakers talk, and but so far, observed that people have been kind of defective from this issue. Many people that I've heard spoken, I haven't really heard them really talk about this situation, about obese arrest or detention, as it were. For me, sometimes I want us to be objective, regardless of where we lean or whether we're supporting or, where our emotion lies. What really happened with obese, detention? I believe like Nigerians really want to know. And up till this point, I know like people have been right, because the UK government has been silent about it. Obi himself, the only thing that we've heard from him and he says so far was like, it was maybe somebody was trying to manipulate him and all of that. I mean, to me, that doesn't really fly. We want a statement. For me, I'm speaking for me. I mean, people deserve to know what really happened, what really transpired, because he came back to Nigeria earlier than he scheduled, because I don't believe he came back at the time. We really don't know. Was he deported? What really happened? I believe Nigerians deserve to know what really happened, especially for somebody like Obi, who so far has been, is well respected. So far, everybody has seen him as somebody that is upright and somebody that we see as like the hope of the nation. Somebody who would think like he's very honest, and who we think maybe one day it might lead to our nation to the glory land. So I feel like, we really want to know what really happened.
Okay. All right. You have something else about I want to go?
Yeah. Is it really under any investigation? We really want to know. And that is, I just want to yield the spot at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Just clarification to Bab. Totally, yes. Bab, actually, like you said, because what the public profile of Obi, people will be interested to know what happened. But then, let me point you in one direction. Have you seen the news making the round that Abike Dabiri bailed Peter Obi from Heathrow Airport? Did you see the social media where they are showing
Those
that
are
Obi sat?
propaganda.
Okay, yeah, no. That is to tell you that Obi's ordeal or travel in London was APC planned. But the truth will be revealed later. Like we're all inquisitive. It should not be it should not be allowed to be swept under the carpet. It should be, because if Nigerian passport, every passport is biometric. The person who impersonated Obi used Nigerian passport. How did that person get the passport? That is from where the investigation should start. Probably they are doing it. Labour Party, they are not sleeping. They are digging into it, but they will come up with it. So in a way, we will all know what happened, what really happened. But from beginning to end, it has the color of APC written all over it. That is just a propaganda. It was a setup, because ordinarily, if it is not planned, the British immigration system, if you stumble on this type of thing, it will make a headline immediately that this. But because it's planned, coordinated from Nigeria, just to embarrass Obi. By the way, when Obi came back, Obi had a function to keep up with at Onisha. That's where he went to, because he has received the invitation before traveling. He just came for something, but because it happened this way, he quickly has to go back and attend to what he's doing. Everything will be revealed. I bet you that. So there's no secret. It's APC plan, but it has failed. And they were the people to first of all release the picture of Abike Dabiri, which they photoshopped from where Abike was talking to a military officer, took the one of Obi speaking with Obasanjo in his house, fixed it there, removed everything, made Obi to sit on the air instead of sitting on bench. So this is APC propaganda. The doctored video, what is the voice call, the telephone conversation with Oyedepo, all those fake bishops, we know them. They are doing it in they are
Let
too
me also
amateurish
remind you,
about
Mr.
all those.
Sehem, if you would like to speak to this, because before Obi came out to debunk the fact that the UK government, or rather the UK immigration, tendered an apology or whatever. We have seen this news flying around that the UK government has apologized to Obi about the situation, which eventually, came back that it was a lie, because like Mr. Obi himself have come out to debunk that. So, the propaganda has been like, from the both sides. It's not really coming from one side of the, of the divide.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's leave it at that.
I wanted to ask you, you said that this picture that we showed now came from APC. I wanted to ask you if you know the person that first put it out there. How did you know it was? I something that
And anyway, okay. Anyway, the thing is, APC. You see, there's nothing APC cannot do. Just take it from me. And all these things, because he's still on that labor, is still looking into it. You know, the thing is that the fact that we're able to get the picture where he came from tells you everything. We know all this. Okay, when we are there so much shouting, go abroad. Imagine Fanekayo, the man who takes more cocaine than food. He's saying, go abroad, don't come back again. Peter Obi should leave Nigeria permanently, let him not come back. Look at Fayo, Feminos, Fani Kuku Kayodede. They were call him for food Kayode. So all these things. So these are, APC. These are braga. We know, we see it, but they do it in a way that is so amateurish they can't defend it. Forget about all these things will come out, but let Obi win at the this thing first. They're applying another one from calling him a security risk, that treason. DSS should arrest Obi. It didn't work. Lai Mohammed has to take a presidential, whether it's executive class jet flight, go to New York or Washington to tell Americans what they know more than him, that Peter Obi is treason. What sort of, these are too childish. They should own up. The propaganda is too much. Obi is not a saint, but he's squeaky clean in terms of this type of a shenanigan that is associated with Nigeria. Obi is not that type of person. The only person he has spoken to is Professor Chinyere Okunna. Go to her Facebook page. You will see where they really reported what Obi told her in confidence after this. Obi have never spoken anywhere about it, unless he goes to TV if they invite him, but he hasn't spoken. So all these things APC is doing underground, it won't work. Let them leave Obi alone. We know the type of Obi's character. They won't get him. If they like, let them put a woman with him. It won't work.
What
If they
really
like, let them
happened, Mr.
go and put
CM? You
cocaine
kept
in Onisha
dancing
for him.
around it. What really happened?
Hold on. Let me go back to Haruna. Haruna.
Yeah, I was just about to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
I think, did you notice that each time they asked Peter Obi during the campaigns, how is he going to handle security? And the presenters will push and push him to say the details. That would mean playing into the people's hands if he comes out to say, this is how they're going to handle security. But he said, the moment we come in, we're going to deal with it. So, sometimes it could look as if people have become so, gullible or so naive that they've decided they just believe in Obi, and so they don't want to see any other thing. Even when it's wrong, they don't want to question. I don't think this is a matter of blind loyalty. You check the track record, how people have behaved. Since this government, the current regime came in, from not caring about Obi and whatever his stand for was or his vision was for Nigeria, to suddenly, if Obi is number 3, why are they not after Atiku? Atiku has had more issues, phone calls, leaked phone calls, many other things, plans that they have made that were so obvious, but no, they're not talking about Atiku. The reason is because they want to block and break every bone, every joint, any possibility of this Obi thing working. That's why they are doing what they are doing. And you notice Obi does not come out. Generally, it's others that have to speak for him. Obi will not come and run here and tell people this was a lie, this was not a lie. Let's give this thing time. There are things we know, some of us know, that we will not talk online. At the appropriate time, it will come out. But as somebody that did industrial design, anytime I see a doctored video, anytime I see something that is photoshopped, I can pick details where the ordinary man will not pick. So it's already been spoken. They already said it. There's no way they can get Obi. This is the only way. They have to tarnish his image. And you know why they are doing this? Because APC is already envisaging another election runoff. So the one person that is a pest, that is a threat, they need to undo him completely before the time. They don't care about Atiku at all. So they just want to discredit Obi. And as I said earlier, they still have more they are planning. So if we want to know about this, Obi must talk. Then we have many more things that Obi must talk. So, but let's just watch and see. You will remember I said it here, that the Obi has nothing to answer. They actually planned worse than what happened by just ordinary detention.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. Haruna, again, take your message. Joel, I'll come to you, but let me go to Man of Prestige and hear from him. Then I'll come to you next. Go ahead, Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to thank Dr. Haruna for for being here. He's very eloquent. I like the narrative where it's coming from the point of view of Nigeria. I always like his narrative. But anyway, having said that, I think we have said everything. I've commented about Obi before. So I think the question before you're deviated to a different question right now is about Samuel, right?
Yeah. We're
I mean,
done.
that was the present question, because I have commented on this before when I was there before. So my question is, whether Samuel is doing the right thing or is the right person for the Igbo. Is that what's the question? Can you refresh my mind again about Samuel?
We've moved on from that, but what I was saying, I asked the question whether his idea of government in exile is something.
Okay. Well, I've commented about Obi stuff. So let me speak briefly about Samuel. So about Nigeria, Samuel. Look, Samuel. I mean, what is his manifesto? I don't know. His manifesto of being a fraudulent, about raising fund and being a fraudulent, that's what I call him, a racketeering. Or is he one of those people that kind of destabilizing the Southeast? I don't know where he stands for. But anyway, so I don't really care about Samuel, okay, whatever he stands for. I mean, I'm from the Southeast, I'm very sympathized about what's going on, and I feel we are being marginalized. I will say it here. I mean, because of the narrative that is being painted by the so-called cabal, people from the north and some of them from the from the south. They are all the cabal. I don't know how many percentage of them in Nigeria. 1% or less than 1%. Destabilizing the whole country. So the whole problem we're having in that Nigeria. And somebody presented a question earlier. I think Akiwi was there. Talking about Oduduwa Nation. Well, if you want to know much about Oduduwa Nation, go to Marigu Diary. Listen to him. He's a very popular guy. So he's the one that's talking something about Oduduwa very well. Go and listen to him. I'm talking about Olumide. If you want to know more, you probably do already. If you don't know, but you can listen very much about him. He always got a lot of people. So having said that, I'm a one Nigerian person. I'm not going to deny it. But after what happened in this election, the process, whether Tinubu won or he didn't win, I'm not even concerned. I'm concerned about the process, which is a fraud in my own opinion. So I'm beginning to think, should we be separated or not separated? There was never a time, I'm for Biafra or not, although I'm from there. I'm not going to deny that part. I just feel like we are better being one. I mean, that's even after what transpired, I think we should be one Nigeria. It just had to be the foundation of moving forward. What Obi has built, the obedience. Let me call it obedience because Obi didn't build the obedience. The obedience nominated him as their leader. So we should find a way to move forward from here. Maybe because of what just manifested from this election. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. It's still in the tribunal right now. So I'm not going to hear Tinubu is going to be the president. Of course, he's the president-elect by INEC right now, but the people of Nigeria have not accepted that. So we should build, through one Nigeria. So maybe we build from what happened from this election. Maybe the next election will be better. We mobilize, and we've been talking about it in the platform. Try to, baptize the people in Nigeria so they can do better next election. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Rodolph. I want to just respond to Man of Prestige because he did respond to my statement so yeah, I mean you are calling it Oduduwa. I didn't say I'm calling Yoruba sovereign nation. I am for a Yoruba sovereign nation, as many Yorubas worldwide, in and outside of Nigeria, believe. So your wanting to be part of one Nigeria is your own personal belief, your own opinion. And I would also refer you back to Mayegun Diary too. Mayegun Diary speaks not just about Yoruba nation, but he also speaks about Nigeria being a country the way it is currently constituted cannot work for anyone. So you go and watch into, and it will tell you the more reason why you shouldn't believe in one Nigeria. And if you're going to believe in one Nigeria because of this, because of the next election coming up, that is exactly what we're trying to let you people know, that these elections you're doing every 4 years is not working for anyone. The owners of Nigeria know what they're doing. Under this constitution, it's never going to work for anyone. You're going to do your 8 years, another natural is going to come in there and mess things up again. How long are we going to continue that for? 62 years after independence, we don't have electricity. You're not likely going to have it in your lifetime. What about your children? You don't want to work for them to enjoy the benefit of a civilized society? Is it because you live abroad? What about those who live in the villages? Are they going to ever see light? Are they going to ever go to a good school? Have access to good health care?
All right.
We have enough of these experiments. We want to sit down around, at least those of us clamoring for our own sovereign state is saying, we've set a minimum standard. Let us sit down on a round table and renegotiate our existence. Draw up a new constitution that will be agreeable to everybody, not this piece of junk that they've amended since 1999 that has worked for nobody. And then you want to go again in 4 years and elect who again?
Olumide, thank you. Thank you.
Come on.
Joel of Nashville. I wanted you to weigh in. Can you unmute yourself to weigh in on, before you came in, we discussed this 100 most influential people that Time magazine named Bola Tinubu as one of them. Now, we discussed it in the context of, should he be there? Why is he there? And the reaction to him being there, which people in the Tinubu's camp made a lot of issue about that. Especially people responding to the lady that wrote the article and what they were calling her and what that means. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I do not think that he should be on that list. And I'll tell you why. You cannot have a convicted criminal on the list of 100 most influential people in the world. You see, these people, these Western nations are playing ping pong with our future. You see, there are certain people that will not vie for political offices here in the United States. And the moment they put them out there and they see their past, it's like they're holding a hot potato. They drop it off. They drop out that news. The person will even start running away, trying to see how to save face. And the next thing, they resign. We cannot uphold criminality in Nigeria and held by those in the West. Look, Rudolph, you see, history always repeats itself. I was talking on the other show, on the one-man show, and I was talking about the history between the APC and the Democratic Party in the United States, which is the worst party for me right now in the United States. The Democratic Party, any person that's a Democrat and is still voting Democrat, I think has something going on in his head. Anyway, if you remember, prior to 2015 election, John Kerry and Obama. That is why any person telling me about Obama is not a leader. Who is Obama? What is happening to us in Nigeria today? Obama has a big hand in it. If you remember vividly, John Kerry coming to Nigeria. When John Kerry came to Nigeria, who did he come to meet? The 19 other state governors. Go back to history. Remember, one of the reasons why Obama had problem with Jonathan was what? The LGBTQ. Bad things will happen. He went to Kenya, he said the same thing. He went to all these African countries. What was Obama's achievement in Africa? LGBTQ. And if you are not with it, you are down. And that was one of the reasons, because when Jonathan signed that law, the LGBTQ law that you have to go in for 14 years. That was where Jonathan's problem started. That was where his problem started. And everything that happened, all those wild words, propaganda. If you remember the Leahy law, you know, they took advantage of the Leahy law to make as a weapon unaccessible to the Jonathan government. Go and read Jonathan's book. I do not need to read his book to see this, but I saw it when it was happening. Even at that time, Obama also invited the northern governors to Washington. So, look, what is happening, if I want to relate it to what is going on today, what is going on in Nigeria today, they know about it. The Democratic Party know about it. They are part and parcel of it. And look, this is some Chicago. Let it not be that Tinubu belongs to some Chicago mafia where Obama comes. And look, I'm telling you, damages, because this whole thing is like, it's acting like it's like a movie. It's like a movie. How can Tinubu be our president? If you have that kind of case with the American government, how can Tinubu be our president? And he is among the 100 most influential. Who did he influence? Tinubu won the vote. Tinubu won the election by less than 10% of the entire population. So who was he influencing? What is the influence all about? Where is the influence coming from? No, you guys tell me. Where is the influence? Did he influence me? Did he influence you? He jobbed himself into power. He robbed himself into power. He drove himself into power with a bullion van. And we are here trying to say, who did he influence? So, look, the Time magazine, the Western media, look, I've lost hope in them. But I don't know the last time I watched CNN, ABC, and CBS. I think that, you know, we are running mad in this nation. Our madness is, you know, is driving up. I mean, these days, we cannot even define who a woman is. Dr. Damage, I don't want to spoil, I don't want to deviate a little bit, but I guess you guys are from New York. You guys are messing this country up. It has to be called out. If you cannot, Dr. Damages, I know that you cannot define who a woman is. You cannot. And most of you that are in California, you cannot define who a woman is. And you're going to tell me that my son comes out today and wear a female clothes. Look, let me tell you, Dr. Damages. When we were in boarding school in Nigeria, we tie, I don't want to stand up. We tie our junk to the back. And we walk like women.
Why?
We are imitating our classmates.
Oh, okay.
Right? Where my mom, those days in our home, my mom, I went to stay with my mom because my mom was doing business in Lagos and my dad was staying in different states. But we were staying with our dad, right? We go to our mom's big box. We remove her hair tie, her makeup. We rub all those things. Then my father will come back and we are looking like Willy. Mother was like, your mom, you will take pictures of her and tell her our mom is going to come. So if I did that here today, Dr. Damages, I did those things when I was 5, 6 years old. So Dr. Damages, what it means is that if I did that here today, there is 80-90% chances that I will lose my dick. For real? Come on now. Come on. You guys in New York, California, these blue states, you guys have to step up. You guys, I mean, I don't know where you guys are leading us to. I don't know. But and Dr. Damages, coming back to Tinubu, he ought not to be here. He ought not to be influential. I don't know how he got to that list. I even had a lady that put him on there, had run away. She better run further. She ought not to be there. Tinubu, no. Come on.
Dr. Damage,
Thank
can I
you.
respond to him a minute? Just a minute.
Okay.
Joel. Okay. I know you're a mega, you're a Trump supporter, you're a mega man. That's okay. It's all politics. So don't come here to, be criticizing we Democrat or we progressive. But let me go back to Nigeria. I don't want you to get yourself worked up because look at the definition when that one, Time magazine used to award. It's not about good or bad. This is the criteria. Let me read it for you. The person and the person who most affected news in our life, both good or bad. You imagine that, Hitler is in the man of the year list. You know, Trump was in the mouth of the Yale. Every bad people, a lot of bad people in the mouth of the Yale, the good people. So don't get yourself worked up about that. They are not giving.
Even Hitler was on the list. But what
Exactly.
I'm
So
just
that's
saying,
what I'm saying. It does not mean anything.
look,
They are
look,
just trying to make a
what I'm
news.
just
And
saying,
somebody, hold on,
what
somebody
I'm
made
just
a
saying.
narrative here. Maybe nobody in Nigeria, maybe about 5% of population in Nigeria know about Time Magazine. But maybe about 50% right now, they're just trying to sell magazine too. So don't get yourself worked out about it. It doesn't mean
I
nothing.
am not worked up. No. I will not say that I'm not worked up. I'm worked up about Nigeria. If you're not worked up about Nigeria, I am worked
No,
up.
I'm not talking about Nigeria, but I mean about Tinubu being in this magazine. It doesn't mean anything.
No.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
see, Hitler has been there before,
Isn't
right?
it? That's
And
what I'm
there are
saying.
leaders that have been there before. Look, but the issue is this. The issue is this. The premise upon which he was put in there, or he was an elected person, he was fraudulently elected, or he fraudulently pushed himself into power. And how did the influence come in? Whether the good
Because
or bad
that
side.
make
But
news. That's an
okay,
influence.
if you're going
Look
to
at
put
this
his face there,
critically.
see, if you're going to put if you're going to put his face there, then underneath you're going to put something like how a drunk baron can be a president. That is it. You state what he did, why he should not be the president. That is my point. You cannot just come there
Wait a minute,
and say
Joel. Look at
the
Hitler.
warrior,
Look
the
at
leader of
Hitler,
warriors.
who committed
And
all
you
kind
ask
of
for embarrassment.
atrocity. Look at
Okay.
Hitler, who committed all kind of
Hold on, guys.
atrocity, and he was there.
Hold on, guys. Let me. I know there are people that joined a color. Hold on. I know you. I can see you and Janaba. Let me ask Haruna. I'll come back to the other people now. Haruna, this the same question I asked Joel of Nashville about Tinubu making the 100 top people in the world for 2023. Is that of any concern or interest to you? And what do you think about the reaction of?
I don't think that is really something that's even worth giving it any minute talking about, because as we know, Tinubu, whether it's on the negative or positive, he will use anything. Tinubu will buy his way. If being on a list of people that are most influential, because the issue is that anything that's done to make his name appear as if he's got relevance, anything Tinubu will do now using the stolen money to do, he will do. So I don't think anything about Tinubu is this, is that, even if they make him number one. Tinubu, if he has a way of buying something where he will be the topic of discussion in the American Congress, he will do it, because for Tinubu, everything money buys. So it's just that now it's like he's hitting a hard wall, because he's dealing with people that appear smarter than him, that where money is not working for him. That's why they are going towards blackmail now, because money was to be the main thing they were to use. But there are certain people that money is not working for. So for me, I don't really care, and I don't think people that really know what's going on, that's really not an issue.
All right. Thank you. Bello.
Dr. Damages, before I bring in my submission, I want to call your attention to something, because it's like you want everybody to come on your platform and just go with the crowd. I mean, I might not be that kind of person, and at the same time, in a kind of there are conversations. Sometimes it's always good to have, even more interesting to have dissenting views. Because the other time, I was trying to make my submission, you went around and, send the mute button and mute me. I've seen other people, who are saying something. I don't know, probably maybe you like what they say. You've let them hear their views and, let them go on and on without, interrupting them or anything like that. I mean, I don't think this is proper. And,
Let me respond quickly. Sorry about that. What I did was I think I muted you and somebody else. Two of you were screaming. It wasn't proper. People were not getting anything from that conversation. So I muted two of you. So it wasn't just you. And I do that all the time. when I feel that it's of no use to the people watching at home because two people are just screaming at each other or don't let the other person speak. So that's what I did. Not targeted at you. And of course, we welcome everybody and their viewpoint. We don't want the same viewpoint here, and we never stop anybody from coming here to speak. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, well, first of all, let me talk about something. I see on the screen that you are inviting David and Danny tomorrow to come and talk to the people. I mean, I appreciate all the time, when we see people come like that. But at the same time, I mean, something I've observed so far from this platform is that I mean nobody is an island of knowledge, and everybody, no matter what it is, we might have our own kind of sentiment, but there's something I like about this thing is that we shouldn't be too emotional. It's not really too serious about it must be this, it must be that. Sometimes we learn from each other's views and all of that. But what I'm trying to, call your attention to is that so far I've seen that many people that you've, brought so far to this platform are people, in most cases that speak against the government. Or probably,
Hold on. He does not bring anybody here. He does not bring anybody.
Excuse me. Before you respond, I mean, I would like to land, because I believe that people on this platform and viewers at home, everybody needs some education, because sometimes people make some statement on this platform. Like I heard Mr. Joel talk about, somebody can never be my president, even though he doesn't even deserve it. I believe that sometimes people, we have to be fair and balanced sometimes in our analysis. And the other day I saw Rufai on this platform. I mean, I've seen you bring this SDP presidential candidate also, but sometimes in the spirit of fairness and balance, because all the time we, on this show we knock APC. Can we bring somebody from the APC, cabal, and put them at least put them on the all seat and talk to the people also?
But we can also. But you're one. You're one, right?
I'm not one. I don't speak for the government. Okay. I have my own job. I don't speak for anything. I might have a different views from you. I'm also a Nigerian, just like you are, my friend. Okay. So, and I wouldn't say, okay, because, you are saying, you are pro Obi or something like that, or I say, probably you're speaking for Obi, or probably you're making money from Obi. No, I won't accuse you, like that. And this is still what we are talking about. You get what I'm saying now? So, but moving away from that, I mean,
Bello, let me respond before you move away. So if I give you the list of people that I'm constantly inviting on this show, you'll be surprised. Even people from the government. And I know these people. It's not like I don't know them. It's not like people I'm just from nowhere. These are people I've been in the same room with. So we are always looking for new people, different viewpoints. So if you know the APC person you want on this show, give him my contact. My contact is on the private chat. You can take it from there. Give it to him. Let him call me. I will schedule him next Sunday. I don't care. I want as many voices as possible. So I'm not picking people. It's only people that will say yes that will be here. If there's anybody you know and you want them to be here, give them my contacts. I'm open for them to come.
Noted. Then going forward, man of prestige, I mean, I have a lot of respect for you, because I've heard you, I mean, I understand it's not really about tribe or whatever. You express how you want Nigeria to work, and how much you believe in one Nigeria, even though you talk about having a little bit kind of concern about the last election. And talking about the last election, between you and I, or probably people who have followed our election, I mean Nigerian election since 1999, I believe these last elections, for me, I mean, I don't know about anybody, happens to be the best that we've had. It's since 1999. I
It's a
stand to
lie.
be corrected. Good,
Yes, I
but
will
you know,
correct
and,
you.
and I have my reason, because we have never had an election whereby somebody is coming, into the race like 6 to 8 months prior to the election into a new political party, even though regardless of maybe Nigerians want a change or whatever, and will still pull that kind of number that Obi pulled in the last election. I believe we have made a big gain, and Nigerians have made a bigger statement, according to the numbers that emanated from the last election. But saying, probably, maybe claiming that somebody won or somebody didn't win. I mean, I'm not going to be here and, start saying maybe somebody didn't win because, like, the cases are already in the court already, But the only thing that I just know is that we can always progress. There's always, an avenue for us to like, more, progress in our election. Because I believe for me, we have made a big progress with this election. I mean, different from the one we had in 2015, 2019, or 2007. Okay. Then talking about going to the 100 most influential people, I mean, I'll still, beg to differ from Mr. Jewel, talking about Tinubu does not deserve it or something like that. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with the election that, that declared him the winner or not, there's something you can never run away from. For somebody who is the president-elect of the most populous black nation, you cannot take it away from him as being putting him inside one of the the 100 most influential people so far in 2023. We can disagree, but I want to rest my case here. Thank you.
Okay, can I
Okay.
just talk to
Please,
Mr.
just a
Bello
rejoinder.
just really
A
quick?
rejoinder, please.
Go ahead. Oh, should I go ahead?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Joe. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Bello, this is the issue, right? Like I said earlier on, probably you weren't really listening to me when I spoke. I said, and it's just simple. If the end justify the means, in every election cycle that we have had opportunity of having in Nigeria, I will tell you, in terms of the numbers, how real those numbers were, especially those numbers that we had from the Northwest and Northeast that did not come by, the millions that we used to see. We know what happened with the IRF, most of these things shut down. It is not like it was all bad. The issue there is this: in that presidential election, the result was not uploaded. If I want to let you know something, over 300 billion naira was expended. So when you want to look at the cost
450
of 450, the cost
450 billion.
billion
450 billion.
billion, right? So if you stole 1 or 2 billion naira, I know you'll be in jail. How can you tell me that the most important election you could not upload it at 450 billion naira? You see, we joke too much in Nigeria. We do not know what we deserve in Nigeria. We always want to take the near. Oh, now so God want that, we go back. No, that is not how nations are built. You must be deliberate. It must be intentional. You must be direct. And when you want to go, we are talking about nation building, it must be the best. I am not telling you, like I told you earlier on, I am not saying that Tinubu is not a good guy. But Tinubu is already old, right? But even at that, sometimes when I listen to him, he still got it. He still got it, right? But this is the thing: if you must come into the field, you have to come in based on fair play. You don't have to cheat yourself into into office. Mr. Bello, the biggest issue we are having in Nigeria, the reason why Nigeria has not developed, let me tell you the single reason. The reason is just simple. The politicians, when they get into power, they don't have any reason to fear because they know when they get into power, they know how they get into power, and they are not responsible to you. That is the simplest reason. They are not responsible to you. They know that when they get into power, right, they make their money, and when you talk, you start calling them your excellency, and you are nonsense. And when he wants to go for re-election, he is going to put in that same machinery and bypass you. So what would you get? If you remember what was going on in Anambra State prior to Peter Obi coming to power, you will know it was a case of godfatherism. You can see the right when it happened in Oyo State with the likes of Adedibu. So we cannot continue in that lane no more. We have gone past that level of saying, I wish we had something here. No, we want the best. If we elect you, you know that we put you in there. As these guys in LP now, they're all flourishing, they're in the Senate, they're in the House of Rep, there is no problem. At the back of their mind, they did not give us shishi. We voted them in. At the end of the day, they are more likely to work for us than that politician that wrote the numbers into and gets to INEC. That is the thing. So we must create a process, we must create a foundation, or we must create a way whereby the people decide who they put into power, and the politician acknowledges that they people put them into power. When we have that happen, the politician will start working for you. Until that happens, they will still looking at us as shit. So I am sorry, Tinubu is not my president. If he wants to come in to be the president, he must come in through the front door. He cannot come in through the back door, not through the roof, not through underground, not through the garage. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I respond to him a minute?
No,
Let
please.
me respond to Bello.
No.
A minute.
Nobody
Please, it's me
responds.
that
Please.
I deserve it. Please just a bit
CM, no.
because of
CM,
what Bab says, please.
CM, no, CM, no. Ikola, you're next. Let's move this a little bit. We are back to the same people. Go ahead. Ikola, go ahead.
Hello, good evening to you all. Good evening, Dr. Damage. It's good to see you. Okay, 100 most influential persons in the world. I don't know if everybody has read it, but the man was placed.
Did you read it?
Yes, I did. I'm just looking at it again. Okay. The man was placed under the categories of leaders. So tell me, who is he leading? Who has he led? If you're going to put it that way. And time seems to be going downhill every day. There's another guy that was in there in the region of leaders, even Gaskov, if you read it. He's a journalist. He's not a leader, he's a journalist. Well, he might be a wonderful journalist, but he's not in the category that he holds a position whereby he has flaws. So, Mr. Bello Babs, please go back to it. I don't know who this man has led. And even if you look at the word influential, it could be good and bad. I mean, if I look at Pablo Escobar, we watched his film and we realized how you could be a very bad guy in the eyes of the law and be a very good person in the eyes of the common man. That was influential. But I mean, that doesn't justify the action. So I think Time is just putting it as a magazine, as a renowned magazine, is putting itself in a very difficult position because you've placed two persons which I've clearly identified. You go and read it, please. Even Gaskovich and I don't know who they've led. And even if you want to use the word influential, I think Mahmoud Yakubu is a very influential guy. He's making news. He ran an election that is really making news. He's run an electoral body that is going to make news for years to come, whether we like it or not. So please, let's get those little facts straight. That's all I had to add, Mr. Rudolph.
All right. And let me just point out this. I wanted to say this, but just as a matter of information. Nigeria currently is if the population that we have, or we believe that we have, is accurate, is the seventh most populous country in the world. And by 2050, we are projecting that Nigeria will be the third most populous country in the world at 400 million. So if that is true, and the way the world operates, so the media is, I can tell you, even though I wasn't there, the meeting they had in deciding who to pick, they probably looked at, there was an election in this country, and this is a very important country in Africa, and who won the election. And that's enough standard for them to say that person is influential or going to influence a lot of people in the next year. So that's why we're picking. So that's my guess about what happened. So sometimes it's important to look at this beyond the way we see ourselves. And you can question whether the election is credible or not, but the rest of the world, as the way they see it, is that this person has been announced as the leader, and their plans. Remember, there are invitations now going out to governments across the world to come to the inauguration of the new president. They are getting it. People in Nigeria might be protesting and complaining, but they are getting the invitation. The media houses all over the world are sending letters requesting to come and cover the inauguration of Nigerian presidents. So we can, internally we can be having our conversation and the court cases and everything, but other things are also happening. All right, Jonaba, I really wanted to hear, Jonaba, from you. What changed after going to Nigeria and seeing your people? What changed in your perception of the country when you were still in Texas eating hamburger and going to church and now? Because let me say this, I do travel to Nigeria, and when you come back, your mind will be different, totally different. But after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you get into the system again, you forget those things. So I want to get this from you before you go back into your hamburger and church thing. What changed in your perception of, what were you getting wrong when you were talking here every Sunday before you went to Nigeria?
The reality was I was having waist pain, hand pain, headache when I don't take coffee. But when I got to Nigeria, all of that was gone. I did not feel nothing. The problem was overwhelming. The environment is so toxic that I don't even know how
What were the problems? You just talked.
I thought when you arrive at the Murtala Airport or Abuja, I think when you arrival, there's something there. I'm telling you the reality now. I even told people around me, I'm addicted to coffee. And once I don't take coffee, I used to have headache. But when I got to Nigeria without coffee, I was okay. And I think that's why the COVID do not do anything there, because the problem there is more than COVID. So I think Nigerian environment has its own thing to offer you, and that is the reality. I'm being honest. It's when I came back here 2 days later, I started feeling this hand. I thought it's old age, but I think I'm not older than Rudolph. So I think that's the reality. But the other thing is that the morale on the road, even when you are trying to talk to people, the mindset is so down that.
Give us an example.
I was in Lagos.
I want something about where you come from, not from Lagos. Leave Lagos. What happened?
My own in Benue. I went for burial. Then I went to lay my mom down. So it's the culture is so backward that I tried to influence it in the 21st century, but the mindset of the people that I am even fighting for are fighting me. So how are you fighting for somebody that is fighting you?
Give us an example quickly.
For instance, the culture demand that the body of the disease has to be returned to the family from the children. And to me, I was like, this woman have lived with us all this year. Her dowry was paid. Why should I now give her body to a stranger that she doesn't even know? And they say, oh, it's this person turn now that the body will be given. And I succeeded in one. I say no to that. I do not succeed in burying her in my father's compound, but I succeeded in saying no, she will rest with her own brother. And they say it never happened. I said, okay, I already dig grave in my father's compound. I said, okay, if you say no to that, then I will bury her. If you like, come and take the body later, but I will do what is in my mind. And it was a hell on earth. SS, police, soldier, everywhere. There's people from my mother's side that are general. So even though we are general in the army, we return our own body, our mother's body. So who are you from America? You want to tell us you're gonna? I say, okay, it's not about Ghana, but it's about reality that I don't know we are general or not. It's not going to happen. End of the day, we come to a compromise. I bury her close to her mother's, her brother's grave, but not to the stranger that she doesn't even know why she was alive. And I was telling the women, and the women were fighting me. So, oh, return the body. I said, okay, don't you like it? Bury with your children where you have spent your life instead of taking your own body to another man's compound, and they're going to bury you outside the compound. They're not going to bury you inside the compound. So what? And very soon they will not even know where your grave is. So this is something that it bugged me. I'm working on it. There's a little improvement now. So, but that's one of the things.
All right. Thank you, Jonaba. I will talk more about your experiences because it's when it comes to practical sense of living and people that we see the implications of a failed nation like Nigeria.
Hey, Dr. Damage, Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. What's the topic? I don't know.
At this point, when we go 4 or 5 hours, the topic is we just I want people who are joining us to air their view about whatever is the main thing that brought them on, whatever they had.
Frankly, I really wanted to come and harass.
Kulaka, why are you here? You don't know the topic. I see you. He was abusing me on the platform.
I wanted to come and harass. Honestly, I saw 2 of my friends, Joel and Prestige. So I just wanted to come and harass them. Honestly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but from a topic perspective, what's going on? Oh, Tinubu Time Magazine.
Yes.
Okay.
Arrest in the UK, and then INEC. There was an.
Okay, let's start with the serious one. The Obi's now. Is it? I'm confused. Is it Obi's arrest, detention? What exactly happened? Because there's no clarity to what happened, and depending on what happened, that's how we can react. Because it's weird if you have a public figure in Nigeria detained in Heathrow Airport, just like any ordinary citizen. That is strange. That is weird. And the story that came out of it that was impersonation, I mean, when we have biometric passports, it doesn't really add up that much to me. And the problem we have is in a vacuum, people are already filling that vacuum. So some people are saying it's something to do with some campaign finance coming from a dodgy source. Who knows about that? They said something about him not filing statement because his next UK company, it got delisted or, I mean, UK, something happened to that next company. Whether Obi runs it or doesn't run it, I don't know. But they delisted the company or something. So I don't know if he's not filed financial statement for that company. But the bottom line is there's a void. And Obi needs to come out and clarify what happened. The only time he came out to talk was to come and deny that UK apologized. That concerned me because he's eager to quickly say the UK did not apologize. So it must mean this is something serious. It's not something trivial. But, and again, what is it? So it's troubling because we can't be having UK harass one of our politicians just like that willingly, because that's just like they are handling one of our top politicians like a Tajuddin or like a Nonso, like just randomly. And then what happened? Did he get deported? Like, it's supposed to go to the UK to rest. According to the gist, like I said, if you don't communicate, there's going to be a void. They said the reaction to his prayers was INEC and APC's reaction to his prayer bothered him, and he wanted to take a rest in the UK. Who knows if that is true? Because, like I said, there's a void. And then when he went to the UK, he spent Easter in detention. That doesn't make sense to me, because if they stop you in the airport, they can turn you back. They question you, turn you back immediately, or they question you, put you for a few hours, and then they let you in, or they turn you back. So if you went there on Friday and is back in the country on Monday, did they detain him throughout in the airport? Did he enter the UK and came back? So you see, someone needs to come and talk. Obi needs to come and talk. And Premium Times has asked UK for information. UK responded, Premium Times today, that they cannot give them any information between based on what happened for a citizen of whatever. But bottom line is, they said they could not provide any information. So if you leave the vacuum, it's just going to be rife with speculation. And the speculation is going on and on and on. So I feel, in Obi's interest, if it's not a serious case, he needs to come and clear the air. Otherwise, they will define it for him.
Thank you, Kolata. It's also that applies to Bola Tinubu and where he is.
Bola Tinubu. Let's talk about Bola Tinubu.
So what I mean by this, what you said now, that's one of the things I try to point out to people, but sometimes they don't understand that if you have a position of importance in any country, and you disappear and people don't know where you are and what is going on, people will make up stories. And so I wanted to about Obi, and I said to people that, and I also for Bello, let me just point out to you, I can actually say that we have a long invitation out there for Obi to be on this platform for the past 6 months, or I don't know how long now, and he hasn't accepted that. So just to tell you that we are open to anybody, and we have standing invitations. So and I think this is a good point for him to these things. It's really important. All right.
Okay. I'm not finished though. So about Bola Tinubu, he's picking his cabinet is in France. They've sent a few pictures here and there of him in France. So definitely right now, I mean, they are selecting the cabinets. That's what they're doing right now. You all know that the North is fighting for Senate president. You may end up having Muslim number 1, Muslim number 2, Muslim number 3. The way things are going, because the Northwest is they're fighting for the position. North Central too is fighting for the position. So in the next 16 years, you may not even have a Christian in the top 2 or 3 positions in that country. But it doesn't matter. It's competence that we need. So that's going on. Well, once Tinubu is done with his stem cells injection, he'll come back to the country to come and do inauguration. I made that up. Stem cell. I just made that up. I don't know that as a fact.
You may think that you made it up, but people are already saying that and that's a part of that living a vacuum, not explaining what you are doing, where you are. Someone like Tinubu should not be hanging around Europe without media coverage, media following him. It shouldn't be. But
it does have select media people that follow him, though. That's why they're taking pictures of him and his supposed chief of staff. What's it called? Baja. They took a picture of him and Bajamia Miller hanging around in France. They took a picture of them even eating.
That's 3 seconds video. That's not
yeah, that's how he does his thing now. I mean, Tinubu's government is going to be a lot of disappearing act. Don't think you're going to get some transparency and he'll be sharing his life. No, when he goes out for medical trips, it's going to be silent. I mean, expect that. That's going to happen. Now, for the Time magazine, I mean, Nigeria is a very powerful country, and you have someone that won the election. So it's fair enough that you're going to put the winner of the election as one of the most influential people in the world, because he influences 200 million people. Whether that's the correct population, I don't know. But he influences 200 million people, and it's going to determine their fate in the next 4 years at least. So, I mean, does it deserve it? Yeah, it does deserve to be in Time magazine. And but what I don't like is people going to harass the staff writer of Time magazine. I mean, they harassed the poor lady. She had to block that Twitter account and her LinkedIn. How about now, Nigerians? Calm down now. It's not that serious. Like, she just did her job. That's all she did. So people should chill out. It's the Time magazine. It's a big deal for Tinubu because is a counter narrative to the negative propaganda and spin coming from the other side. So he too needs to counter attack with something else. So this is more like a good news for him because it kind of like plays above the fray. So they will continue with this as they go on, but they did it right. However they got in there is job well done. Whether they bribe time, I don't know, but it's a good propaganda. Propaganda for propaganda. It's all is fair in war.
All
So
right.
that's it.
All right. Thank you, Kalab. If you welcome to the show.
Rudy, I'm not
just 10
interrupting.
seconds, please, 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 just 10 seconds.
Okay, CM, go ahead.
Please, 10 seconds, please.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow, David Hyundeyin will be coming. Tomorrow, David Hyundeyin will be coming on the program. That is when we will know the real truth. So all these things we've been hearing today about Tinubu, the man with the real stuff, David, is coming tomorrow on this program. So I think I better leave to go and prepare for the questions, revelations I'm going to hear tomorrow. Whether Tinubu is nominating cabinet or he's taking stem cell treatment in France, or he's
Hey,
injecting
I
one
made that stem cell up. Oh,
type of
please, you guys don't
drug,
take it. No,
all
I
those
made it
ones
up.
are
Oh.
just in the.
Don't give it another life. I made it
No,
up.
no, I'm not quoting you. I already know. See, listen,
No, I just want to
Kulata.
say, no, I want to
I'm
be
a
very clear.
scientist. I know
I
what
made
is
it.
stem
I
cell
made
treatment.
Kulata, you
Even I
see
know
what you
it.
started? You
I
started
know.
this. So
I'm not going to quote you.
Oh, don't quote
I'm
me.
not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not
Thank
going
you.
to quote you. Yeah, listen. I'm not going to quote you. Believe me. I'm not quoting. I know it now. I know the stuff. I know what stem cell and why they do it, and when it is due for renewal. So we are having another Buhari on our hands. That is what this thing is trying to say. Anyway, well, let me tell Bello Babs, this cannot be the best election we've had. With all due respect, we've never had an election in which an ethnic group like the Igbo will be profiled and targeted and be slaughtered. Till today, Ndi are still conducting funeral of people killed in Lagos. We've never had an election in which Oluoma will come out, a tout will come and say ethnic group will not vote. We've never had an election in which an ethnic group like Indibo, their businesses will be burned down. We've never had. So if all these things are associated with this election, how then do you say it's the best election we've had since 1999? It is not, and it can never be. I don't know whether you are burying any of your brother. I buried one of my cousins from Ladipo. It was slaughtered. So when you say this type of thing, look at all the evidence all over the place. Nigerians are even, those that are not Igbo, are even sympathetic to Ndi Igbo for being profiled and slaughtered in Lagos. And yet you are telling me this is the best election. Please try and be measured and show some milk of human sympathy. If you do not lose your business, some people did. If you did not lose your brother or sister or cousin or somebody from your ethnic group, some people did. You can never profile a people openly like Oluomo did, and you call such election the best election. Please, it is not. With all due respect, I'm on my knees talking to you. Thank you.
All right. Ify, welcome to the show.
Rudy, I'm not cutting you off. Rudy, Ify, please forgive me if I interrupt. Rudy, why do you always try to marginalize me? I do not understand.
What did I do again? I thought
you ask a question, and what I see, the topic of today, the arrest of Obi, the Time magazine appearance of Tinubu, all the subject. You excuse me out of it. You just interested, and I told you what happened, and now you just cut me off. People have been here for hours. I decided to in and out because I'm busy. You will not even give me a voice. I'm the only one from Middle Belt here, for crying loud. For God's sake, let me represent my own. Not only outside Igbo and Yoruba exist in Nigeria. There are other tribes.
All right.
For God's sake.
Okay.
I'll let Ify talk. Maybe I.
No, John Alba, go ahead. Go ahead and talk. The floor
No.
is
You are
yours.
you are my younger sister. I have respect for you. Just go ahead. Because I will lose my thought before I.
Oh boy. Oh boy. good evening, everybody. I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. The Bola Tinubu's stuff, I did not read. I just heard about it on social media, and I just walked past because it's not important anyway to what is happening in Nigeria. Somebody said that this is the best election that we have ever had in Nigeria. That one is very shocking to me. And this is the worst I've ever seen Nigeria be. I have never seen this country so divided. When I mean divided, like I have seen it at this point. Unfortunately, on the 29th of May, Tinubu will be the president. There is no two ways about it, okay? But the question I keep asking myself every day, how is he gonna lead this divided country? This country is so divided. Where is he gonna start? How is he gonna unite this country called Nigeria? What is he gonna offer this country called Nigeria? Because left for me alone, honestly, I don't think he has anything to offer at this point. Kulata says something that he's somewhere in France, selecting his cabinet. You see, the truth of the matter is that we all look stupid. You're gonna leave your country and go to another person's country and be over there and selecting the cabinet for your administration. I don't even understand how we reason. I mean, these people, they don't even have no respect for us. No respect at all. Our whole president-elect left Nigeria, for over maybe 3 weeks, 2 weeks or more than that. We haven't heard anything. All we're hearing is just news here and there, here and there, here and there. I don't have no problem Tinubu being president because I don't think he's going to do anything different. But one thing I know for sure is that all of us sitting down here, we will surely miss Buhari, whether we like it or not. You can say, I forbid in Jesus' name. There is nothing to forbid about it. We must surely miss Buhari. Let us be realistic. What is Tinubu going to offer us? Honestly speaking, it's not about tribe or anything. He doesn't have anything to offer us. And we will all see it. When he becomes a president, we will continue this show, we will continue this program to see how he's governing or how he's ruling. And I bet you nothing is going to amount to nothing. Every day we come here and talk about the same topic over and over and over again. What is the solution to what is happening in Nigeria? Jonaba, you say you just got back from Nigeria. I don't know the last time you went prior to this trip. And before I forget, sorry, accept my deepest condolence on the loss of your mom. I don't know the last time you went home and then went this one. Tell me what has improved. Nothing has improved. It keeps going bad, worse. Every day you go. My cousin just came back and said, when we went in December, it was good. It's ×3 now. And I spoke to him yesterday. So what is Tinubu going to offer us? Imagine when Jonathan was in power, we were all crying and wailing that Buhari is going to be our Messiah. And Buhari came, this is what we have. Buhari left us in a mess, in a deeper mess. And Tinubu is going to come. And I keep saying it over on this show. We've had independence for how many years? 60-something years. And nobody can ever tell me what we have achieved. Common election, the commonest thing that's supposed to be free and fair. I wonder how somebody can come to this show and say that this is the best election we have ever had. Look at what happened in Lagos. Are you going to call that election? How can you call that election? How can you say that that is free and fair? And this is the best we can offer? If this is the best we can give our citizens or our leaders can give us, oh my God, you know that we are in deep mess. Commonest thing to do is election. If we can't tell the truth, the easiest thing to do is to tell the truth. And if we cannot tell the truth, tell me what else we can do. Embezzlement here and there, here and there. They are still borrowing money. They are handing over next month and they are still borrowing money. And the question, the ones you borrowed, what have you done with it? Absolutely nothing. You can't tell that there is something we have in Nigeria we can be boast. We can be boast of or talk about. Even Americans, they are just, everybody's talking about our election. What is going on in your country? What happened to your election? And somebody will come here and say that this is the best election. So this is the best we can offer. to a country of 200 and something million people? All of us, most of us here, we are in diaspora. I don't think there is anybody living in Nigeria. I might be wrong. I said it last week. We are all enjoying free, apparently, we are paying for it. Internet, data. We can stay like 10 hours. But somebody in Nigeria cannot even buy a loaf of bread. And we're saying that this is the best we can offer. That is so disappointing. That's so shameful. I thought we can do better. We don't even have healthcare. We're not even talking about the education. Everybody is now jumping into private school, private school. So if you don't have money to send your child to private school, you are going to go to the public school. That literally they're not teaching them anything. And how many people can afford to go to private school? I'm not even talking about healthcare. What is it that we can even be proud of in Nigeria? Nothing. I can't look back and say 60 something years of independence that this is what we have. And we are still doing the same thing, playing the same card, expecting to get a different result. Who does that? Who does that? We're doing the same thing over and over and over again. Let's assume that Tinubu will be here 8 years. After 8 years, he's going to leave. Another person will come again and tell us the same thing, and we will continue. Are we mad? Don't we have senses? What is wrong with us? And somebody will come here and defend it. You see somebody, it's just like you stole something from somebody or you steal something from somebody, and somebody is defending it. I'm not against Tinubu. I just want everybody to understand that. But what I'm trying to say is that, is this the right thing to do? 8 million people voted for Tinubu. I haven't seen 8 million people rejoicing. It's always fight, people calling Obidient. Obidient, I haven't seen these people carrying arms. They are just on social media running their mouths. And you are calling them names. But, what's his name was an Oviesh, I think it was Mike, talking about respect. This generation, they are not respecting their elder. I say respect. I say, Mickey, I won't even respect my elder. You earn respect. Time, those days have gone when you respect people because they are older than you. No, I will not respect you. I will respect you because you earn it. I say, this generation are not going to respect you because you are 100 years. They're going to respect you when you do things right. Let us start doing things right. Let us forget about age. Let us forget about respect. Call a spade a spade. Where are we heading in Nigeria? It's not going to get better for us. What are we going to tell our children? What are we going to leave for our children? Somebody was saying, oh, 2020 something, we're going to have electricity. Are you serious? 20, almost like 40 years or 40 something years from now, we will not be here, definitely. Most of us will not be here. Then you'll be talking about electricity. What are you going to talk about? Healthcare. We will never even see that one again. Come on. Let us have our senses. Let us fix Nigeria. Let us be honest. It's not about tribe. It's not about religion. And like I always say, when you go to buy one loaf of bread, the person selling bread will not ask you, which political party do you belong to? They will sell you the same price. What Tinubu is going to pay is the same thing I'm going to pay. It's the same thing a woman selling green vegetable along the road is going to pay. So it's going to affect all of us. It's not only Igbo. It's not only Yoruba. It's not only the South, North, East, West, South. All of us going to be affected.
Thank you, Phil. John Abba.
Thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to say something again. I think I said this on this show that this election was one of the best elections too. The reason why I say that is that the media have brought so many attention to it. I think is that so many of us on this platform or in Nigeria are getting involved in election for the first time. So you do not understand many things going under the ground before is not noticed. So the media have played a major role that people can even speak. Me and you can talk to it and see what is going on. It's different from the results. That can be done in the court or whatever is going to be outcome. But let us not take it away. Whatever the media does, whether it's a good news or bad news, it brought attention to issues. And that is what is one of those things that stand out in this election. So let us not demonize this or discredit that. The fact the result may not be what we want from the INEC, it doesn't matter. People get involved in this election more than any election in the past. Let us draw that line. And another thing is that when many of people have spoke about the Tinubu on the Time magazine, and I'm always going to echo it, is that in media, Rudolph knows better. Whether it's a good news or bad news, once it draws attention and people pay attention and make money out of it, is a good news in the media world. So that is the truth, that is the fact. And the fact that he managed to be a president with the media in 21st century of one of the most populous black nation on earth is enough to bring that name. Whatever the judgment they use, that is that. On the big issue of arrest, I don't wish any Nigerian or any human being bad or good. Whatever happened with time, we will know. I don't want to read so much into it, but all I know from all I have said on this platform or anywhere else I have opportunity is that even Jesus Christ cannot help Nigeria, the situation we are. That is the truth. And the truth is that let us look into ourselves and we are the change. We, you and I. And if you and I cannot grow to a level of a good judgment and understanding and tolerance of one another, we should not expect it from any politician that is running for an office. I hear that people say LP people switch party. They are the same people. So what does that one mean? It's not like a new generation of somebody that come and fresh, that never run from office. And even if you run for office, you run on political ground. And it means that will bring a change, that you are sending them to Abuja to bring a change or house in the state. That is a lie we always tell ourselves over and over. The people have to rise above the phrase and say enough is enough. Take it to the street. The people, whether you like it or not, if you take it to the truth, you should be ready for the consequences. People will lose their life. That is a reality. Is that what we want? No, but that is it. When we get to that level, then we are talking about the change that that people are say we are between the rock and the hard place and we can't take it anymore. Then we can start to see the changes. The tribal play out here and religious stuff is not going to help us. It has not helped us in the past. It's not going to help us in the present, and it's not going to help us in the future. What we want is a place where any other person can strive, just like we are in any part of the developed world. We may face other discriminations, but at least if you work and you earn it, they give it to you. Let us pray for that and work towards that, and we can have a better future. But for now, since I came fresh, I think I have some doubt, but we'll talk about that in the next section of discussion. But thank you again for not marginalizing me and not cutting me off. God bless.
Rudolph, Rudolph, can you give me 5 seconds? I just wanted to add some context about what they said about these elections being one of our better elections. So there's this report that is on People's Gazette. It looks like what was presented in Washington, D.C. They're talking about the number. I mean, it's a sore topic, so it's not. I mean, they're talking about the number of casualties in our elections. So in 2023, they officially recorded 28 casualties, compared with 2019, which was 150 casualties. In 2015, it was 100. But in 2011, it was 800. So based on that, we're not where we're supposed to be. Nobody should be dying in our elections. But when you look at the trend, it's trending down. We're not there yet. But when you look at the trend, it's trending down, starting from 800 in 2011. I didn't even know 2011 was that bloody. We had 800 deaths in 2011, and it's gradually gone down up to 28 that we have in this current election. So it's not saying
Wait
no,
a minute.
we're not doing well.
Where did you get 28? I thought it was about
That's
80.
ridiculous.
Wait, it's on People's Gazette.
Work it out of his backside.
It's on People's Gazette right now, and
No,
that's
it was about 84. I don't know where you got that from.
I'm seeing 28 right now. I can share the link. It's on People's Gazette.
Mr. Rudolph,
No,
can I
but
make
it's wrong.
a quick
It's
response,
wrong.
please?
It's
Who
wrong.
is speaking? Is it Bello? Bello, hold
Bello,
on.
this is Bello.
Hold on. I want to get to forefathers and Officer AK, then I'll come to you. Forefathers.
Yeah, greetings, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. Obviously, subtract Kulata from there. See, Kulata, you really need to stop this. Stop gaslighting people. It's not
What's
nice at all.
gaslighting? Reading a news
Yeah,
article is gaslighting
I'm
again.
just looking at
It-
the news article right
from
now.
your village, is that what gaslighting is?
Can you calm down? See, when I just searched death from
Where's your
Nigerian
village?
election, can you let me finish? Stop picking the stuff to polish the information to your narrative or whatever you're saying to your narrative, because one of them shows 109, the other one shows 30 something, the other one shows this in 88. So you choose the lowest one you can find and use it to
But
come and
uh,
steer a narrative.
am I supposed to find another one? That's the one I got. So what am I supposed to do?
No, but it's not that hard to find. You just search and you find all the information you
I
need.
searched and I
Don't
got the
use
one I got and I recorded it. Eh?
don't put that. See, you just search your Google will give you all the answers. So the point there is that you tend to always spin things, which is fine. Maybe for your own reason you want to spin it.
Wait, what is spinning in reading a news article? Did I write it?
Because you omitted that others showed 109 and 108.
Because I don't have orders. How about you give me benefit of the doubt?
Then maybe you should have you do that repeatedly, so that's a pattern. So
Why?
let's not pretend. See, come on,
People's
let's not do
Gazette.
this.
Is
Let's
People's
not do
Gazette a
this.
credible news? Are they credible news? Are they a credible news organization?
Let's not do this. You are smarter than this.
No, just answer me because I did not write the article.
See, I'm not going to use one article to decide the death rate in an election. I will look at the trend and look at all of them. You can't just use one.
Yeah, that's the one I found and I read it out.
I know you can look for
so
more.
I'm guilty for not finding as much articles as True Niger. Okay, guilty as charged
you
then.
use as your facts, then you have. I don't believe that's what you would do.
Hold on, for fathers. For viewers, they may be
In that so-called article,
hold on. For viewers, they may be wondering hold on. Viewers at home may be wondering what's going on between forefathers and Plaza, but sometimes during the week when I have time, I sneak around and look at what's going on in other platforms, and I see them. So these people sometimes they carry over whatever they left out somewhere else and bring it.
No, he has a knack for gaslighting people and giving people weird. It's not nice.
What is gaslighting in reading a news article? You must be redefining the term gaslighting because Nigerians are now familiar with that term. They just throw it at anything.
Okay, let me tell you what that is. Because you know better, you should give people clear information. You omit stuff and just
People's Gazette
narrative.
Did Kulata write People's Gazette? You can check the article. It's not my name.
Are you choosing to do this? Anybody that listens to Kulata should listen to Kulata with 5 ears because you need a lot to decipher what he's trying to tell you. So for me anyway, I don't even know where to start from because what I've seen in the last couple of weeks has been quite lamentable. I don't even know where to start. Right now, all our major leaders are outside the country. From the presidential candidates, all of them. They're outside our country, and Buhari is not going to come back for the next 4 or 5 days. He's in Saudi Arabia. Tinubu had disappeared into France somewhere, and Peter Obi is being arrested in the UK, and Atiku is probably somewhere in Dubai. I don't even know. I'm not sure where he is, to be fair. That's the only one I don't know where he is. So this is, I don't understand how we got here, and this is really bad for a nation. It's a very bad sign. This is the first time I've ever actually monitored Nigeria's this in the election cycle. To watch a couple of weeks after the election, we've not even seen the presidential candidate, the one that is president-elect, and all the candidates are missing from the country. And these are the ones we know, not to mention all the other, officials and all the rest of them. Somebody said that they are handlers, they have handlers handling all of them. This is what I've been complaining about. These people are not our leaders. They are not our leader. They are behaving like caretakers. It's like they are just running a farm for their masters overseas. Whenever they finish the election, they finish what they are doing, all of them run back there again to go and take instruction. How do we allow this to happen? There's no nation that does this, I've never seen any non-black nation that behaves like this. I don't know how we became this way. We are debating whether Times Magazine likes somebody in our country or they don't like it. If Time Magazine like you, don't think it's a compliment. It's not a compliment. All these things, I don't understand how we always subscribe to other people constantly. Personally, it's really lamentable, and I really wish our people, you are all overseas. You have friends that are from other countries. Check the way their countries are behaving. Why is it our own are like this? constantly, and we've just come to accept it now. Every day we speak, we sing about fella talking about colonial mentality, and we still remain that way. We are all aware of that song. That is more than 40 years ago now, and we still do it repeatedly. How do you ever correct something? It tells you that sometimes we might know something intellectually, but it doesn't necessarily mean the stuff will change until somebody does the right things, the right rituals, like I like to call it, to change stuff. Because I don't know what Tinubu has for Nigeria, but something tells me that if you are spending all these weeks in France, I'm not sure it's that good for us. I don't know what it's for us. He's running the country for. If anybody that comes to run this country and they are busy running to these Western countries, be wary. Because this same Western country they've been running to for the last 60, 70 years, look at where we are. What good has it done us? Maybe they should change the countries they are going to. Maybe travel to India, France, this is China, Russia. Maybe we need to go to another market. If somebody is going to market and buying food that is purging you all the time, maybe you will tell them to change.
Maybe you can lead by example by relocating to Nigeria first, to Nigeria, because that's highly hypocritical of you to be speaking from a high horse in the UK and talking about a fellow Nigerian like you that's also in Europe. Maybe you lead by example, you move to Nigeria, and then you get on your high horse.
You are wrong, Kulata. That man is talking about the leaders. Come on, Kulata.
Nigeria is a future leader too now. That's why he needs to lead by example.
Come on, Kulata, don't be like that.
See, Kulata, you are better than this. See, what you are saying there is like saying, can I finish?
Don't patronize me. I'm not better than this because you are in the UK and you are sermonizing.
Fine.
What are you talking?
You won't let me talk. See, let me tell you something. If Europeans come to Africa, why do you think they come to Africa? For their own benefit. When I came here, half of it was because I was colonized. I have that colonial mentality. I thought everything here was better. But somewhere along the line, that mentality switched. And if it switches, it doesn't necessarily mean just run the way back to Nigeria, because you use wherever you are, whatever advantage you have to better your people. That's how it works. There's a reason why Europeans are in Africa right now. They are there to better themselves like they've always done. If I'm here and I have an advantage here, I can use my access here to help my country. Taiwan, that you know today as the center of this in microchip manufacture. How do you think they build this industry? It was through the diaspora. But the way we practice our diaspora and stuff is like slavery, where we work all the little money we have in our country, we use it to train our people, and we ship them up overseas and make them hit their country, never to return. That is a big difference. If you turn your mindset, then it's like a two-edged sword. You have now turned it to favoring your country. All our people that are in the diaspora, if they turn their mindset to favor their country, instead of spending more than 95% of all their income in the country they are in, and they start shifting it back to their country, they will see how fast things change. That is the problem, and that is why I'm here. Most of the money I earn here, I am working with people in Nigeria. I'm not stupid. Because it's like when you are in the tug of war with your rivals, then people from your side leave your side and go and start working for the other side. That's what Nigerians are doing all the time. When they go overseas, they go and join the other side, work in their military, build everything for them against the interests of their own countries. That's what we are doing. I've decided that what is the point of keep doing that? You have to change the narrative and start doing it for your own country. Because who else is going to do it for you? So your woman are going to come and build it for you. They will not build it though. They've never done it. If anything, it's in their interest for us to remain as weak as we are. My concern is that what I've seen in this election is very, very bad signs. This is why our people hate our leaders. But you can ask yourself, look at what Kulata is questioning me about right now. Our own people, we are also part of it. Because our consciousness has not risen enough to understand that it's about our country, it's our own land. We need to fix it. And we have the capacity to fix it. We don't need anybody's loan. Abacha did not borrow money from IMF. And yet he was able to increase the national reserve. How did he do that? Nobody asked. And this is the guy that they call as the most corrupt leader in Nigeria. Why do you think they hate him most? Nobody bothers to ask critical questions. Why did this man not borrow money from other people? Why did he not travel out of Nigeria so much like other leaders? And yet, he is the one that saved up money for Nigeria more than many of these leaders. We are always proud about Peter Obi leaving money for people. Abacha left money for people. He didn't squander money. But yet, we know him as the biggest thief of Nigeria. Why? All the ones that have been borrowing money from IMF, what good have they done us so far? They keep leaving us in poverty and traveling overseas to go and enjoy with their bosses overseas repeatedly. It's so alarming. I was surprised to hear that our Supreme Court judge was in London the other day. It's like they are all there. We need to stop this, and I think we need to nip it in the bud, one at a time. Best, don't go overseas for treatment, except you have a waiver. You have to have a waiver to go overseas for treatment. If you are a public officials, build this health institution in Nigeria so they can be staying in Nigeria. Limit at the rate at which they keep going overseas. All this leader, why do you think these Oyibo people, when they want to punish them, they'll say, we're going to take your visa away from you? Visa, seriously? Visa is one of the biggest sanctions against our leaders because they are addicted to traveling overseas. Who cares? Keep your visa then. There are other countries to travel to in the world. Look at South Africa is exerting itself more than Nigeria. Nigeria is more than 200 million in population, one of the most important black nations on earth. You can't even believe, if you look at the map of even water distribution in the world, Nigeria is very secure. It's one of the most secure countries in the world. Other countries, look, South Africa is exerting itself, is part of BRICS. Nigeria, we're just busy running to Western nations. I don't know where to start from. The thing is really deep, and the whole thing is just, it's unbelievable. When I look at it, it doesn't make me happy, but there are still signs that it is possible to turn the tide. Like I said, half of it is just turning your mind. Myself, when I change my mind that I'm going to be spending money in Nigeria instead of spending it overseas, it doesn't take a lot to do that. It's just an epiphany. If millions of Nigerians do that, you'll be surprised how quickly things will change. If millions of Nigerians that are overseas decide that they're going to invest in their country, they will have a stake in the country. They will not they will not want anything to happen to the country. They will not want anybody to mismanage the country. I know that because I did the same thing. I was in the UK for almost 15 years before I started investing in Nigeria. When I did, my approach to the country changed. If you don't have a stake in something, why would you care? You just come online and complain, then you go back, everybody go back. Because the only stake you have in Nigeria is your family members. Put your money there, take risk in the country. That is what other people have done. If you look at the story of China, India, all of them is all the same. It's not me that is saying it. To go and research it yourself. You will find out that's exactly what they are still doing it to today. They are still doing it till today. The Chinese government is still giving money to its citizens that travel overseas to invest in those countries. They are even investing in Africa like that. They'll send their citizens to Africa, give them money to come and invest in Africa to buy up companies and start owning stuff. Why are we not conscious of all this? We see it happening in our face every day. So personally, I don't even know where to start. All I can say is that have a stake in Nigeria, turn whatever they are using against us right now, turn it against them. It's a double-edged sword. Our presence there is a powerful thing, but we are not tapping into it yet. And if we tap into the greater diaspora, that their purchasing power is over 1.6 trillion. Even 1% of that. We've not even started tapping into our strengths. We just complain most of the time because most of our eyes are not open to what we are capable of doing. We don't need IMF loan. The money they are giving us is nothing. If we put our own resources together and decide to do something for our country, we'll sort our problem out. Thank you.
Thank you for this.
So, FYI, Abacha left us with less than $9 billion foreign reserve. That wasn't it was one of our lowest reserves. So you said Abacha left us money. No, it did not. It's like it's less than $9 billion. It raped the country financially.
I will confirm what you just said. I don't believe that. Because you have a knack for
talking about the
stuff.
Under the table, the one he left under the table.
That is Father Christmas. We're still benefiting. We're still benefiting from his Father Christmas gestures. The one he officially left is like less than 9 billion, but we're still getting his Father Christmas benefits.
Let me confirm it now.
All right. Officer AK, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
I agree to you. I agree to you. I agree to everybody, lady and gentlemen of the jury. My utmost respect for everybody. I just want to say that I think we need to be aware that there are other people on the other side of the divide. It's not just me and my cousins and my mom and my father and my grandpa and people in my community that make Nigeria. Well, I remember when this whole election thing started. I usually don't like getting involved in Nigerian election and politics. It's all the same thing. The same people recycling, the same old people. Since before we were born, they've been telling us you are the future of tomorrow, all these things. Even I became a father in 1990 something. So what should I be telling my 20-something-year-old child now? That they are the future of tomorrow? So we can continue, we can sit here and complain and continue talking about how terrible Nigeria is. We know they're not going to change. But for me, I'm a 70s baby. So I grew up in the 80s and so on in Nigeria. So I saw some things. I saw the change, how things were changing from all the Babangida time and so on till we got into the 90s. So by the time we got into the 90s, and then we started seeing the change from military to civilian, all these people. The point I'm trying to make is I don't know what's going on with Tinubu now. I don't know about the health. I don't know what they're doing in France. I don't know anything. But if you ask me, when I was in Nigeria, I believe strongly in Tinubu because of what he did in Lagos State. I was born and raised in Lagos. And if you were in Lagos in the 90s, you should have an idea of the person Tinubu is or Tinubu was, because now I can't say. So that's the reason why for me personally, I believe in a Tinubu government. But when I discussed this with my cousin who is in Nigeria, he said, but the man, we know because we were all in Nigeria in the 90s. He said, we know now, but the man is old now. The man is old, they'll just be controlling him, all this stuff. I said, well, that's a possibility. I don't know. But from what this man did in the 90s, the miracle, I don't care about where he came from. Somebody is not a whatever. He stole money. Did he steal money? But he changed the lives of people in the 90s in Nigeria. Go and ask people, ordinary people on the streets why do you think people listen to him? Why was he able to handpick governors for them in Lagos? Why was he able to handpick Fashola for them? Handpick Sanwo-Olu? Because people listen to him. That's the meaning of influential. You think he's paying me money? No, I've never met him before. Nobody in my family has met him before. But we have benefited from some of the things he brought in the 90s. So that, I think we need to be aware that there are other people on the side of the divide. So that's just one. But one of the things that's important is...
Hold on, Dr. Damage. Let him show his face. I mean, we don't know who is starting. We know Kulata, but who is
my
that?
brother. This is my face. My computer is slouching back.
Yeah, just show your face, please.
This is my face.
Okay.
So I wanted to talk to my brother Joel. I wanted to talk to him that don't just be castigating and criticizing the people on the other side. There are real people on the other side who voted for this man. Even though we may be here, we may not vote in Nigeria, we may not be campaigning, but there are real people. I told another friend of mine, Joy, she lives in somewhere in Anambra State. But I said, do you consider those village people in Kebbi State, in Katsina State, do they have social media? Those people, they will only listen to what their leaders tell them. Their local government or their governor, whatever, they will say, this is the person we are voting for. They don't have Twitter, all these things we are doing. They don't have that. So this is what I'm saying. That's the definition of influence. This man has influence in all these places with all these people. And if you want to take control, you don't just come and fight and start punching. No, it's strategy. That is one lesson people should learn from this Tinubu man. If you want, he's
God
old.
forbid.
He may not be good for Nigeria, whatever you can say.
God
But learn, how did he
forbid.
get here?
Did he pay everybody off? Those people, did he pay them off?
He get here through fraud. He got where he is through fraud. You don't know
If
his
you,
age.
my brother,
1998.
my brother,
1998.
I hear
He
you.
gave interview to the
Listen,
Guardian.
I hear you.
Listen. Just one moment.
I got
1998.
here.
He gave interview to the Guardian that he's 52
Listen,
years
you
old.
haven't even let me finish.
25
You are
years
telling me not
later,
to
he's
talk. You just
celebrating
calm down.
71.
He
That is
got,
just
listen,
fraud.
I'm
I'm not
telling you
coming down.
all this stuff. You can continue talking. Joel was saying, oh, he's a convicted something in the US. We live in the US. I'm a police officer here in Texas. What is the meaning of conviction? What is the meaning of indictment? What is the meaning of charging somebody? When I was listening to one of David's interview when he was saying Tinubu was indicted, I said, do you know the meaning of indictment? Indictment, when you arrest someone, you charge them. After you charge them, the moment you charge them, that's indictment. And then you arraign them. Arraign meaning you appear before jury. People will now judge your case, and they will now say, okay, this is, if you don't go to arraignment, you may waive trial, and then you will sit down in front of a, what they call them, DA. The DA will now say, okay, do you want to go to trial? If you don't want to go to trial, this is what you can do. You can do community service. You can do this. That is, we're just throwing words all over the place anyhow. He was not indicted. He was not charged in that case. I pulled up the thing. I looked up everything David was referring to. He was not charged. Even in the website, David said we should go. We went. He said Tinubu was not charged. So that one is zero. There's nothing there. Nothing. But that's not the point. The point I'm making is, where CM, you were saying he got there through fraud. If you want to take this thing, you to go and try to take it through fraud or whatever. He got there somewhere. He has the influence. Whether he paid them money or whether he didn't pay me money. And I know so many people that he didn't pay money. So, but the point I'm making is, we don't come and sit down here and just be throwing words about. We need to look for a way to make impact. And I want to give it up for my brother, forefather, some of the things you said, that those of us who are abroad, the things we can do. This is a big lesson. This whole online obedience movement thing is a big lesson for a lot of us, that we can actually make impact if we want to. So instead of all this murmuring and fighting and between ourselves and saying Igbo, Yoruba, this one, that one, I think now we know how to bring them to the table and ask them questions and make them, make them answerable to the people. That's number one. Number 2 point I want to make is this whole Obi arrest or detention something. I think in the interest of Obi, he himself should come out and say, because this is beyond politics. This is your image now. You have an image to protect. Now you have a bunch of young people who believe in you. So in the interest of coming clean, just like whatever is going on in the LP party, that some people are saying, oh, they are fighting between themselves. Some are trying to come clean. Some all this forgery. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. And if you say, oh, whatever is going on in the party, I've never been a social media person. I've never done all this Twitter until this election time, because I see the whole thing, the whole obedience, something. So, my kids, all the people that I said, okay, what's going on? I said, you need to sign up for. So I signed up for Twitter. So I started reading all this stuff. And then I found out, oh, it's through all this fake news on this side, fake news on that side. It's a lot going on. But the point I'm trying to make is, for his own image, to protect his own image, he should come out and say, oh, yes, because all we are hearing, they say one of his businesses was suspended in the UK. Something about his tax or something. We're just hearing rumors. We don't know what's true. First, they said he was arrested. He was deported. Which one is true? We don't know. So that's for the Obi situation. Now, this one, I just wrote the 2 points down. I said this one says, when we say we want to make a change, Dr. Damage, I think you can take a step in this direction. Okay, what do we want? Look what they're doing in the National Assembly. They're saying medical students should not travel. Who says that? Does that even make sense? How am I going to study all these years, and then you say I can't travel for 5 years. When I studied on my own thing and I'm ready to leave this country because you guys are not even providing, then we should make a law that will say all of you to in the House of Reps or all the whatever, you guys should not go abroad for medical treatment. It should be a law. If you're going to tell ordinary people that, oh, they cannot travel for to better their own lives. So this is what I'm saying. So I think there should be like a platform created from time to time for people to say, this is what we want, and people should, whether online, whether, people who are in Nigeria. And I want to come to a point that most of us who are in America, UK, all these places, a lot of the times we tell our people back home to go and protest, when we are here in the comfort of our own home, under the protection of Western countries. I think it's not fair. So that's all the points I want to make. CM, you have something to.
Okay, yeah. Just in a quick one. First, the issue with Bola Tinubu is a man who has been practicing criminality since he was born. You
Sorry
cannot tell
to
me.
cut you. Sorry to cut you. Please let us be intelligent in our discussion, please. When we say something,
yes,
let us
let me
bring evidence.
listen.
Let us try and be.
No,
I'm sure most
this
of
is
us
the
here are
evidence.
very well
Listen.
educated. You can't just be throwing words all over. Continue.
Listen. You even if you like interrupt me 10 times, I will use the word I want to use. You can't take it out of my. You can't put the word back to my mouth. I will say it out. Tinubu has been practicing criminality since records began. In 1998, he gave interview to the Guardian, Nigerian Guardian. He's 52 years old. That's what he celebrated that year. 25 years later, he's celebrating 21. What type of arithmetic is that? 52 plus 25. The daughter, Fola Shade, is close to 60, and he's celebrating 71. Nobody know this paper Tinubu gave to Chicago State University for admission. If you are in US, if I tell you go to Chicago State University, apply for undergraduate study, you will present a high school diploma or school cert. They will ask you, what certificate did Tinubu present? Nobody knows. How old is Tinubu? He cannot say. That is one thing. This idea of Peter Obi, whether he was deported from UK or tax or business, they are using it just to balance up $460,000 that Tinubu forfeited to the US government. Peter Obi's travel in the UK is an APC propaganda. From today on, you can never hear BK Dabiri's name again because that video has been punctured. So now they switched over to another thing to say he was deported. Peter Obi was not deported from UK. Peter Obi has winded his business in UK since he left. He's no longer having. Before he became governor, he shut down his business in UK. He said it. It is written. So he suddenly did not open up business again in UK. That's one. So all this is our APC propaganda. Tinubu as a person is not a man you can trust. It's as simple as that. So telling me that maybe we can't say anything, we can't say this against Tinubu. Why can't Tinubu come and clear out all these things? When he was campaigning, he never come for debate, whereby he will be with Atiku, Peter Obi, Kwakwaso, Showore, and all the rest. He refused, he was dodging. Now he's in France, undergoing treatment. What are you going to tell us? Tinubu did not win. Let him go to Tribunal and present how all the figures added up to 8 million. Let him come and tell us. Tinubu gave a video, if you don't know, because one thing I hate people that want to, if something did not suit you, you won't bring it up. Tinubu is on tape. Tinubu is on tape where he was instructing Agbero that these Igbo people, they are 12 years old when they come to Lagos. We feed them, we help them. When they grow up, they turn against us. Are you doubting that? It's on record. He said it. That was what empowered the Luomo to profile Igbo. I wanted to react to when people say maybe elections is when people say that so people has been dying every election, I asked them, which election in Nigeria has an ethnic group be profiled for slaughtering? 2015, which people were called out for slaughtering? Was there any profiling? 2019, 2011, 2007, 2003, 1999. Why must Ndibo be profiled in Lagos? Are you not aware of that? Because Tinubu authorized that. Why was Igbo businesses be burnt in Lagos? Are you not aware of that? Tinubu is not aware of all these things. Did he condemn it? Did he? He did not. Because he told Oluomo to do it. You see, sometimes when you people come here, when people say this type of thing, you provoke the anger in people. A whole ethnic group like Indibo, you profiled in Lagos and they were slaughtered, disenfranchised, their business is burnt. Till today. And people come here, they pretend. They will be telling you election is good, election is that. What are you saying? And you want me to support Tinubu? You want me to talk good of him with all this criminal record that he's having since records began? What is he trying to tell me? Please, sometimes if we don't know what to say, if we can't be measured in what we are saying, let us be sensitive. I challenge anybody here to tell me the ethnic group, the tribe that we are profiled for slaughtering in Nigerian election. Tell me, has they profiled the Fulani before in Lagos? Has they profiled the Bini, the Ichekiri? Have they profiled the Efiki Bibio? Why must he be Igbo? And you are coming here, you are pretending. Look at what Tinubu said. That Igbo, when we come to Lagos and they do all this, what sort of, and you look, a typical Yoruba man is ashamed of Tinubu. I don't know why people
Wait,
come here
CM,
to come and celebrate him.
what did Tinubu say?
Do you want me to
Tinubu said,
respond?
look at
What did he say?
listen, Tinubu said in Igbo are 12 years old when they come to Lagos as 12-year-olds. When we help them here, accommodate them, help them grow, then they turn against us. Are you doubting that? Haven't you seen it?
I've
Haven't you
not
seen
seen it.
it? Tinubu said it.
I have not seen it. I'm asking
Good.
you. That's what I'm
Okay, you
asking
have.
you.
So
Okay,
you
yes.
heard.
Listen. You haven't seen it. Good. But I'm telling you, I'm informing you authoritatively. This is not a case of reporting. What did
Yeah,
Remi
so
Tinubu say about
wait.
Ndibo? You see,
Hold on.
Sunday.
Hold
Doctor,
So
on.
can I come in
listen,
also,
so that I don't
please?
lose my trend. I don't lose my trend of thought. Please, I don't lose my trend of thought.
Can you hold on
When
a
you see
second, CM?
somebody, oh God, okay, it's okay. What are you
No,
going to
So
say?
sorry.
you're not the only one that's there that want to talk. So you can't take all
Wait.
the time.
Sorry, to CM. He said they roller coach to Lagos at age of 12 and this. So by extension, where
Listen,
does that lead to?
Okay.
listen.
I think
Hold on.
This
can I
thing
say
happened.
something? Some of us that have kept quiet for a long time.
This thing happened.
Hold on, guys.
This was a prelude to the slaughter on 18. He said it before 18. It's
Hold on.
Ìwòsàn
Sam,
wọn
hold on.
wọ́n á
I think
gbóògùn
sometimes when
ọ̀fẹ́
people are speaking,
wọ́n á rí ìtọ́jú ọ̀fẹ́ tó o bá tí ì kọjá 12-year-old á dẹ̀ tún gbé yẹn lọ sókè á dá iléeṣẹ́ lẹ̀ fún wọn wọ́n ń kọ́ṣẹ́ á lè dá wọn dúró àwọn àjèjì tó ń yá wa èkó tí kò bá dáa tó bá jẹ́ àrùn ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí tó bá jẹ́ àìfọkànbalẹ̀ ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí tó bá jẹ́ àìríṣe ló bá wọn bí wọn ò ní máa wà àwọn tó ń yabo èkó tí wọ́n kúrò lù wọ́n tó ń wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àní wípé kọ́ máa wà á lè sọ pé wọ́n dá fún ìgbìyànjú wa eléyìí tó kù ó di
síwájú.
all right. So I think that's what CM was referring to.
Yeah, but for us that speak Yoruba, nothing that he said there.
So, sorry, Dr. Damages, do you speak Yoruba?
No.
Do you understand what he just said?
There was a translation that I saw of that audio, and I think that's what CM is probably.
Okay, so I saw this video. Can you tell us what he said in the video?
Or me?
But can we not? I think we are narrowing down. We are narrowing down the topic to gossip. I mean, this is just it's child's play. Look.
No, hang on. There's an inference. There was an inference made, and we need to clarify that inference because.
Give me the time. I've listened to you, my friend, for a long time. Please give me the time. I beg of you. Now, forefathers made a very cogent reasoning of how to develop things, but you see, when you listen to some people, forefathers, when we listen to the likes of you and say, okay, this is the way to go, and then you hear some people come up with a sense of nepotism and mediocrity, which I just heard from another guy, in the name of officer. And please forgive me, I don't really go at people like that, but this is a perfect example I can give. You see, you've just said one guy wasn't indicted, and you're putting yourself as an officer. I can sit here and tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know the meaning of indictment. It is just when you are charged with a serious crime. So, and secondly, you're saying that this man did well in 1999 just because he helped some people. You see, we narrow things down. What institutions did he strengthen? Is it the judiciary, that you can go back to Lagos and say, look, if I'm taking my case to the court, the judiciary would always stand by me. But he's narrowing it down to he helped people. So if I am not part of that circle and I don't gain anything, I'm out. So this is, you see, forefathers, this is why you're.
So you just
Please,
directly
directly
attacked me.
I
right?
didn't say anything to you. I will keep quiet.
Just directly call me a mediocre.
No, forgive me. No. I didn't call you a mediocre.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Do you want me to bring all my uniform to show you?
No, please. You don't need to do that.
Officer, can you be quiet, officer? Let that guy talk, please. You may be officer, okay?
You attacked me and you say I should. Okay, continue.
We don't care about you being officer. Let the guy talk.
Man of prestige, please. What I would say is let him finish the caller, and then officer will respond. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, okay. So, forefathers, you can see now that some of us who would really want to go back and invest, when you hear the kind of things, and please, my friend officer, I have not called you a mediocre, but making it clear. But I believe what you've said is a mediocre statement. So how you take that, I don't know, but I have not called you a mediocre. But it's mediocrity to say that when you are in Lagos, it helps people. I mean, it's mediocrity, whichever way you look at it. So, but I'm not calling you a mediocre, and I'm not saying you're lying, but your definition of indictment at the same time is not right. You can pick a dictionary and look at it. But so, forefathers, we cannot, the people in diaspora, look, the first thing that chased them out is the leadership problem. That is what sent them out. And some of them would never forget it. So you are telling them to take 90% of what they've come to suffer for and go and put it in a place that they're not sure of. It will take a lot of convincing to do that, because they will rather put it in Barclays Bank or put it in Lloyd's Bank and be sure that in 30 years or 20 years time, it will be there. Why go put it in a UBA when every day it depreciates? So that is my submission. And so sorry, I still have to apologize to the officer man. Look, in conversations or debates, I could say you are talking rubbish. It doesn't mean you are rubbish. It's just what you're saying at that point in time. So please don't think I am calling you names. I'm just saying that statement is a sign of mediocrity, whether you like it or not. So don't think I called you names, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just respond to that last point he made. See, what is the use of your wealth if it is all for the West? What is the use of any wealth you create if it's for the West?
Okay, now you see, this is why I said we should not narrow it down to God. I'm not talking about me per se, but if you look at it, you some of the people who are in the West, if they tell you how they got there, you'll be so shocked. They came with nothing, practically nothing. Now they've made whatever they've made, and you see, there's one thing that brings anxiety the most? What would I eat tomorrow? So you're telling me to work all these things out and go put it in an economy which is uncertain. Some of them will
Your
rather go.
economy, not an economy, your economy.
All right, let's
wait.
yeah,
Some of
okay.
them will rather go put it in Namibia or Mozambique.
Okay, let's
That's an
stop.
African country
Because
it's safer there.
Let's stop it here. Okay, let's get back to what we're talking about. Let's stop here. Officer. Okay.
But it's an important point, you know. But
yeah,
we
I know.
want to live to gossip.
It's so far away from.
So let me just conclude.
Yeah.
So right now we are here. We are not going back. The question is which way forward? Whatever is going on with the tribunal in Nigeria is going on. Whether we like it or not, come 29th of May, Ashiwaju will be sworn in. Whatever happens next, we don't know, but he will be sworn in according to the Constitution. I forgot the section which says, even if the court finds otherwise, the person who was announced will still be in office and enjoy the benefits of the office, even if the court's going to rule otherwise. So now the question is, how do we move forward? What do we do from here? And this is why I was referring to what Forefather was saying, that we should have a way to call these people to order every time. Now, this election just showed that there's no free meal anymore. You can't just claim 10 million votes because that's the population in my community. Now we see that, okay, so the BVAS, that's what they say it does now. It confirms how many people, it prevents overvoting, like they said, right? So now they know that now they have to sit up. So now moving forward, we should be able to say, okay, no more Nigerian going hungry. We want the federal government to establish what they call food stamps, and make a petition and come on social media and everybody come vote, and then people protest, and then we can get things done from there moving forward. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. Moving forward, we should have a way to check these people. So that's number one. Number two, we have FBI in America. We have local police, we have city police, we have state police. Why can't we have the same thing in Nigeria? It creates more jobs, right? It's not just the federal police that's going to be. Let every locality in every state has their own. Every local government have their own. You'll see how many people will be employed. Less unemployment issue. So many things they can do, and they come here, they see these things here. So, but my thing is, we that are here, we see how things work. We should be able to contribute in our own creative ways, not just telling people to go and fight and go and die while we are here enjoying or sitting back here. But moving forward, we should be able to put things, tangible plans on the table that people are going to be able to follow. All of us, even us in diaspora, and going to say, okay, we want this done, we want that done from now on, and then we can come together and say, okay, so let's forget about Peter Obi, Tinubu, and somebody in London, somebody in somewhere. Let's tangible ways, tangible things we can do to put forward. That's my submission.
All right, thank you. Jonaba, and then I'll come to Bello. Yeah, Jonaba.
Okay, to officer, can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you. Go
ahead.
I
hear you, brother.
Okay, you say you live in Denton, Texas?
Dallas.
You live in Dallas?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The issue, okay, thank you for your service anyway. I think we can do better than this as people on this platform. Let's talk about this platform that Rudolph Okonkwo have given us opportunity. Let us see the way we judge ourselves or we present things, how interested it will be, because people listen to us. I was in London, I missed my flight, and somebody saw me in Heathrow. I think I was after I missed the British Airways, then I was to go with Virgin Atlantic. And he said, "Oh, I know you."
And I was wearing hoodie because I don't want people to, not because of only that, for some reason. So you come to see Tinubu? I say, no, I didn't come to see Tinubu. I'm just going to Nigeria. And it's okay. I know you from Dr. Rudolph's show. You run your mouth, you and Mama Ichio. You don't get along. I say, no, it's my lady. Oh. We can have our differences, but I don't have any problem with that. The point I'm trying to make is this. We are bigger than what we think, and we are more influential than what we think. But as far as we don't get along, I don't see the difference between Tinubu racism, if at all he play one, from CM. And CM, I don't mean it in a wrong way, because there is a journalist from my area that died. So when you say Onyibo, it's a percentage. It's just like it is here. When you go to prison work here, you will see they say there are a lot of white in jail, there are a lot of Spanish, there are a lot of black, but they will say the percentage of the population of the black people in jail based on the number is higher. So there is something going on here. So if you have 20 people and you lose 10 people, and I have 10 people and I lose 2 people, the percentage is the same. You understand? So let us know, and this is the problem. When one Nigerian die, we all die. Injustice. In injustice, in anything, even in humanity in general. We can talk about boundary. When you live in your own country or your own state, you have a boundary. When something happens, it's the duty of the governor and the leader of that country, of that state, to provide a leadership and protection of that zone. But when it comes to issue of election, especially a national election, it's all of us. So we cannot be only say, okay, because Igbo people, they targeted them. I condemn it in totality if Igbo people were marginalized in Lagos. But it's not about only Igbo. If these people mind in the north and in the west and in the east, as far as you are not speaking Yoruba, you are either Mbati, whatever they call you. When they see you on the road, especially if you are light in skin, they don't even think. Even in Lagos, they don't think Benin people are not Igbo. And the same thing happened in the north. Whether you are a Muslim from west, and they are going after the west or the east, they still go after you. It's the same thing all over. And based on that, even in the north, as far as you're not speaking Hausa to the most primitive Hausa people, they call all of you Nyamri. Down there, they don't even care whether you say you are a Muslim from Ibadan or you are from Lagos. They don't care. And it's time to educate ourselves. Our differences is lack of understanding of one another. And our religious bigotry and all those tribal things, it will not help us on national stage, which means we still remain divided. Only Igbo cannot win the national election, only Hausa cannot win the national election, and only Yoruba cannot win the national election. But when we buy to this narrative of these people who divide us through their words and they divide and control, then we'll still remain in this captivity for many years to come.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's hear.
Please, he called me out. I want to know why the racism of Tinubu and the CM are the same. That's what I want, because you called me out.
Yeah, CM, hold on. Let me hear Bello first, and then you can.
Thanks for yielding the floor to me again. First I want to back up what Mr. Officer said the other time. I mean, it's unfortunate how people just come on this platform and just, throw words around, anyhow, using foul languages on people. We're just here, have a discussion, meaningful discussion. We don't have to agree with each other. You don't have to call somebody mediocre. And the other time I made a submission, I had somebody call me mad too, just, for my opinion. And, sometimes, thank you. So, but sometimes we are just making an opinion. You don't have to agree with the people's opinion. It's always good to hear your own opinion and probably give some reason. Other people might agree with you. Some people might not agree with you, but it's okay. I made mention the other time that this election that we had happened to probably be the best election so far, and according to the numbers, if I'm right, I can still be called out for that again. And uh according to to the numbers, Mr. Officer AK came about the other time talking about giving the statistics of the kind of number of deaths that we've had in the past. It is regrettable and condemnable if we that we're having we have killings during in our election. But are we making a progress? Yes. I don't know. It's like some people probably maybe social media is the reason why they just start following Nigerian election. I mean, I've been following Nigerian election years and years before. I mean, we had the most horrible election we've had in Nigeria was in 2007, and the beneficiary of that election, which was Yarada, also came out and say, "Oh, this election that brought him in was not free, was not fair." And and every time we talk, everybody they are quick to talk about everything, the thing that happened in Lagos, we are quick to talk about Lagos just because people that have the best of the phones and cameras lives in Lagos. What about the ones that happens in the east? What about the ones that happen in the north?
True. We saw videos.
Are these places not part of Nigeria? Not long ago, Dr. Damages just showed us video clips about people threatening people not to come out and vote for other party in the southeast. Are they Yorubas? Are they? Is the threat against Yorubas? Somebody talking about. I heard somebody talk about the targeting the Igbos. In the east, people have targeted the Hausas in the past. Gulag died in Imo State. If that happened, if a prominent Igbo person died like that in another part of the country, we know what would have happened. Is Gulag not a Nigerian? The other day it was another, Hausa, even pregnant in the east. Everyone did not fall in Nigeria. I'm not trying to justify all these things, but sometimes when we talk, we should condemn things. Generally, we shouldn't be a kind of ethnic champion. Come out in the public space and start just try to cover up one and make a huge issue about one. And I still stand to be corrected. This last election happened to be our best election. It might not. Like I said, we can improve, but if you don't follow our elections up to this 2023 election, you would never know. Go and look at the figures. Go and look at the numbers. It has never happened in our history of our election whereby governors, our governors, we all know them there. They take the Senate as their retirement home. Look at how many governors lost election in this last election. In the past, we used to have like a million, zillions from KKK, Kaduna, Katsina, What was the figure? That was. When I say something, I have figures to back it up. Not just. I'm not just talking about sentiment and something like that. But I just want to rest my point here. Thank you. I wish you all have a nice weekend.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So please, can I clear my destiny?
Okay.
John Abba said the racism of Tinubu is equivalent to CM. So I want some citing. I need clarification on that before I land, because you called me out. I'm talking to John Abba.
This is the same thing that Bello just said. I told you that when you are talking about Onibo, you have a right to talk or to agitate for your people. But in this election and every other previous election, it's not only Igbo that died, and this is a national election. And to the fairness of everything that happened in Lagos, because Lagos is so diverse, that even Obi won the election, whether you like it or not, because he did not win the totality of the election, you may discredit that. But that is the thing. When people like you now say, oh, okay, it's Onyibo. It's not only Onyibo that died in Lagos. And I've told you who died, that if it's 10 people died from your area, that out of 100, and out of 10, 2 people die, it's equivalent. You cannot silence the other one. If you want to agitate, let's agitate for a change for all Nigeria. No one needs to die for practicing or to exercising their voting franchise in Nigeria, whether it's Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. And I respect that, but you were saying that Tinubu was saying that the Igbo people came to Lagos when they were 8 years. I do not understand that the video play. But why I say you are equivalent to, you are emphasizing so much on that, like, okay, it's like it's between Igbo and Yoruba. We are all Nigerians, for God's sake. Another ethnic group. I told you about a journalist that died from my own place. Now you are downplaying that when you're emphasizing on that. But I respect that you can speak for your people. But on national election, it's all Nigeria.
See, the thing is that I hate people being disingenuous. What I'm saying is in the mainstream media, it's not me. When you hear Ruben Abati say it, when you hear Shehu Kimbaloye use it to interview that Ndi Igbo were profiled in Lagos for slaughtering, it's in the news. So do not take it. I'm only repeating what is in the news, which we witnessed. One thing you must know is that there are different people doing businesses in Lagos.
Okay.
Ndi Igbo, the business of Ndi Igbo was targeted and burnt down. Tell me the one of TV people that was burned down in Lagos. Tell me the business belonging to.
Listen, narrow-minded thing.
Listen.
That you think
Listen. It's not narrow-mindedness. It is what happened. Listen. It's not narrow. It's not narrow. It's not narrow. It becomes narrow if I'm making it up. This is what happened. Igbo businesses were burned down.
You asked me a question that I should tell you how many
business
was burned
you see,
down.
your own. See, listen. You can, if you like, you can measure narrow-minded from now till the kingdom come. It doesn't make any sense to me.
You don't have
Igbo
a
businesses were
anyway.
burned down. It is written. It is written. Listen. Don't don't forget. I know where you are heading to. Igbo businesses were burned down. There's no. That's why you want. Let me, because I like to put things in context or reference. Iwanyanwu is not me. Iwanyanwu said it in Anambra that as the elder chairman of the Ohaneze Elders Council, he has authorized, he has inaugurated a committee to look into it, and then total the losses, they will present it for compensation. Iwanyanwu said so. Go and challenge him, not me. So the thing is that you are in denial. All these things I'm saying, I'm only making reference. I'm not making anything up. Iwanyanwu that said it, it wasn't me that told Iwanyanwu. Iwanyanwu is Ohaneze member, and he said it nationally, openly, in Anambra during Soludo's 1 year celebration in office.
Including
listen.
So this is the narrow-minded issue. You can come here and say with all your
tribalism, I don't. Your own is that I can't understand. See, listen, I can't. See, listen, I'm coming. Please let me make this one, because he's been interrupting me. I allowed him to say he interrupted me a lot. Let me tell you, if somebody is quoting a verse in the Bible, you don't tell the person is wrong. You go to the Bible. If the verse is right, you interrogate the Bible and not the person. I'm only pointing you to what. Okay, he ran away. I'm only pointing you to what was done. You can't come here and then deny the obvious. Ndi Igbo were targeted for slaughtering in Lagos. Everybody understood it. So many people apologized. Their businesses were burned down, and then you are coming here to deny. So what? Please, let us be careful. If you can't help build the economy, don't help to destroy it. It's painful that people will set up their business in Lagos. They are targeted. Who is Oluomo to threaten Ndi Igbo? Nobody is saying that. Am I making it up? Did we not hear what Oluomo said? Did we not see the effect?
That's some money that went back and has been burnt in a market.
I think that CM, calm down. See, you have to worry more about the lives lost, because sometimes when you talk too much about business, you are not taking into account the lives lost and the lives that have been damaged. And regarding whatever you lose, material things, you can get it back relatively easily. And the idea that, because you lose material, everywhere there is risk in the world, there's recession that goes on in the West, you lose money and all the rest of it. I like the point Okolala made the other day. There is the other time, regarding what is the purpose of wealth anymore if you can't use it to better your people? Because you're afraid, you can't bottle it up in the West. You have to bring it back to your country. Even if it gets destroyed, you bring more back. It's material things. You do it until you fix it. You can't be just like battle. People go to war and fight, knowing full well that some of them are going to die. Do they just say, "Oh, because I'm going to lose my life, I'm not going to go"?
But at that point, you are not differentiating sacrifice from investment. Investment, I want money back. Sacrifice, I'm wasting it. So if I can invest money anywhere else that I'm sure it will bring me returns, why do I want to go to where it's not safe? Just because there's an election coming, everything goes up in flames. How do you explain that to a businessman?
Because you're looking at it from just your individual point of view. By the time you do that in the West, eventually you're going to lose it. Because that place you are investing it in, you don't have control over the environment. They can decide to take it away from you. The problem with our people is that we just went to the West recently in the 60s and 70s and 80s. Go and look at what was happening to the African Americans. There's a reason why they are at the bottom of the totem pole. Anytime they try to rise, they drag them back again. And that is because they still need them. But when they don't need them anymore, they can do whatever they like with them. If you invest in the West, it's just for your own personal convenience. In reality, your own heritage is being destroyed.
You can come out with all these reasons.
Hold on, guys.
Sorry, Dr. Rudolph. Let me get at him. You can come out with all these reasons, but what is the percentage chance of loss? So when you give me the percentage, we are talking business now. If you want to talk business, if you give me the percentage chances of loss, and then you tell me, okay, if I take my money to Mozambique, put it in there, and tell me the percentage of if I go to Lagos and put it in there, what is the percentage? If you give me a reasonable percentage and not sacrifice, because you live once, and whatever you make, you want to enjoy it. If I have to keep losing it and go work again, then I've turned myself a slave out of sacrifice.
Yes, see, Rudolph, let's have this discussion because
no,
it's an important discussion.
We can't. No, I know it's important to you and it's important to the conversation, but I don't want to.
Maybe another day.
The point is, I will leave very soon, so you guys can have that conversation. Not that I don't care about it, but the point is that there are people who are joining us who want to get the opportunity to, instead of having these two conversations with two people. Austin, welcome.
I don't know. I went somewhere, but I'm not the type that always throws stones. When I came here, I saw a lot of, is it recrimination and counter recrimination? You do this, I did this and did this. Those kind of things don't go well in my ears. So really, I think I came when somebody was saying that, somebody was claiming that this election was one of the best. Really, I don't think it was one of the best we have had. Some people used to feel that then they vote since. We don't vote since 2007 too. Don't they vote? And I'm the kind, as I said, I'm the type that even if it's councillorship election, I'll go because
Austin, sorry, 5 seconds. Which was a better election in your opinion?
Can you repeat that question?
I said, which was a better election compared to this one in your opinion?
I think no matter how it looks like.
No, just answer.
2015 was better.
Wait, let me answer.
2015.
Come on, TM. You need to learn to take things easy. You can't force your standard on others. You don't force things down people's throat. If I tell you that this is my own take, if you like, accept. If you like, don't accept. Leave it. I wanted to say the same thing. 2015 was better.
So in what ways? I was going to ask because I don't. People just throw this casual stuff.
Calm down. Why is it that you always like pushing things better than front? First,
I like questions and answers.
Your face, so I don't even think of engaging.
No matter, I just answer the question.
I can't talk with a faceless person. I don't know you.
I'm a ghost. Answer the question.
I don't answer from ghosts. I can talk to Rudolph or talk to forefather because I know I see him face and I know this is CM and I'll say this. That's why I tell CM. I'll tell CM that please don't force your opinion on people. If you say 1 + 1 is 2, somebody says 5, leave it. That is just the basics we have here. Now, based on this, they have been rigging in the 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019 election. Most of these things we saw in other areas. This one was more obvious because everybody was looking. Everybody was watching. It was more obvious. People came out to see what is happening and how it's going. It's like saying that we are doing something in broad daylight and somebody comes in broad daylight and scuttle everything and goes away. It's okay. It now becomes the one in 2011 is worse than this one because 1 person, 2 person, or 3 people died. The fact that this one was broad daylight, I tell you that this is the rules of the game, and I breach the rules of the game. Betraying trust makes it bad. We know the too many. I promise, I assure you, even in the international community. But what happened? It went wrong. Okay, in this case now, we have 3 cases. National Assembly election. Somebody made one statement that most of the big wigs did not come back. It's true because the Senate was transmitted. The House of Reps was transmitted. But the presidential election was not transmitted. So let's call a spade somehow. That's just the whole truth. So if we ask Emma, it's not like saying that this election we got is like how would I put it? It's like it's not to a certain extent. Yes, it's not to a certain extent. That's very true. That's very true. But one thing is certain here: it was not the best we have had. The 2015 election was better. Even in 2015, I clap for Tahiro Jega. He did pretty well. He tried his best. It was not as crazy as the one we had now.
But 2015, we did not have beavers. We had ghosts. We had ghosts. We had kids. We had all those things.
Yes, we had the card readers. All of us use the card.
Yeah, but we had ghost people voting, people that did not exist.
Good. They were ghost people, which resulted to incident form. At that time, that was
incident form, exactly. We don't have that anymore.
It is true. That was the standard. It is true. That was the standard. But what I'm trying to say, what makes this one worse is because 1, everybody was watching. That was the first thing. Everybody was watching. 2, you have told us that this is what I'm going to do. You set the rules of the game. But when it came to a time where they were supposed to give a penalty, you said, no, it's an offside. When everybody knows it's a penalty. So the point is just, my own is the words. If I tell you I will do this, I will do it. If I say I will not do it, I will not do it. Don't come and tell me that this is how it will be, this how it will be, this how it will be. And one thing, as I said, I want to say, look, if you want to go, I believe in this issue of, I don't know if you get angry with me, I believe in sciences. If you go to Lagos now, you may see one Yoruba person who was affected by the burning of the shops, or maybe one person who was killed. So you cannot totally say that it is very true that when it comes to percentage, Igbos were highly profiled. It is very true. And it will say that those from the Yoruba point who may have suffered the same thing were just victims of circumstance. So it is not like putting it that it must be my people, my people, my people. Come on. And that's one thing I want to talk with Sia. It must not be Igbo. That's sometimes when I come to this, I don't even want to come in because it looks as if it's always crying and lamenting over Igbo. No. But the point is that something is going wrong.
Something led to that. Something led to. I was making reference.
I understand.
He's crying on what bothers him.
I understand. But please, let's give our point. 1, 2, 3. No matter where the person is coming from, I'll tell you the truth. When I see some people talk from the maybe Bayo Ononoga and the rest talk, you want to think that maybe this is happening to Yoruba people. Then you come and see somebody like Show. You see somebody like Delefaro to me talk. You now discover that this thing is not about ethnic stuff. It is about individuals. It is about the pedigree of the person. And even if you have 100 Yoruba people or 100 Hausa people or Fulani people, 99 of them are bigots, but just one of them is not. You don't have the scientific right to say that these groups are bigots. That's just the point. So let's hold people accountable, not the group as a whole. That's one thing I just came around to just say. So let's not make it as if it's only me who is on the receiving side or it's only you who is this. That's just my own point. I don't know. That's just what I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Ify, you want to say something? Okay. All right.
Rudolph, you're marginalizing me, and I want to go.
I'm coming to you. Yeah, I just want to collect. All right, collect.
And about the Abacha listing, it's from 200 million naira to 9 billion at a time when the currency was around 80 something naira.
These guys still they find Abacha money.
No, I had to correct that one before you start saying, because I don't know how many government that has done that since his time, apart from during the ending stage of Obasanjo, from what I can see throughout the period. So, and he did it without borrowing a penny.
All right, Abacha is an economic genius. We lived through it. We enjoyed it, including those thinking fuel that we used to pipe from our car to drive on campus back in those days. Anyway,
it's to tell you that we don't need IMF.
Yeah, we don't. About the election, there's a lot of misconception about the election. I don't even think many people have sat down to even study the Electoral Act. You cannot compare this election with 2019, not by any stretch. First thing, everybody mixes stuff up. There are three separate and distinct things in that election that people mix up. Number one is the BVAS. BVAS is not what you go and vote on. It's just accreditation, nothing more. It accredits, and that's it. That means if you have, you won't have ghost workers, no incidence forms, no overvoting. I mean, if you get overvoting, you can easily flag it and cancel it. That's BVAS. BVAS worked almost 100% throughout this election. That is BVAS. BVAS is separate. The next thing is the collation that people don't pay attention to. Collation in the Electoral Act is manual. There's no automatic collation. That's one of the biggest mistakes people make. There's the National Collation Center, there's the Local Government Collation Center, there's a state one. So collation is largely manual. And the result is also manual, is in that form EC8A. The third piece of it is the IREV, which is just a viewing portal. Is all they do is upload the election, either online mode or offline mode. It will get there eventually, is to go and view the result. IREV. The beef everybody has with the election is IREV, because they said they were going to load it real time. Of course, real time is not technically real time because not a bunch of APIs. It's still a batch process. You still upload the image, you run whatever batch process, and then you can view the result. So those are three distinct things that everybody mixes it up. I've even seen Peter Obi bungle it on Channels TV before. So people's beef is they did not upload to IREV on time, the viewing portal, forgetting that for each polling unit, you had the INEC agent, you have the party agent, and you have the police that have a copy of the result. As they voted, as they were counting LUP 75, LUP 78, whatever, after they finished that counting, they gave your party guy a copy of that result. They gave the police and the INEC. They all had it. And your party guy will take it to his, what's they call those centers again that they run? That word always skips my mind. The rapid, it's not rapid response. You know what I'm talking about, where each party runs and they count their result by themselves.
Situation room.
Thank you, situation room. And all of them got the results individually from situation room. So the entire beef about the presidential is just the fact that they did not upload it to IREV on time. So that's the beef. So it's a process issue. It's not a deficiency issue. Now, the standards of the Electoral Act in 2022 is to have substantial, for the elections to be substantially off. So that means in the 160 something thousand, whatever we have, you need a substantial number of polling units for the results to be off. And how do you say a result is off? By INEC standard. If you don't have, like Omawole Showore will not have polling agents in a ton of, in a ton of polling units. But as long as the INEC agent signs that result, it is valid, right? And then there's the issue of TPEX, right? People think, okay, the TPEX result, that means, oh my God, the TPEX result. You can make adjustment to it. All you have to do is sign and countersign, just like you're notarizing anything. So those are the facts that are going to court. And that's why when you check Peter Obi's prayers, his case, he was trying to go after process and qualification of the winner of the election. He wasn't saying my result is substantially off. He only mentioned 3 states or so, and he did not even give polling unit data to back it up. So when people start talking about, oh, this election is this election is that, that's the framework of our elections based on the Electoral Act. Because people don't read the Electoral Act, then they start saying all sorts of, I saw this, I saw that. No. Go and read the Electoral Act. As long as INEC signs the result, each agent, as long as you have an agent, they have a copy of that result that they took to their own, what's it called, war room to go and collate. So before they even announced, all of them have been collating independently, and they knew what the result was. And that's why you could see the reaction even before whatever that guy's name is, Mahmoud, before Mahmoud called the result. So you cannot compare 2023 with 2019 or 2015. They're nowhere close. It's not perfect, but they're nowhere close.
All right. But you get suspicious logic. You can lie. See how you just manipulate the whole thing, and somebody will listen to your question.
There's no manipulation. If you read, go read the Electoral Act. Read the Electoral Act.
I have a question, please.
Go ahead.
Please, I have a question. My question for Kulata is simple. Though anybody can answer it anyway. It's for the benefit of all of us. When after the polling unit, after announcing the result at the polling unit, they enter it and sign. Every party agent takes their own election result, election copy. When they now when INEC now goes and collect it, if they tip that one, they are tipexing. Will they also tipex the one collected by the party agents? Will they record that one for tipexing too?
No, the one they're tipexing. If they tipexed, if they shared it, all of you have your copies. Then INEC now goes to tipex. That is what you should take to court and say, if INEC goes to tipex their own.
Their own. Hey, that's what I'm saying. INEC tipex their own. Okay, wait. I am the party agent for my party A. Then INEC has given us result, and they took their own and tipex it. The one I'm having, will also call for me. Will also take it from me to tipex.
No, you have to take that. If whatever they gave you is different from the one they collated, that should be your evidence in court. Because you're not the only one that has it. Every single party has it, including the police. That's the law.
You've answered the question, which means they altered the one they are holding, but not the one I'm holding.
Yes, if INEC alters it, actually there's a penalty, is it 500,000 or something, and jail term. Okay. If INEC officer alters it, you should take them to court. Like APC, PDP, Labour Party, all of them will have copies. And if the INEC copy is different from the 3 different copies, including the one from the police, then the judge will have to rule in your favor because INEC cheated in that case.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, because I have to point this out because this is only peculiar for the presidential election. Thank you very much. Augustine, I don't know why you are laughing. You can explain yourself.
No, I'm just saying that it's using specious logic. The logic is using here. Specious logic is when you explain something and it looks as if it's true.
Austin, you have to bring out specifics. No, bring out specifics because you can amuse yourself as much as you like. But if you can't bring out specifics of what I said, if it doesn't tally with the Electoral Act, bring what I said, compare with the Electoral Act, tell me where they don't jive.
I'll just tell you one thing. Festus Okoye, through the Electoral Act, also said that whenever the results from the beavers opposes the ones...
There's no result in the beavers. That's number one mistake. Beavers is not for results.
Transmitted electronically.
You see, your mistake is... That's why I started with explaining. Beavers is accreditation. There's no result in beavers. There's no beavers. How do you start a statement and say result in beavers when there's no result in beavers?
IRS is what you're talking about. See, allow him to finish what he's saying, please.
But he goofed now. I don't have patience.
I don't talk again. I know they like to.
How you say there's a result in beavers?
It is not who shouts more, who has the point.
But we don't listen to. We listen to you now. Result in beavers. Continue. You don't get points anyway.
Right. Let's see. Let me. Who is the left out?
Is that his new nickname? Results in Beavers?
Officer Eke, do you have to say? You want something?
No. I'm just listening.
Okay.
I think everybody should Google or pull up Electoral Act. Everything will be clear to you. It says there that everything is manual and then transmitted to the what's the word they use? I'm trying to pull it up now. I'll pull it up and tell you. It transmitted to which is the server basically.
Viewing portal, IREV.
No. IREV is the viewing portal.
Yeah.
So, but the server itself is something, I forgot the word they use for it. But then it will now show up on IREV. So it's a lot that goes. People just mix everything up, but we'll see.
All right. Ike.
Yes, sir.
You have something to say?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Janaba.
What can you say on this platform when the agitator voice is more than those that want to say the truth with the fact backing it up? But by God's grace, May 29, if Ahmed Bola Tinubu is alive, is your president. If you like it or not, find another way. The weak court case, dead on arrival. I know those that believe that Peter Obi is Jesus Christ that came. Even if they believe in Jesus, he could have come for their rescue like before now. I don't know how many black people would die before Jesus come. But there's so much belief in Obi going to come and solve their problem than themselves. It's amazing the way we Nigerians think home and abroad. Sometimes I thought that we that have seen what is humanly possible by traveling, by exposure, then we make case worse. Assumption, saying things that is not true. You don't have fact on it. Defining something that is on public record that they already said it, you have another interpretation. And I think it's a long walk to freedom. The scientists here, and all of those mathematicians here, the prophet could not stop the election. And I'm so glad that the election do not go the way the prophet in Nigeria, especially my brother Paul Enenche prophesied. I believe Paul is not different from his father that is a native doctor. I think his father is even better than him. So I'm so glad that his prediction do not come true.
Can I ask a question?
Let me say one thing. Please,
before you
I want to say one thing.
Jonaba, where are you from in the Middle East?
No, look, it doesn't matter where he's from.
No, please. Let him. I didn't ask you the question. Jonaba, where are you from in the middle belt? Sorry.
Belt.
What does that to do with my discussion? Do you have anything to say to what I said?
No, it's because you have countered CM many times, and I was wondering why you are not angry, because if any part of the country has lost persons in this Buhari's tenure, it's the middle belt who have lost so many people. I mean, they've been dying from the very first year. So why you seem so relaxed and so happy for that to continue?
No, I should come and die because somebody. So you are expecting me to come and die now, right?
No, that is not what I'm saying.
I should become a sadist.
No.
What do you expect me to
but
be?
What I want to know, my next question was, if you had told me, and I have seen where you are from in the middle belt, then I would want to ask you, what gives you your state of peace?
A state of peace is see. Everybody suffers strategy in life, whether you poor or you are rich, whether in electrical or whether in election, whether you lose or you gain, whether you take your loved one to the hospital and they pass on, you still have to find peace in this life. The notion that I think some of you, when it comes to this very election we are talking about, some people are just getting involved for the first time. And this election has been going on. It's a game. And the only thing that have helped us in 21st century is the media attention. People have been snatched. There's a guy in my village in 2005. They snatched him on his road and he's no more. The family cannot find him till today. So it has been going on for years. I do not understand why we cannot find a common ground rather to buy into this politician fooling ourselves. And I have a life to live, and I have to live for my wife, for my children, and for you as well if I want to speak to the world at large. I do not believe in hostility. I can believe we can disagree. I don't believe in being a sadist. What did I gain? Whether it's my neighbor down, I just bury my mom.
So do you think Autumn is going at it the wrong way? Because he's very sad
wrong
that his
way.
people are
A
dying.
man that never pay his. I have said it on this platform. A man that never pays his people for 19 months, and now is the man that is championing. You are going after Fulani enhancement when the pensions, pensioners, and government workers are not getting paid. So I have said it. Dr. Rudolph is my witness. So those have attended this platform. So to me, that is hypocrisy in the highest level. So to me, all those things, it doesn't stick with me. I think it's hypocrisy, the highest level. Why you don't pay your people? If you pay them, maybe they have enough energy to defend themselves, or maybe they can even create a local gun to protect themselves. That's what is called ding gun in my place. It's a local thing. You cut nail. You do all of those things to protect your people. So when you are dying of hunger and everything because you never get paid, and somebody is championing a cause on national level, trying to be a propagandist, and then you want me to listen to him. To me, before the Boko Haram or the Fulani henchmen, whatever the people that are attacking the Benue people, he is the first person, and that is why he lost woefully. The people are tired of him, and he lost the Senate bid, and he also lost his people that he wanted to become a governor or to become a House of Rep, whatever. He lost it because the people of Benue wake up. They say, okay, why are you telling us all those things, making them around the world, but your people are dying? So I think it's not doing nothing.
Can I say one thing? Thank you, John Eva. Let's welcome Victory. Victory, welcome to the show. Austin, I give you 1 minute.
Thank you, Doctor. There was just something I wanted to talk about. Maybe I just wanted to make let's call it a side comment to what John Abba said. Sometimes we look at this whole issue as if one person is at the end of the gun or at the end of the sword. I don't think so. I want to just say one thing. There are two things I want to say, but I'll just say one. If somebody feel aggrieved, if a child walks up to me, I have evaluated your script and given it back to you, and you claim that question number 1 is right and I marked it wrong, it is my duty to look at it and say that, okay, this is why you failed it and this is why I cut the grades. If any presidential candidate feel he's aggrieved, you go to the court. I don't think describing somebody because I want to say it, you speak this way because Obi is from the East. No. If he claims that he won, go and prove it. If you claim that you are the right person, go and prove it. And if you don't prove it, then you leave the court. It doesn't mean that the way you try to make it, on 29th of May, Tinubu will be sworn in. And they always say, no matter how it is, not one person will suffer it, or 2 people will suffer, or 3 people will suffer it. And Tinubu may come in and do the best, and even do even better. So the way sometimes people used to throw the thing as if you are the one on the other side. If you throw the iron into the marketplace, it may hit your own relative. So let us remove this issue of tribe. I don't know whether Igbo man don't snatch on a girlfriend before now make on the verse like this. Take them easy. That's just the whole thing. So let's do the right thing. One thing I want to tell is this: if you elect somebody into office, and I know that the people were the one who pushed me there, the people are the one who brought me there, I will be responsive to them. So even if all of us voted for Tinubu will know that these people send me duty. He go do the job. The case where you know put me there, I can't be responsive to you. And don't let it look, as I said, tribal. It's not a tribal war. It's just good leaders who can do good things for you and me. And as I said, he can even do better when he gets there. All of us wish him well. Who know like better thing now?
All right, thank you. Before we go to Victory, let me just announce for those watching at home or those who are not aware that tomorrow we have David joining us tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time and 11:30 a.m. here in New York. So he will talk about most of these topics we are already talking about, but he will come to it from the perspective of an investigative journalist. So it will be an opportunity for those who want to understand how the media works, how journalists do their job, and why things are the way they are. So if you have opportunity, please join us. Now, Victory, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. And greetings, everyone.
Yeah. So we've been here for almost 8 hours. So
yeah, I've been watching from the back end. Yeah, I've been listening to everyone.
Okay. So anything you want to talk about is...
No, I just wanted to come and respond to Kulata anyway. I mean, his submission is correct, but a lot of people were so aggrieved is that I don't understand how the average Nigerian thinks sometimes. This is an election, Doctor. This is like you're counting yourself. You're counting from 1 to 10. If at this age, after 62 years or almost 63 years now, Nigeria, you cannot count a simple numbers 1 to 10 and say, okay, this is the person that won the election. What is the point? You uploaded the House of Rep, you uploaded the Senate result. When it came to the presidency one, you refused to upload it. And then they refused to upload on iRave on time. And then when they started uploading results, you saw things that was as in badly mutilated, like sheets and all that stuff. And some people are saying that obviously this is not right because you did not upload on time, which is what Yakubu said to everyone. Everything will be uploaded in the right time, blah, blah, blah. And INEC, as in, bungled everything up. Look at the amount of money they spent. And so people are coming here to defend it. And I'm going to say to you, Doctor, what happened to Obi that he was detained? That has happened to me before. I remember in 2012, I was traveling to the UK. When I got to Gatwick, the immigration officer asked, because I came with my Nigeria passport. Those that lived in the UK will understand what I'm saying. With my indefinite stay with my Nigeria passport. And the lady put me aside and said, we need to speak to you further. And I thought, okay, hang on. I was thinking, what's going on? Doctor, I was detained for over 6 hours in Gatwick. And this woman was coming with all manner of... She was even literally the immigration woman, lady. She lied. She was trying to fabricate some stuff that... How did I get my stay in the UK? And she actually lied to me. And I just sat and I laughed. And I said, listen, don't even try and pull a fast one over me. What you're saying is not true. That's not factual. So I kind of stated my point. It was after they released me, and I called my friend. I said, look at what happened to me. And the guy said to me that why they detained you or they stopped you, because they were thinking that you had a British passport. Why were you traveling with your Nigerian passport? Why were you coming back to the UK with your Nigerian passport when you had a British passport? Why? So they were kind of curious. Like, I mean, who goes to Nigeria? Okay, you can understand that most people would travel to both of their passports. And if you're coming back, you just use your British passport to get in. So why were you traveling with just a Nigeria passport without your British passport? So they were kind of like curious to make sure that somebody was not trying to use my passport to get into the country. And I said, but then I was kind of wondering why was I detained, because they didn't even tell me the reason why, And after obviously I've answered that question and told them that what she was saying is not correct, and that's why they released me. So, and some of us, like people, if you've been through that experience before, so people might have British passport, American passport, you're nothing. When something happened to you, that's when the reality will hit you. Or when your child comes back from school and they cry to you that about racism, that's when this will hit you. And that's why people are fighting for a better Nigeria. People are not fighting for a better Nigeria because some people are doing well in America or UK, wherever they are. But people want a better Nigeria so that they can go back and have a sense of pride that my country is working. I can decide to say I had enough of UK. I want to go back to Nigeria. I go there. I know I'm safe. There's security. There's light. I can do my business. I can travel freely. That's what people are fighting for. And when I see people coming here, it's all tribal and people sticking to their point. I think that the average Nigeria, there's something wrong with the average Nigeria. There's something that is not right about us. I don't know what it is, Doctor, but something is seriously wrong with the average Nigeria. God help us.
All right. Thank you, Victory. Buddy, right on time. You are the final person before I hand over to.
So far, Father.
Go ahead, buddy.
I've been in and out. What are we talking about?
I know. Whatever you want.
Let me speak on Benway. Yeah, like Jonaba was saying.
Dr. Damages, are you missing me or what? I need to
be the last one to say. So I moved on. I called you once. You said you had nothing to say. But anyway, after Buddy, you'd speak.
Yeah, the issue in Benway require an holistic approach because.
Okay, thank you once again. I think. Can everybody hear me?
No. We're listening to Buddy. After Buddy, we come to you. See, there's a delay.
Hello.
Wherever you are. Ike, we come to you next. Okay.
So the issue in Benway require an holistic approach that every stakeholder must come together. It's been an age-long issue, even the issue that predates Autumn. I could remember the tail end of the administration of Suzwan. Suzwan went to his village, I think towards the period I was about to hand over the government. I think I remember. Yeah. So this guy, even the Fulani elders, they came to attack the governor in his village. You know what they did? They sent cow. The cow at the forefront, and these people were shooting fire from behind. The governor has to run away for his life that particular day. So this issue has been a very long issue, whereby all ethnic groups in Benin, whereby they have to come together. They have to forgo the issue of suspicion because there has been an age-long suspicion and the tribal issue amidst them. They have to trust one another the more if they want to conquer this issue. And then we shouldn't shy away from the issue of climate change. It's a reality that we are running away from. And then whenever there is crisis in this region, because we realize that the headers, they belong to a particular ethnic group, and then they have a certain religion. And then we believe that the farmer around their houses, they belong to certain ethnic groups, whereby they have a particular religion. Whenever we have this crisis usually peak on our 40 lines, like the religion and the ethnic groups, ethnicity. Those are the things that it peaks along. And
okay, Buddy, I thought it was me. We can't hear you anymore. Let's go to Ike. Ike, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everybody in the panel. For me, I don't know. Let me go to climate change first. I don't know individual on this panel. The last time they went to Nigeria, once you descending to Nigeria, the cloud turned brown. The cloud to descend into Nigeria turned completely brown. America speak about ozone layer. They speak about climate change. Are you telling the guy that is in the market that is burning tire and bringing the wire to do Ngiga to stop burning the tire? Or are you telling the wheelbarrow man and all these people that are throwing things on the trash? For me, what all these things is all about is that Nigeria, in terms of election, somebody saying that the election was free. Yeah, senator and national house was good. Nobody's challenging those elections. The election that people are challenging, almost $1 billion. Almost $1 billion, and you're comparing it in 2007 and 2015. That's rubbish comparison. That is really rubbish, because I was listening to the guy on Arise TV talking about the election. The guy from River State, he always talk about election before election. After the election, he talked.
He was comparing Nigeria with England. How England, it took them 99 years to get election stuff right. So do we need to go 99 years to get things right? We can't go 99 years to get things right. And when we talk about tribalism, somebody is saying it's not always Igbos. It is always Igbos. It's the people that they burn their market. It's the people that they take their livelihood away. You have a shade and you have money in that shade. You have your goods in that shade, and all of a sudden somebody come and burn it. The first thing it takes people that depend on you. There's so many people that depend on you. You take the food away from them. It takes your family food away. It takes your livelihood away. I don't know if anybody remember when Obasanjo was president and Atiku was vice. He locked down the ports and seized all Igbo's containers. Do you know how many people that died because of heart attack? Because their blood pressure was high. When somebody says it's not about Igbo, it is about Igbos. They have been killing Igbos. They have targeted Igbos. I don't know why the jealousy. I have asked this in this panel and nobody ever answered that question. What did the Igbo man do? Igbos want to go to become Biafra. Nigeria doesn't want them to go. Stay in Nigeria. You're telling an Igbo man, leave Lagos. If we leave Lagos, what they are fighting is to get things that they have sold to Igbos. An Igbo man came to you, even Sadana Sokoto, if you go online on YouTube and watch Sadana Sokoto back in the day, he said an Igbo man will come to your place, become your servant. All of a sudden, they make you an offer that you cannot refuse. And now you become servant. And that have resonated to different tribes. They make it as if Igbos are evil people. We are not evil. All we were doing is to survive. If you go to any parts of the world, Igbos are. If an Igbo man is not in any part of the world, if you go there and you didn't see an Igbo man, carry your luggage, go, because that land is not fruitful. That land is not fruitful because an Igbo man will find something. Look at Oporoko. Oporoko, that we stockfish that we eat. An Igbo man go over there and make Oporoko and bring it from Norway to Nigeria, and now it become a big booming business for them. The head, they used to throw away the head. Guess what? An Igbo man says, oh, this head is money. Now they are making money off of it. So I don't know why the hate for Igbos. And when you say it's not about Igbos, other ethnic groups, look at the percentage of ethnic group in other people that were killed, and look at the percentage that were Igbos. So I think we need to reevaluate. When individuals say it's not about Igbos, it's not about Igbos. Why are you saying it's about Igbos? Look at it in an objective way. Say, okay, why is the Igbos complaining? In the north, if anything happened to the Josh, they go and burn Igbo shade. In the south, if anything happened, they go and burn Igbo shade. They kill Igbos. How can you threaten an Igbo, an ethnic group, and the commissioner of police come and say he was just joking? And guess what? He carried it successfully. It was successful. They killed the Igbos that they said that they would do. They did that. Because of what? Because of money, power. I don't understand these people. They come to America, they are nobody. I'm going to be in a wedding at the end of this month with Governor of Nasarawa. The last wedding, his son, the last wedding he came, he drove himself from Houston to Dallas and drove himself back. Nobody knew that he was governor. But if you see him in Nigeria, the entourage that will drive him, you can't believe. He's going to come to his son's wedding again by the end of the month. And he's going to drive him and his wife all the way to Austin, Texas. And after the wedding, he's going to drive back. Nobody will drive him. But when they go to Nigeria, they can make the same thing. They didn't see Peter Obi coming. They didn't see Peter Obi. The whole ethnic group, I love Peter Obi because Peter Obi is a simple man. And they didn't see that. How can he, a commoner, come and rule Nigeria? This is what we are battling. Nigeria is not ready to change. I'm sorry to tell you. Nigeria is 100% on lame duck. Nothing is happening in Nigeria. Businesses are shut down. Nobody. People are in the village since Easter. Easter was almost 10 days ago, but people are not going back to Lagos. People are not going back to their businesses because guess what? Nothing is happening. Containers are not coming in. People are not buying stuff. People are crying. People are dying. We sit over here and we argue, oh, this, that. If you live in abroad, what is happening in Nigeria is affecting you. It doesn't matter how you try to deny it. You send money to your people. You send money, you send money to build a house, they take the money. Guys, it's affecting all of us. So we need to agree. What do we do? Find solution, what we can do, especially the people are in diaspora. We need to start getting involved. The little you can go from your community, get involved, help. Whatever you specialize on, train somebody. Let them take care of themselves. That is what I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ike. I wanted Buddy to finish up his thoughts before he was. I'll come to you, Electoral, and then I'll head out. Go ahead, Buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah. On the issue of Benue that I was dwelling on. Yeah. So, there to have an holistic solution, like I was saying, that every hands must be on deck. The governor must be ready to lead his people. You know, before the election, there wasn't too much crisis towards the election. Immediately we finished the election, we started hearing the killing again. We should ask ourselves why. Because we know how we play politics. It's aftermath of the way they play politics in that area, because they usually set one ethnic group against one another when it comes to struggling for leadership position. So that's why we see that kind of killing coming up again. But you know, which those killing are hiding under ethnicity, religion. So not even taking the form of farmers and header anymore. But the issue of farmer and header, we shouldn't run away from it. Like I said earlier, that we should realize the impact of the global warming is the reality that's with us. No matter what, do we want to shy away from it? So those things have a greater consequences. Lake Chad Basin is drying up. It's almost down to nothing, which is pushing the headers down south. So the more we're having more arid land in the north, the more these people will keep coming to the south. And if you look at the south too, the effect of global warming is right there with us. So we have to be very careful. Our government has to be proactive. And what I want to enjoy our government more is the issue of land administration. They should take it very serious, because the land are not properly apportioned. So that's one of the issue. And let me touch on what Ike said as well. The issue of ethnicity. We have to be very careful as well. We can say the narration the way we want people to hear it. He said, oh, containers are being detained in ports during Obasanjo's regime because it's Igbo container. How do we determine it's Igbo container? How do we determine? Do we have the statistics? Do we have the data? So we have to be very careful. Not one ethnic group is being targeted. I could remember in 2011, when the fallout of presidential election, when Tinubu and the likes couldn't reach an accord on the issue of working with Buhari. Immediately Buhari lose election in the north. If you know the amount of Yoruba people that were killed in Kaduna and in Kano, like other ethnic groups as well. Even in Kaduna, the Fulani suffered a lot too. That's why the Kaduna state government has to raise the banner, because I do follow things in Nigeria passionately, so that we get our facts right. So I'm not saying outrightly that, there is no ethnic marginalization against Igbo. Every ethnic group has it as well. But how do we determine the intensity? So no one hated anybody. Whoever is talking on this platform, I didn't hate anybody. I like you as a person. I identify you as a people first, not by the tribe that you come from. If I don't see your name, I will see you as a person, not by your name. So if we want a greater Nigeria, we have to mellow down on the way we pander on our ethnic 40 lines. so that we reach that promised land. Because our forefathers were able to come from their having a different zones to become a northern Nigeria, eastern Nigeria, and western Nigeria. Why can't we take it up from there and become that Nigeria that we wanted to be? So
all right,
that's my point.
Buddy, thank you so much. A caller that you're next, and then Janaba.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I just made an observation, which I want to add before I speak to Officer AK. I think everybody seems to be in this opinion of one ethnic group should not speak out when it is being suppressed or oppressed. I don't buy into that. I don't buy into that. Because if we don't speak out, if we keep playing along, when does it stop? I mean, I was asking John Abba where he comes from, but for me, they've been on the receiving end for the past 7 years. I've never seen the amount of persons that were killed like the Bennets, but he's sitting pretty. And I'm not blaming him, but I admire him. He's sitting pretty and hoping that, we just continue. It cannot happen. You have to speak out, whether it's against Otom, whether it's against the regime, such that, because it is only through speaking out, like CM is doing for his own area, that we can say, okay, let's sit down together and see how this thing works. But if we keep playing this game of holier than thou, they cannot have peace without justice. The people that made the atomic bomb, when they made the atomic bomb and they tested it, and some other people saw the destruction it could bring, they said, why would you sit down and make such a weapon? Their answer was, if another man sees the destruction I can bring to him, he would rather sit and talk peace than talk war. And we have seen the reality. That is the only reason why North Korea has not been invaded today, because these people know what North Korea can do to them if they decide it is war that will settle things. So that is my take on it. So people who are saying, oh, CM should not speak his mind, that is how he feels. That is his people. That is how he's agitating for them. And any way he can agitate for them so that anybody listens. If you think your own people are going through the same thing and CM shouldn't speak, speak for your own people. Don't come and say, oh, CM should keep quiet because your own people are going through it and you are fine with it. You can be fine with it. That's your problem. But if he says he's not fine with it, even if it is one person that dies, that is it. And I still respect them. If they say they are fine with it, I respect their view. So that is just what I have to say. And Officer AK, I hope you're listening. I did not say you're a mediocre or anything. No, I just thought saying say it's you, so people were helped by this man, that makes him a better man. No, we look at things through institutions. What did he do? Did he make the place a better place, whereby where if you are a person of any ethnic group, any background, any region, can come and be sure there will be justice? But when that is not there, if you are looking at it that it is only individuals he helped, my brother, that is mediocrity. But believe me, I did not say you are a mediocre. So I apologize if you took it wrongly. So Dr. Rudolph, I will take my leave. And thank you very much. Forefathers, we didn't finish that discussion on business. But hopefully next time.
Yeah, I wanted us to finish that conversation. If you can stay after the session, because
okay, I'll come back.
after session.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it for Forefathers to take it.
Okay, I'll come back, Forefathers. Let me get some.
All right, sounds good.
Janaba.
Quickly, Doctor.
Hold on, Janaba first. Yeah.
Okay. Before my friend go, it's okay for anyone to agitate for their people. And let us have a sense of common nation. If we are going to talk about Nigerian thing, if you're going to talk about your people, you are entitled to it. I have to defend my own family here if it is about my family. But when you take it out there and you are talking about what happened that affect others, and you you have the right to say, okay, this people doesn't count. But we cannot fight in the common unity of especially raising a president. We all agree here now that the senatorial election, the gubernatorial election was fair, but not the presidential election. So that affects all of us. So when you single out your pain without empathy for others, then you are entitled to it once again. Well, you cannot come and tell me that I don't matter on national.
No, he's not saying that, John Abba.
No, I'm not. Let me finish.
Okay, sorry. Okay, all right.
Let me finish. No, I don't. Thank you. So he have the right to do that. He does. I do not tell him you cannot agitate for Igbo, and I said it clearly that I am partially Igbo. He may not agree with me, but I'm telling you, my grandmother from Oka, and I know the place, and we'll do what we call festival. So, and it doesn't matter. I'm an open-minded person. That is my own way I choose to be. If I see you today on national level, wherever I see, whether it's Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Shekiri, and they say, oh, this is Nigeria doing well, a mayor in America, a chief police chief here. All we got to be doing is to be proud of that person because that serves our national interest, or that is a pride of us. That is what I want you to put aside. When it comes to issue of Benue people, I have said it to you with all seriousness. It's okay for us to see the killing and go against it. It's like when somebody, hold on one second.
Like live TV.
Okay, so that is what it is. It Benue people is ongoing issue. The other day I defined what Macaulay means to you. The meaning of Macaulay. So the issue is not today issue. And it can come under political thing, and you guys believe it's a political thing. It's under religious thing. Sometimes somebody say you need a holistic approach or all hand on decks. All hand on decks, that is what they are doing. The Oche of Idoma have called the meeting, and one of the agenda is for the people, the chief of area, to stop selling land that does not belong to them. Because since we are talking about grazing, the Otu can talk about the grazing, this and it's all propaganda. The issue is that I told you it happened even in Otupotan, close to GRA. And the chief of that place sold that land to the Fulani henchmen, and they are grazing their cow there, and they fence it. But they are not he is not the owner of the land. When the owner of the land came and approaches them, it became a fight. At that time, 20 people died. So how do you solve that problem? So you tell the people, don't, this is greed. It's corruption in the highest level. It's taking other people's property and you are taking advantage of them, that will result to some of this killing, some of them. So when you tell me that, oh, you don't know how comfortable, how can my people will be dying and I'm so comfortable, or I'm not agitating and somebody can agitate. The approach is a groundwork. It's about calling the people. It's not on TV here, we're going to solve it. This is not Peter Obi campaign. It's not on internet. I'm sorry to say, I know some of you will all know, kill yourself for that. That's your own. It's about going underground, talk to the people. Do not do this. Don't sell the land that does not belong to you to Fulani henchmen. Tell the chief. Tell others not to sell other things to people. And then we talk about that. I'm not saying killing of any human being. Blood is thicker than water. So that is it. Don't tell me that I'm so comfortable. And not because of you, I'll become a sadist. Because you said
I haven't said you're comfortable. I'm just saying if some people are at peace with it and saying let's move on like that, it's not acceptable in my view.
And I'm not condone such thing. I don't think
exactly. It's not the way to go.
It's a serious thing, and whatever I will do with him, my only little thing is to speak truth. If I come here and I condemn Fulani people, so it's okay for the chief to take the money. Why is causing the life of my people? And then all you're going to do is to tell the chief, you are causing this problem. Stop it. So that is what, and it's not on TV here. I'm going to come and say that. And not on TV, I'm going to put a chat.
All right. Thank you.
Can I just add one quick thing to what Jonaba is saying? I think you have to sometimes also empathize with some of the experience that the Igbo people have experienced in Nigeria. There is no group that has gone through a civil war that was targeted towards them and lost over 1 million people. And can you imagine if that was the Middle Belt and they are part of a country that that resulted in the death of 1 million of their own people and their properties being seized from them from various states, like in Rivers State, other parts of Nigeria, they lost a lot of their properties. In the north, they were massacred too. So there is a bit of sensitivity that we are lacking a little bit of, that I think that comes from you sometimes, that you need to be aware of, because if you are the one, if you put yourself in their shoes, it's like being in a club where they are maltreated you badly, and then they keep reminding you of that. I was on a panel once when Igbo Basic was here, and an old man, he was in tears. He experienced the civil war. People like that, he experienced the civil war. He was in tears because young men were being attacked in Lagos. So you have to be aware of the sensitivities. If I can't even imagine if I was in a country like that. I really can't imagine how it feels. So we also have to think about that aspect when we address this type of topic. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Thank you for that. Thank you, Jonaba, and thank you, Officer AK. I might see you later on.
All right, thank you everybody.
Dr. Rudolph, on a final note, please. So what's the way forward now? I'm thinking this platform that you have could be used for something positive in the long run. You like I mentioned earlier. So maybe it's something you should think about, please.
Yeah, Officer AK, thank you so much. We've been thinking about it. We hope that it will happen organically. And I think there are people coming together, and there will be some few things that will be announcing soon. So people are coming together on their own organically and coming up with ideas. And
thank you much, brother.
That's the way to go. Yeah. Thank you. I just want to thank everybody that joined us today. We are going to continue, but forefathers will be the person that will moderate. Thank you, those that watched at home. And tomorrow, please, if you can join us, we will appreciate that. And we'll talk to David. And yeah, Dan, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to say to you, Doctor, you asked me to send out music. I sent it. I don't know. Did you get it?
No, I would have played it now, Okay, so just resend it, please. Maybe it's too large. I will check. But just let me give you another email to use again. I'll put it on the private chat, alternative email, so you can.
Okay.
All right. So everybody, and CM and forefathers and everybody who joined today, and all of you, Austin, Dan, Ike, Buddy, Victory, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. So tomorrow, please, if you can, join us. Before forefathers takes over, let me play this music. I feel like, the way you wake up, you don't drink coffee. It's like my own coffee. So if I don't play it, it looks like something is missing. So at the end of the music, forefathers, you take over.
Music is live. Thank you.
Yeah.
His network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, Africa.
like prince and princess. Remember, remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, remember Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for new America. Oh, remember, remember Martin Luther King, who are the dream for new America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right, Fafadas, over to you. Take care.
Thank you. Yeah, it would have been good that Okolala was still around because he wanted to address that point. I guess where we stopped was about these, the way Jonaba was coming across regarding what CM was saying. I see that stuff. I don't understand how that people cannot understand. Again, maybe because I was on that session, I saw with my own eyes how this thing affect people. If you have not walked in somebody's shoe, you have to be careful about judging them, because all I can say to CM is that sometimes when you are talking about these things, you have to remember the lives lost, because you tend to focus a lot on the business. And because for me, the lives lost is the most important aspect. Anything else can be put back again. Those lives will never come back again. And people have done a lot of things to Igbo people in Nigeria, but look at where they still are. They are still more developed than the North. They are still highly educated. They are still doing what they need to do. But those lives will never come back again. That were lost, and the pain through it all will never come back again. So I sympathize with you where you're coming from, and I don't. Sometimes Jonaba is a very nice guy. Sometimes the way he comes across on this stuff, like it's equivalent. It's not. It's not even close. No part of the country has been subjected to such conflict before. I've seen a property. I've literally lived in a property in River State where they have the property was seized from an Igbo man or Igbo family. I don't know whether it's a man or a woman. So it's something that is a history that is there in the country, and they have to live with all that history. Everywhere they turn, they remind them of everything that they've lost and all the bitter history. So I can tell you that I'm not happy, because I'm part of Nigeria too. The part of Nigeria where I'm from, I see some bad things happening there. I'm not also happy, but it's not. I cannot say the tragedy we are experiencing is the same as what the Igbos will have experienced. It's not the same. So, and I think that people should be a little bit more sensitive about that when they talk to Igbo people, because if you want to build a nation and you cannot empathize with members of your nation, what are you building? You're not going to have a nation. You're just going to have people that are fighting each other, like we are always doing. So I will leave it for that anyway. I would like to address the business issue that Oko Lala was highlighting, or Kalolo. I think it's Oko Lala. I think there is risk in every business. In the West, from what I gather, at least 60% of businesses shut down within a couple of years. And I'm not even sure Nigerian businesses shut down that quickly, but you have some risk and you may not make a lot of profit. But there's a chance that you could make a whole heap of profit compared to the West. Because the West here, what you have in the West is that if you have a business, you make 5% profit, it's massive in the West. That is massive. I don't even think many other companies don't make 5% profit in the West. And everybody will be like, oh my God, they are running away with our money. But in Nigeria, 5% profit is like, it's easy to make 5% profit in Nigerian these businesses. So there are some people actually prefer to do business where the risk is high because the rewards is also high. And some people may not want to take the risk. It's fine if you don't want to take the risk. But ask yourself, if you're not taking the risk, what is the use of your wealth? Nobody is saying you should invest all your assets and all your resources in Nigeria. But right now, I can assure you, most people send barely 5% of all their total earnings to Nigeria. 5%. Yeah, because by the time they buy a house there, they go on lunch and they pay their tax, pay bill, barely 5% make it back to Nigeria. What I'm saying is that from that 5%, if you increase it to 20%, you're going to see the effect on the ground in Nigeria. Because that's how other people did it. And our governments, they are so hapless about this that they are not tapping into it. We don't even tax our own people overseas. We don't tax them. American citizens, if you're overseas, they will tax you. If you like go into Mars, they will find a way to tax you, get your money back.
Forefather, if that was done, a lot of people will renounce the Nigerian citizenship.
Then let them do that then. Let them do that. Some of them, they can't anyway. Some of them cannot. They don't have it.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
And I tell you what,
Forefather, you know that is not going to work.
Forefather.
Why?
Because the question is that the people that are own gratuity and all these people that worked all their life and pay tax, and the rules in America, if you pay tax, you pay, like some states, you pay county, state, and federal. From the state where I live, we pay federal. But all these tax, you will see it reflect. You will see the road worked. You will see, if I'm driving on the road and there's a pothole, I have a number to call. They will fix that pothole. But in Nigeria, could you imagine in other states, they owe retirees almost 18 months, and the governor is busy saying, after all, I put Domino pizza, chicken, whatever, for the states. The people are paying the money, are paying the tax. If you're working in Nigeria, you pay tax. So, but it doesn't reflect. So, if you say Americans tax their people that work abroad, yes, if you work abroad, you file income tax at the end of the year in America.
But you don't want to pay to Nigeria.
No, but listen, I'm going by what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead.
So Americans, they can come home by 12 a.m., 1 a.m., they can go to their house because there is light, there is road.
So you mean people with poor parents now should disown their poor parents?
No,
because
we're
Nigeria is
not saying
poor and Nigeria is hapless, so you don't want to pay.
Can I tell you something? I'm one of the people. I have all my investment in Nigeria. As I'm talking to you, because Nigeria is, like you said, is high risk, but reward is very high. My investment, I don't have investment in America. My wife, luckily for me, the one that I married want to go home. She doesn't want to be here. The one I married, I was lucky to marry that one. The one I married doesn't want to live in Western world.
The one you don't marry. What about the one you don't marry?
Because there is the ones who are married and their wives come to America and see the land that is greater than their father's land. So for me, I was lucky. My wife always say, Ralph, we have to invest because she tell my kids, look, I'm gonna fly in, pick up my grandchildrens, go back home. I don't say pay for it. She tell them, I will pay for it. So you don't say, I will pay for the ticket, I will pay for everything, I pick them up and go. When the summer is over, I will bring them back to US. My kids understand that because my kids go home all the time. I invested in Nigeria. I don't even have any investment in America. All my investment is in Nigeria. The reward is high. But what I'm trying to tell you is that I notice that every time a Nigerian person is speaking, both in TV, both every day, they use America and England as a reference point. But when you say, okay, why can't we use like this election? Why can't we use it as America? They say, Americans have been, so
200
you
years. Yeah.
you can't have it both ways. The tax, I don't mind getting paid, they charge me tax. But first of all, you got to know how many Nigerians left Nigeria for you to tax them
Yes,
because
now.
there is no way
No
you can
profile.
track that.
No profile.
I
I think they can track them. They are busy flying with our
Can I say
national
something there?
passports. Yeah. Yeah, go
So I
ahead.
think if it's tracking, it can be tracked. It's easier to track. Look, the point is this: government policy controls people's behavior. I used to tell my student back then in Nigeria that if I want you to leave the class now, I don't need to force you. Let's say I have the powers. I will just switch off the light in the class and put the lights outside where I want you to go and increase the data there. Automatically, you moved on your own because you are looking for light and data. So government policy has a way. One thing sometimes in Nigeria, they say, I will create jobs, I will create jobs. Creating jobs no be to move from place to place. Okay, I give you job, I give you job. No, just put the policies. If you put the right policies, people will bring in the money and the job will come up. I'll tell you, there are times where I'll always say for myself, there are times where I saw I was not properly taxed. I told them, when I know the colonna money, when I colonna money, because you see what the money is doing.
You sure?
No, that's very normal about me.
Okay.
If I know that I was not taxed, I'll tell you. When I know the colonna
Then you are 1 in a million now.
I take colonna money because even if in this part of the web it is documented, if you not pay now, you will still pay later for tax owing. You are owing tax. So, but once I see that you are not collecting your money, I'll tell you, it's not like Nigeria, we don't want to pay tax. People will want to pay tax. If everything is done the right way, they use the money and you see them, you go collect your money, pay the tax, because that's your own duty. That's why I was talking about election. It's a civil duty. It's your duty to do. So go and vote. No, even if it's councillorship.
You said that Nigerian government needs to encourage you to do it, but American government don't have to encourage you. You were motivated to do it.
Yes, because in Nigeria now, the money when they paid, it lands in my pocket. 100% of the money is here. But in the America, even if they want, if corruption day here, even my supervisor tell me say corruption day here. But it's minimal. When the money, it is 1% that is in my pocket. The remaining 80 or 90 or how many percent is out there, and you will see it. That is just what we are complaining. If we see the money, we go pay.
But don't you think that if you pay, you are more likely to demand results?
Look,
Austin,
let me speak.
It's changing.
Okay, let me just say one thing, before I forget. I beg no verse. No verse. The truth na say, it is even written. Though some of us are it is written in the holy books that if you are very judicious in small things, more will be given. The small way they don't collect, waiting they use and do. If we see them working, small, we will give them more.
But what you are seeing now, is not so. It's not so far from what it should be. What we have in Nigeria, what we are spending on the Nigeria, is what you should expect. Because have you checked how much California spends, or New York, or any of those countries spend to maintain their societies compared to what Nigeria spends?
I think
so. You shouldn't be surprised to see Nigeria looking the way it does.
No, look at this. I think that they spend much money and they collect much money. But in Nigeria, the one we get before never work.
Yeah, but you see, but when you say that's why I say when you say the one way we get before never work, the one we have has never been enough. That is what I'm
Let
telling you.
me
It's like
bring a
somebody
fresh.
using this little money
Let me
to cook soup, and you expect them to cook a luxury soup for you. It's not going to happen because we've got very little compared to what the West spends on their economies.
For
let,
further,
let me
let me
bring
chip
a
in there.
fresh perspective, please.
Say 1
Let me
second.
bring
Let
a
me
fresh.
just want to say something. For further, I don't know whether you realize that just before the election, you know, in Nigeria, when you do transfer, the bank charges small amount of money. They call it stamp duty. Do you know how much trillion they said that the CBN lost? That amount is tax. That's tax that you're paying when you do transfer. You pay the bank charges some amount of money because that's one of the easiest way to generate money for the government. And when you talk about when you like here in the UK, when you buy petrol, you pay that VAT. You didn't know how much the government made from that VAT. But the problem in Nigeria is that people will go and dip their hand in that money. They will collect government money, the tax that you've paid, and
Brother, they don't dip their hand, they take it. It's their own money. They don't dip their
yeah.
hand.
So that's the difference. So if you're paying tax and you can see what your tax is for, that's what government is there for. But
Yeah, but
Nigeria is the
see,
opposite. They just do things anyhow.
sorry. The problem is because we are detached from the money. The so-called tax we say we are paying is from the money from oil or something else. Not necessarily the money that the government is using to pay the workers is from oil money or whatever extra money they get. Then they take the money from the workers to pay tax. Most of the money that we pay in tax is detached from us. We are not investing. If you invest in the system, you are more likely to want to get results. You've never paid for anything in this life and not ask for a result. You don't go and pay something for a shop. You say, well, let me just walk out. You're like, where's my stuff?
No,
And that is that kind of ownership mentality. That's what we need to start having. Otherwise,
I just give you an example that the tax people pay when they do transfer through that network. Because everybody do transfer, right? It ran into trillions of naira, and they said the money CBA could not account for that money. Do you know what that means?
I don't know about that case. I don't know about the case. Trillions of naira. What do you?
Big it's happening every day now.
You know?
Trillions of naira.
Okay.
Yes.
What kind of trillions of transaction are we doing? Are we up to how many billions are we in Nigeria?
Forefather, have you transferred money? Forefather, have you
transferred
transferred
money? Yeah.
But the more you transfer, the more the amount you pay go up.
Yes.
And think about it. You do it. More than 10 million people did it in a day.
Yes.
And multiply it by 30 days. That is what we are talking about. That is the trillion you're seeing.
Yes.
How many naira? 1 naira, 2 naira? How much are you paying each transaction? Let's do the number so we can know what we are talking about.
We are talking about minimum 50 naira.
Look at this. If you are transferring 5,000 or lower than 5,000, you pay 10 naira, about 15 kobos, like that. If you are from 5,000 right up to about 15, 20 or 20,000, it is 26 naira and some kobos. I always don't look at the kobos. If you go above to 25,000, 30, 40, 50, it increased about 50 something.
Okay, 50 something naira. 50 something naira. How much transaction do you think we make?
10 million people. 10
a day.
Yes.
So one day,
that's irrelevant now. I guess
Nigeria
just trying to calculate something that you're looking at the minute.
10 million. If it is 10 million transaction, 10 million a day, that still gives us a few 100 million naira, isn't it? And then
the days now
times 30. So you are looking at about 1 billion. But 1 year is 300 and something days.
No, but
so
we are using
not
10 million people. We are using 10 million people as an example.
We are 200 million.
Okay. I guess, okay, let's say it's 1 trillion. And CBN, is this CBN that keeps the money or it belongs to this thing?
The thing is that
because CBN is a private institution, if I'm not mistaken.
The figure you use is even wrong. In a country of, let's say, 150 million people, just say every day about 50 million transfer money. You use 50 million people.
Oh man, come on! This bank notes, didn't tell you anything. 50 million Nigerians using cashless transactions. What are you talking about? You want to kill them? No, I don't think it's up to 50 million.
But think about how many people live in Western world that is doing this transaction. How many people live in Western world that are doing? We're not even talking about Nigerians. How many people live in Western world that is doing this transaction?
So
Because as you are, you probably do multiple transaction in a month.
yeah, taking it on 10 million people, or let's say, well, let's be fair, 7 million people per day, it will surely work as a good estimate. And apart from this money, from what Honorable Dogowa said, the money goes to the central bank. So the central bank is the one that keeps that money. Yes, it was then that he now complained that somebody has invaded that money. So it definitely means it goes to the central bank. So central bank now they know who they supposed, whether not for federation account they supposed send, but the central bank hold the money before they started complaining that the money don't get leg.
Well, Nigeria is a. Let me just make 5 minutes, just a second talk. You see, Nigeria. I left Nigeria many years ago. I keep saying it, but the reason is that Nigeria doesn't work. Any level, Nigeria doesn't work.
Maybe you know na spoiler. No na spoiler.
Not be me, brother. And now make me run now.
Nollywood is working, no. Not everything,
is working in Nigeria.
Afrobeat is working, no. Let's not make it look like everything is not working at all.
Give me a second. I can tell you something. When I tell you nothing is working in Nigeria, I know what I'm telling you. There's no business you do in Nigeria, whether with your family, whether an old friend. Well, I'm just talking now, normal one. We are not going to these bank things. That works. It's either you say I leave you in the hand of God, or you swallow, and God will give you more. Then when you come to our system now, the system where this brother give just a simple example, all those tax they're charging people. Brother now talk say enter, you get K-leg, some people chop up. So nothing works in Nigeria, my friend. I'm not spoiling Nigeria. Nothing works. Whether we accept it and start to bring Peter Obi back, fight for Peter Obi to come and let Nigeria work, or we just leave them like that. 29th, brother go enter. System continues like that. For me, nothing works. I love Nigeria so much. Where I am, I cry every day that I cannot even go home. But
see, I believe in taxation. Do you know why? Because I can point a small example. Though some people may not agree with me. My governor Soludo, when Soludo came in March last year, he called people. He said, "Look," he said, since February last year, NNPC has stopped remitting money to federal government FAC account for them to go every month to go and share. He said all he's looking forward to now is Anambra investment and then the internally generated revenue. So first of all, he got rid of Agbero, though not totally, so that he can be collecting the tax by himself. It was tug of war before, but every day the billions that he generates, he's using it to tar road. No governor has ever came into Anambra State and was tarring road 21 local governments continuously, simultaneously. This was not a say I do this. He was doing billions. You see people doing, and people are clapping. So he's telling them that if any money you put in my hand, in the government hand, you will see what we do with it. So taxation works. If you get a good leader, telling people to bring back money from any part of the world, people will do it willingly. But they want to know, can you trust the person at the helm of affairs? Because if they do not see evidence that it is being managed or you are not doing it, nobody will bring out their money. So in Anambra, it was tug of war. Now he want to tell them that if a Okada person can pay 25,000 a month, you the person importing container, you should be able to release up to 200,000 let's say 100,000 a month. And people are agreeing. So he's trying to build the base, get the money and use it. And to my understanding, yes, please, he's trying. Yes, he's doing
don't
it.
forget about the cost of living. When you tax people so much, especially people importing containers and goods, and you say because their Okada is paying 25, for example, and you say a container comes in and you want to charge them at that stage, you are going to bring inflation and a lot of cost. So tax, where I live in Sweden here, tax doesn't go to
it's
that.
agreeable. No, I'm giving an example. They have to agree.
Okay. Okay.
No,
Now I understand.
they have to. No, he's trying to. He called them. He said if Okada agreed, because Okada said they will pay. I mean, keke people, they will pay 25,000 a month, because what Agbero collects from them in a day sometimes is more than 15,000 a day, sometimes 10. So they said 25,000 a month is okay for them. They agreed. So he now told them, said, if Keke can pay 25, you the person having warehouse doing all this, making millions or this, can't you pay, even if it's every month 50,000 or 60 or 40, or just to show? So it will be something. So he's looking forward to bringing the IGR base, because he's using it to tar everywhere. To be honest, anybody from Anambra will tell you he
And he
doing
was
every logo
at the same
nowhere.
time. At the same time, he was taxing the buildings. He gathered all the landlords and taxed the buildings. He was taxing the buildings.
Tenement rate. That listen,
But he
listen.
started
No,
taxing the people that put borehole in their house. That is
no,
where I don't like.
no. See, listen. Just one minute. Let me finish this. Do you know one thing? He said, "Look at your Onisha. Look at your Saba. That a three-story building in Onisha, they may say 70 million or 50 million asking price. But if you go over to Asaba, three-story building there may say 100 and something million. Soludo said, do you know why? Because Onisha has been abandoned, infrastructure, roads, all these things. He said what he will do is get the tax, rebuild Onisha, put some infrastructure, and then when the value, when people see that Onisha has time been rebuilt in sort of a Oboko area, doing all these things, the property price will come up, and that is what he's doing, and that is what he's going to do. So I believe tax works, but the thing about us is that we are not honest. If we are honest with our taxation, the government, people will pay. Do you know those keke napep? He said for every month you pay tax, give them a card. So you can go to government hospital, there's some discount you will get as long as you go there. So that is a Soludo is trying to put this. So I studied it, I found out that it is true. But the thing is, our government are thieves. If that's why when you tell people to pay tax, they will refuse. But with the Anambra example, if that's why I'm wishing the man well. If he works,
I
he
saw
will.
I saw, let me just correct something. I don't know whether it's correction or something. I saw some information regarding the trillion, because I searched Nigerian CBN, and because I couldn't find anything related to trillion naira. So I just searched Nigerian CBN and trillion. What came out was an accusation of 80 something trillion this in naira stamp duty fraud, and they seem to have denied it very, very strongly, that even the asset of the entire CBN is not up to that amount. I don't know how people just accuse them of something like that when their entire asset is not up to. And remember, CBN prints cash too. The money that is in your economy, they are printing it. Where do you think they are getting it from? They are not stealing it from thin air. Sometimes we don't account for things like that. And see, the amount they said they collected in 6 years was 300 and something billion naira. That's what they collected in 6 years. The whole purpose of the debate is that it's very little. If you compare that money to what California, in short, California is too much.
For further,
What,
you believe that?
Should
You
I?
believe,
Should
you
I?
believe
Should
what
I?
Nigerian people
no,
are telling
if I
you?
do the numbers, it will make
Yeah.
sense.
It
If
don't,
I do
no,
the numbers, it will make sense.
For further, it does not make sense. I do transaction in
Nothing
Nigeria every
makes
day,
sense in Nigeria.
so I know
For
what
further.
I'm talking about. When you transfer money, those little pennies that you're saying, 15 naira, 20 naira, and all that,
Niger bashing.
multiply that by people that are doing transaction every day. And now with this policy now that they brought in, this cashless policy they're trying to drive, a lot of people now are doing transfer more. I don't know if you know about Kuda Bank. Do you know, like, if you're trying to transfer money through Kuda Bank to any other bank, if the bank is having a network issue, Kuda Bank will inform you that this bank takes time to deliver, to receive money. Do you want to go ahead with the transaction? Right? Because the main banks were messing up, all the bigger banks, First Bank, GTP, and all I'm talking about the established bank that people know. They were messing, their network was messing up. It was the new tech banks that have been set up by the younger guys that are into fintech at the moment that are thriving. Do you know how much Flutterwave is worth? Flutterwave is worth over $3 billion. Go and check it out. It's owned by Nigeria.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the transactions, this in Nigerian transactions in cashless transaction. One of them from 2011 says that it's 16 billion this in naira of cashless transactions in Nigeria. But I think it's gone up significantly because there's another one in 2023 that seems to have risen because of all the naira note change that they're talking about recently. I think it's gone up to, if that seems crazy, 39 trillion, which is crazy if that is true. So they are saying that cashless transaction is increasing in Nigeria. If that of 2001 is around billions, now we're talking about trillions. That is crazy, and I will need to confirm that report. But I think we can find out. I don't think the central bank can run away from or hide money, because people know the amount of transaction that are expected.
But
they can't.
Father, you trust Nigeria more than I do.
No, there are some things you can steal. There are some things.
Let me give you an example. Is it not the same Nigeria people will go to CBN, and CBN will give them dollar at official rate? And they used to do round trip.
But that's the kind of transaction. That one, I can accept that one.
No. I'm saying to you, that's what happened. That's what happened in that country.
It's not illegal.
What's that?
That what you are saying?
It's not illegal. Round trip is not illegal.
No, what you are saying, people going to the CBN requesting for dollar. If you have a
the commercial banks don't have the same opportunity.
No, every business has. You have to apply.
They don't give it.
Let's get our fact right.
Supposed to be the commercial banks, right?
Let's get our fact right. If you apply, somebody extended the same offer to you.
Body, have you ever applied? Let's ask Body whether he's ever applied.
Body, I've applied before. You can't listen. You can't lecture me.
Who has applied and has got approval here? Nobody.
Let me tell you my story. Let me quickly tell you my story. A friend in UK reached out to me that he needs dollar, and I said, "Oh, somebody has been disturbing me all this while. That anytime I'm in need of dollar, that I should just reach out to him." And I called the person in Nigeria. He said, "Oh, I should put my application forward, but do I not have an account presently in Nigeria to work with?" So that's how we started the conversation. I said, if I apply, would they approve me? He said, yes, that every business that is legitimate, that has an application with CBN will treat it. And
with long leg
at the official rate. So whatever people do with it, that's on their own. That's why people are taking it to do the round trip. Provided, if my friend didn't come to me and I took that opportunity that a friend extended to me to come for dollar at any time I need it. So that means I can be using it for round tripping without him knowing that I'm using it for illegal business.
Bobby,
it's people taking advantage of the system.
Excuse me,
the system is there to give people the dollar.
Excuse me, Bobby, you said something now. Somebody connected you to it, so you are special. You are not like me or some other person. You have a connection. That's what we are talking about.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I know they do it. Somebody just
not that they do it. You just confirmed it. You confirmed it now. Why are you saying?
No, what I'm saying is this: not that I solicited for it. You know what I solicited for,
brother? Don't change the game, man.
No. You are missing the point. Body, you are missing the point he's making. Body, you are missing the point. No, Dan, wait. Body, hold on now. You are missing the point he's making. He's saying that you didn't just walk to the bank and applied. You went through someone. So the trick is, do you know anyone that just went to the bank and applied and got it?
Never. Yeah, that's further. I can testify to this.
I can't say I've not heard people. I've heard the story.
Okay, let Victory say something. Victory wanted to say something about that he applied directly.
What I'm saying to you, I've applied through my bank before and I didn't get it. So let me tell you something. I used to
you have a business
to Nigeria.
Do you have a business?
Yes. I used to take goods to Nigeria to sell. I used to take mobile phones to Nigeria back in them just to sell. So I know how the Nigeria system work. I used to sell mobile phones big time in Nigeria before I stopped. It was this exchange rate nonsense that's why I left the business. Because I would take a phone to Nigeria today, they will sell it. As the following day, the dollar has jumped from 340 to 350. And you're calculating your business based on 340. So how are you going to make money? I'll tell you, that is debt with me. That thing showed me Pepe. I said, Nigeria, you know what, I'm done. That's why I stopped that business. And it's the same thing. It's just like here, when you're here in the UK for further, if you want to go and buy dollar or anything, do you go to any bank to fill any form? You put You send your money online and it goes through. So what I'm saying to you, look at all developed countries. There's nothing such as black market.
No.
So you do your transaction and it goes through. But Nigeria is a corrupt entity. Yeah, they like to oppress people.
But
that's how Nigeria is.
For me, it doesn't work. Nigeria doesn't work for me.
I think my own
Victory. You want some people where they carry.
Hold on, the new people have come in and they've not said anything, so we can let them say something about. For me, anyway, I think that by just condemning the system by just condemning the system that is corrupt, it's not going to heal it. It's by adding. If somebody is ill and you say because I gave them one tablet and he's dying, let me not bother again. It's not going to solve it. The solution is still involves keep doing more. So, but that said, anyway, who is new that has Augustine? Just say something very quickly so that I can pass it on to show. John Abba hasn't said anything since he came back. So I think say something, then John Abba say something, then we can just go to Ife.
There is something that just came out today or some few minutes ago. I don't know. There was some lawyers here, some people talking about dual citizenship cannot contest for presidency, right?
No, that's not correct.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
That's not correct. It has been challenged.
See, there are jobs here you can't even do if you hold on to that citizenship.
In Nigeria,
here in the UK,
in Nigeria, dual citizens are allowed to contest for any position.
They shouldn't.
Nigeria Constitution allows it.
They shouldn't. You can't swear loyalty to another country and go and swear loyalty to Nigeria. That's crazy.
What I'm saying so is because I just know that there's a news trending now, and I'm seeing a picture of a biodata of Tinubu having Guinea nationality.
That's a lie. You see,
I don't know
what else are we not going to come up with in Nigeria?
Say it again, bro. We didn't hear that.
He just started now. Do you know
making me feel sorry for Tinubu now. It's ridiculous. It's getting out of control.
Do you know who posted it now? David Hunde.
Who?
David.
Who is that? Is he a reporter?
Yes, now the investigative journalist.
The one that is coming tomorrow. The anchor. You don't know your guest coming tomorrow. You're saying who is David Udain? I'll report you to Rudolph.
I don't know. What do I know?
Is David coming tomorrow now?
I see. Wow.
You don't know that David. You don't know David Hunde that is coming on your show tomorrow.
I'm a newcomer to Nigeria. You see,
but
I don't know what this is.
I don't think that's a crime in anybody acquiring citizenship of another country. That's not a crime. There's no illegality in that.
It's not a crime, but you shouldn't go and be president.
I know, but Nigerian constitution allows it. It has been challenged in court.
Oh my God, they should stop it.
Citizenship now. All the big Nigerians.
That is madness.
Yeah, so
it's for their advantage.
It's allowed in Nigeria. It's allowed. Constitution allows.
Can you allow another? No, that's a bit much. That's a bit much,
like
man.
it. Some people like it as well. But because I've seen someone whereby they like, oh, how would they not allow people in the diaspora not to come home and contest or
give up your citizenship. Seriously, come on, this is not even a debate. Most countries in the world is the same. You can't be a foreign citizen and swear allegiance to a country. That's like having a spy come and be a president of your country.
Somebody was reading from, I don't know, it was Mr. Scribe, who claimed that if, for example,
it's not reading from the constitution, it was reading from just a commentary. You know, it was challenged. I think in 2011, Ajimobis of draft citizenship, it was challenged in election presidential tribunal up to the Supreme Court. He won. And other people like that, they said to the former governor of your states.
You see that he shouldn't win. That's what people call judge. They are crazy people that will approve something like that. That is something that is crazy. It's not there are jobs here. There are jobs here in the UK. Hold on now. There are jobs here in the UK. Hold on, body. Hold on. There are jobs here in the UK. They will tell you if you hold dual nationality, you can apply.
I know.
That is not even high scale job, but that's not political office.
I know what you're talking about.
Come on.
I could in 2018. I couldn't access a nuclear facility in Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
If I remember correctly, I think Boris Johnson had to renounce his American citizenship before he became the prime minister, because I know he was born in the US. I think he had to renounce. But Nigeria's a different place totally. So
that's right. Yeah, correct.
There are no other places that they allow that kind of nonsense. It's only in sub-Saharan Africa they allow that nonsense to be happening. Where somebody swears allegiance to another country's flag, and then you tell them to come and lead your country.
And that's why he's
asking for trouble.
No, you know the issue is like someone like Saraki, he didn't acquire it. It was born abroad. Do we
And I
penalize
think his mom is Caribbean.
Do we
So
penalize
his mother is Caribbean, right?
His mother, no.
I think his mom is Caribbean. Bukola Saraki. His mom is not Nigerian.
Really?
Yeah, his mom is Caribbean, I believe. Yeah.
His mother is from Ijebu or thereabout somewhere. I don't know. I'm not sure.
His mother.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, I think his mother is Caribbean. I might be wrong, but I think I can almost confirm his mother is Caribbean.
No,
but yeah,
he was born abroad. Do we penalize such people?
And Schwarzenegger doesn't even have the luxury. Even just because he wasn't born in America, he wasn't allowed to run for presidency. Period. And see, that kind of stuff, I don't even know how the debate is even. That for me, if you have dual citizenship and you want to run Nigeria, give it up. The fact that you have dual citizenship is already questionable. Then they ask you to give it up. You're like, no, I don't want to give it up. Come on, you are not serious. Sorry, Jonaba. Sorry, let's let Jonaba talk because he hasn't said anything since he got back. Sorry, you are next show. You will be allowed to go as long as you want. Jonaba, please.
Thank you. Let me straight something before we come to the business, because we were saying something before I left the line about the suffering of the Igbo people, and that we should be sensitive to it. And I told you I am sensitive to that. But one thing you cannot also don't dismiss the minority also who are not as popular, who also have suffered losses. So you cannot also discard that, and then you want me not to talk about it. There's no reason anybody that knows Nigerian history that will talk about Biafra war that will not say with empathy, except you don't have a soul in your heart. So that made that clear. So there's no time that we do not. When we are talking about national unity and when people affect other people, even though they are not much in number, based on their minority, if you put the percentage together, they suffer the same thing. So that is about that. Come to Nigeria, there is nothing merit in Nigeria. So Bodin was talking about a friend asked him to open an account with CBN and do business, and he got it. Victory say he did the same thing, he will not get it. That's Nigerian for you. So the fact that you get it like that doesn't mean every Nigerian will go and get the same result. That's not happening in Nigeria. You have a long leg, you have somebody you know, you get it done. So, and then the POS in Nigeria, where bank liars with people on the street and take money, especially right now, and take money from the bank and give to certain people, and then you go and do exchange rate, they charge you percentage and give you cash. You buying cash in Nigeria actually right now. You're going to use money to buy money in Nigeria on the street right now. So some bank, even the ATM, limited it to 20,000 naira, while the POS can give you 40,000, give you 100,000, and they will charge you. I think personally, in Ajao Estate where I stay, 20,000 is for 1,000 naira. If you POS is going to give you 20,000, you're going to give them 1,000. So if you are changing 40,000, they're going to take your 2,000. When you go to the north, it's double. So it's all over Nigeria. So,
but why? Please.
Because
why?
the limit of the bank, there's no. It's about in some 18 local government or 13 local government, you can only find one bank. So the scarcity of money in the north is higher than the west and the east. In Lagos, it's even much better. But that's the Nigerian we are running. There is nothing merit there. If you have a long leg, you go anything you can do. So Nigeria is on life support. And that's what I say that every Nigerian, we all owe each other the truth. Are we going to look into each other's eyes on the street and raise our morale instead of allowing the politician to determine the future of Nigeria? Not even in America here, any developed country. It's the citizens that get fed up and they say enough is enough. Let's talk about the Jewish in Germany when the Holocaust was going on. The Jews come together, the oppression of killing of millions of Jews, they push back and they overcome it. but not in the spirit of disunity, and then allowed religious bigotry, ethnicity, and tribal thing, and then you think that the elite will not exploit to their own benefit.
John,
You could,
I have one question before you land. Just tell me honestly, how do you think Nigerians can fight like the Jewish did, like you are saying, to get back that country? Because Nigeria doesn't belong to us anymore.
they belong to who?
You know them.
I don't. I think Nigeria belong to all of us. When you say it do not belong to you, then you
No,
are
it's
taking
my
yourself
question.
out of it.
You
And
use a
then if
question
you
to
take
answer a
you
question,
see,
which is not.
it's
I don't.
politically that is what politicians want, even in America here. If politicians want you to feel depressed and not want
Excuse
to belong,
Mr.
you
John, please.
belong.
This is my problem. When you ask a very sensitive question, you start comparing Nigeria to America.
I'm
I
not
want you to
comparing
answer
it. I'm
Nigerians.
comparing that in as much as I have gone this far, we still face such thing here. So if we are, even if America is suffering such thing, then we are talking about a backward Nigeria. It's not in a good comparison.
See, I think when he says Nigeria doesn't belong to you, he's basically saying that we don't control our nation. And four of our major presidential candidates, three of them, I mean, major ones, are all in Western, this in different countries around the world right now. Basically, these people seem to be taking their instructions from outsiders to run the country. So what he's saying is that even if the land is ours, we are still there, but we are not in charge. And that is true. Nobody can say that we control anything. How do we take it over? We know how Israel did it. So you can give him other solutions that you know of, because this is actually true and it's a serious thing.
Yeah, but when we talk about Nigerian, we are not in control of it. You see that we have been using media and social media to at least galvanize the base, reach out to remote places in Nigeria. I mean, there are so backward other part of Nigeria that they don't access social media. Even the most developed one, not all of them have the money to buy the data to listen to something just like you and I are here. But at least there are an improvement in that area. So this is the way the people will take back our country. It's about sharing of ideas and how you are in UK now, me and you are talking. That's when we come to agree, when we can share common things. Okay, we can plan. Okay, how do we influence the people back home? How do we change their mindset? But when you and I in the Western world cannot even, which have seen what is humanly possible, cannot even come to agree and have empathy on one another. Rather, we talk about things that will divide us instead of things that will bring us together. How do we expect people back home who the pure being taken advantage of?
John, the people back home have responded by choosing Peter Obi. And what did they get?
That is what you said. I don't believe that. That is what you said.
Excuse me, not what I said. This is
You
what
say
happened.
that the election
It
will
happened
not.
now.
If you believe in election, where do you get your own number from? So I don't know what you are talking about. I don't believe in what you are saying. If you're going to go against
let
the
me tell you what
institution,
I'm
you
talking
cannot stay
about.
in the glass house
Let
and
me
throw
tell
a
you.
stone. Who is
Let
going
me
to
tell
give
you
you the
what
mandate?
Let me tell you what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Excuse me. You said something. I was listening very clearly. You said something now, which brought my attention to interrupt you a little bit. You said, through this means, we are trying to send message back home so that people will wake up and take a decision. And the people took the decision and took Peter Obi into power. And in our eyes, not hidden, with cameras everywhere, they saw what happened. Now you are telling me that where did I get my... So you want to tell me that Tinubu won that election?
I'm not an INEC officer, whatever they presented.
No, brother, this is
The
my
case is
problem
in the
with
court.
Nigerians.
The issue is that the passionate.
We refuse to speak the truth.
Vote? Do you vote?
What do you mean?
Do you vote?
Those who voted, what happened?
No, do you vote as a person?
I ask you, those who
He's
voted, what
overseas
happened?
now. It's not fair. He's not going to be able to vote now. He's overseas.
Okay.
No, the
Is
people
he in
who
Nigeria?
voted,
Yes, in
happened to my
Nigeria.
phone.
The issue
The
is
people
that
who voted,
we
what
do
did you do?
Nigeria, yes, in
social
Nigeria.
media voting, and then you stay in the glass house and want to throw a stone.
No,
The same
that is not
institution
a good
that you are condemning is the same institution that we still have in place. There's no substitute to INEC. So even when the thing has been disagreed,
John,
it's in
John,
the
do you know
court.
why I'm arguing a little bit? I want to make a point, and I want to understand you.
Okay.
You said the Jewish, they came together and changed something. That's what you said. That's why I'm just making this point with you.
Thank you.
I'm now asking you now, because I was listening clearly. Now, what can we do if the Jewish could come together to do to make a change that they're enjoying today? The Nigerians came together and brought a new change through Peter and Dati, and they took it away from us. So what was the next step? What do you say now?
You say that personally, I'm talking to you right now.
Yes.
Personally, I don't believe Obi have a solution to Nigerian problem. So if you are telling me about Obi till tomorrow, it doesn't move me to a second.
Why? Just give me one reason.
It's your belief. A politician is a politician.
No.
You can say
Obi is not a regular politician.
Okay, that is in your own word. You have not been tested on that national level.
Okay, I give up. I give up.
Okay, so let's Jonaba, are we finished? Oh, yeah, I think it's frozen. Sure, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, forefathers. Hello, everyone. I think I joined just when Rudolph was about to leave, just about 2 minutes before he left. So what I've actually caught most of is the discussion around taxation. I quite agree with Victory because I have 2 Nigerian bank accounts, and every month I think I make about between 20 and 25 transactions a month, between Access Bank and Union Bank, those 2. And every time I try to send money, they will tell you before they take it, like on this transaction, you're paying 50 something naira, on that one, you're paying whatever naira, depending on how much you're transferring. So all this money, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it counts as tax. And I'm hoping that someday we would go beyond the days when you'll be charged for sending money to a different bank account. I remember until maybe about 10 years ago, thereabout in the UK, if you transferred money to a different bank account, it took a while before it got there. They didn't charge you, it just took longer. But in Nigeria, they charge you for everything. You withdraw money, you have Access Bank card, you withdraw money from UBA, they will charge you, all these charges and like people rightly said, people who spoke before me, if we see the benefit of this money they're taking from us, less people would complain. But in a country where, when we complain, it's not like we're trying to paint Nigeria bad or we're just... I mean, some people have chosen to carry the good news, and I won't stop them. I've put it on my head to expose the bad news. It needs to be spoken about. For those who don't like it, I can't help you. I would keep talking about it until things start to change. See, we have a country where we are going hand in hand, shamelessly, Babiala, Almajiri government, borrowing money, begging for money all over the world. That's what we do. People laugh about the Almajiri kids they see, or some people empathy, sympathy. These kids that are throwing their food bowl in the air. That is the Nigerian federal government on the world stage. You can shake your head, you can curse me out, you can say this one doesn't believe in anything. We're always borrowing, begging for money. They say they will remove subsidy. Already there's a grant. Some people are saying it's a loan, some people are saying it's a grant. 800 million is it dollars? So we're constantly borrowing. And you're taking money from us in every way. Look at Anok. When was it 2 weeks ago that the bus drivers in Lagos complained? They went on a strike. They said they were paying 13,000 naira a day. Please calculate that by 365 days. Let's even say it's 300 days in a month, in a year. Some days they don't work, they're at the mechanic garage. Okada driver said they pay 2K a day. That's 60,000 naira. That is more than an average civil servant will pay in Lagos. On tax, what does this Okada man get in return for the 60,000 naira he pays? One of the boys that were, protesting on the streets of Lagos during the bus strike was saying that Agbero is buying G-Wagon for girlfriends. The bus driver is struggling to pay school fees of their children. This is why people are complaining. These people are paying this money. But someone mentioned that, I think it was CM. If like the system they have in Anambra was replicated across Nigeria, where if you pay tax and you can show that you pay tax, you can go to, your primary health care, like that's your GP, your local hospital, without going to the main UCH or Luth or whatever. You're close by hospital. You can go there for little things, and they can treat you maybe for free or for a fraction of what people who don't pay tax will pay. People would not mind, but people pay these monies and they don't get anything in return. And you have governors who would say, "I'm drinking a 40-year-old whiskey that cost about 10 million naira a bottle."
Just
In a
imagine.
country where you're constantly going around the world begging, literally borrowing money. But if you speak, they say you are hating on them. Is it the taxes using to buy whiskey? Was it not rich before? What is the job of most of these people before they became politicians?
Yeah.
See, it's different having source of funds. What is your source of wealth? Where did this money start from? Because you can tell me, somebody has a McDonald's franchise in the US, fine. That's the source of funds. That's where the funds come in. But source of wealth, what was the origin? Was it inheritance? People who do KYC, not the one they do in Nigeria, they just come and knock on your door. Do you know Mr. Asho? We want to open Access Bank. Not that KYC. Proper KYC. How did you make the money that you used to buy this KFC, McDonald's franchise? Was it inheritance? Was it, where did it come from? So we have people who are spending money reckless. Only today, was it yesterday? I saw in the papers that Jigawa State, they made a down payment. That made me laugh. For those who followed the election, down payment for roasted corn. Jigawa State made a down payment for Hajj pilgrimage 2023. They deposited, I think, 2.5 billion naira. What is the business of the state with pilgrimage? I don't care if it's Jerusalem or Mecca. It is not the business of the state. If it was in our days of surplus, maybe. But Nigeria is currently struggling. According to our politicians, they keep telling us, we're broke. We're broke. You're constantly borrowing money, but you are sponsoring people to go to Hajj, to go to Jerusalem, to go and how is that our business? You see, so this is why people get angry about this. I don't mind. I pay tax in the UK, and for somebody saying they pay, forefathers, for those of you who live in America, let me shock you. We pay TV license in the UK. I've seen so many people in the US say, sorry, what does that mean? If you buy a TV in the UK, the day you buy a TV, they would ask you for your address.
Postcode.
In a day or two,
Postcode.
they'll ask you for your postcode.
We have that in Nigeria before.
If the TV is not registered, they would send you a letter to your address in less than 2-3 days. You get the letter. You have to pay TV license. I pay yearly. It's about £170 a year. Well, let's leave that. But there's some people who don't pay. They just believe, what's the point? So we pay all these things, right? I'm not happy that I have to pay TV license. I'm not happy that I have to pay council tax. My council tax is over 250 a month. I pay council tax. That's the people who come and collect your rubbish and collect.
You're exempted from paying. You're exempted from paying TV license in UK if you get to 75 years.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the people who made these laws, the MPs, the same. I'm not sure if you're aware. The MPs do not pay TV license in the UK. Members of parliament don't pay. They're exempt. And they're the ones that made these laws. So I'm saying all of this to say there are a lot of taxes we pay in the UK. But when you look back at where you're coming from, you look at where you are, you see the services you get. Like I keep saying, I've walked in and around the NHS. I've seen people, they will bring the homeless alcoholic to ED, and you would see the treatment they would get. They will be there for days. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. They will ask you, what choice of food do you want? After a week or 2 weeks, they will go home. Goodbye. There's no bill afterwards. So you see where your tax goes. You see how it's spent. I'm not saying, anywhere there's politics, there's corruption. So the politicians everywhere in the world are corrupt, but there are levels to it.
They're minimal.
When an average hardworking Nigerian cannot send their children to school, no hospitals, the roads are bad. I mean, I don't care if it's Lagos, Enugu, Anambra. I'm not doing all this, it's Southeast, South. It's bad across board. You see some of the roads and you're thinking, sorry, people actually live here and people pay taxes. So this is why people complain. It's not because people are crazy or they're unreasonable, but our government, I saw another video. I'm not sure how old the video is. There was a panel that was set up to speak to some people, some Islamic organization setting up exams for some people, something to do with Islamic studies. And they're saying that their budget a year is about 20 billion naira. And they have to set an exam for 1,000 pupils or students once a year. And the panel was saying, it was a government panel, saying that, how can you ask us for this much money? You generated $350 million naira in the last financial year. And all you remitted was about 25. What happened to the rest? All these alhajis and imams and all this, they were just torturing. And these are the people that they are fasting right now. You are fasting. You are going to Mecca, but you are corrupt. This is why people are angry. It is not rocket. Governance is not difficult, especially in Nigeria. The bar is set so low that all you need to do for people, roads, the things that growing up as a young boy in the 80s, I was hearing, as a young boy in the 80s, we'll give you light, we'll give you electricity, pipe-borne water. That's the worst of pipe-borne water. I had to go and Google it. Not that I just had it so much, pipe-borne water. And these are the things they're still promising us till today. For how long are you going to promise us these things? Do you understand? No hospitals, nothing. Just give us the basics. Job creation is easy. Give Nigerians electricity. Let there be security for properties and lives. And give them good roads for transportation. Nigerians will figure out the rest. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. But the worst part is we have a group of people that are determined to defend these corrupt politicians at every turn. I don't know what their reason is. Are they waiting their turn? Are they showing loyalty to these corrupt politicians to say, "Okay, I'm loyal to you, hand over to me when you're leaving"? I don't, because if you're an average guy like me, you have no interest in stealing or anything. Why are you defending these people?
Is it?
That's the question I have. You see some people, they say, Bukola Saraki is our guy, Oloye, someone, Jagaban, some other ones, Obi. So they have factions that they defend these criminals. What is it that they have done that have impressed you? The people that have left Nigeria, I can cut them some slack. But you have left Nigeria, you have seen what development is. It's not perfect, but you've seen a semblance, an idea of God's plan. And you are subjecting your people to that punishment. People joke and say Nigerians should never go to hell because they're already in hell. They are in hell already. It's an experience. And people are defending these politicians. That's what gets me annoyed and angry, and I curse these people out. And BQB would sometimes say, "I show as a Yoruba boy, Omoluabi, we don't curse our elders." Our elders have taken us to this place now. They've taken us to the lowest of the lowest pits. And they travel. I have a very close friend in Nigeria. Every time I talk to him, sometimes we'll do a video call. He's never left Nigeria. And we'll just see basic things. Honestly, the things that I don't even see. And the guy will just tell me, like, you literally just walk past this thing and you didn't stop to admire. I said, admire what? This guy said, our politicians came to the UK. They brought democracy from the West. He said, but they didn't bring the benefit of democracy. They brought is the worst things, and their defenders online, especially, they would always compare Nigeria to the worst case situations. They would tell you there was a worst election in Cairo. They know all the bad events that happened from 18th century. There was one election in Sierra Leone. They had more voters than people. There was a bad road in somewhere. There's a flood somewhere in Florida. They will post it. Look at Florida, and you'll be complaining about Nigeria. And the question is, when the flood goes away, am I allowed to compare Nigeria to Florida? There's a teacher strike in the UK. There was one last month, 2 months ago, and people started talking about it, comparing Nigeria. See, it's not just Nigeria that's going through hardship. There's teacher strike in the UK. I said, okay, when the teacher strike goes away, can I compare our classrooms, public, to the UK public classrooms? Am I allowed? No, you're not allowed. Yeah, I mean, one guy joined from Senegal the other day, or was it Sierra Leone? He said there's 24/7 electricity. I have a friend in Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. He said there's electricity. And you start to, and the minute you mention it, don't compare. Sorry, those of you that defend them, please, I'm asking sincerely, no fight. Why are you defending these people? What is it that you want to gain from them? Nothing. Is it a case of as long as they sort you out, you don't care about the rest? Because for me, honest, I keep saying it, it's not bragging, it's not anything. I don't need anything from Nigeria, nothing at all. God has done it in such a way that I will never need anything from Nigeria as an individual. I don't, and I'm not bragging. I wish I could, say, oh, my country will give me this and that. I don't need, but I'm just thinking of the average guys on the street. Mama Icho would always say it. You know, the blood of the innocent, the blood. I would laugh about it all the time, but it's true. A lot of young boys. I'm not justifying Yahoo. I've never done it once in my life. I lived in the UK. Nothing criminal at all about me. But a lot of people, you don't know what they could have become. Why is it that Nigerians leave Nigeria and they thrive wherever they go? The best doctors in the UK. I live in the UK. I can speak for the UK. The amount of doctors and nurses I train on a monthly basis that are international doctors and nurses in the UK, you'll be shocked. How many do we have left in Nigeria? They come and they become the head of departments. You know, they're brilliant guys. But when they're in Nigeria, they'll go and do Yahoo. They'll go and do Olosho. They'll go and do... And I'm not generalizing. There are people who are doing well in Nigeria, but what's the percentage? And it's a case of who you know in most cases, not what you know.
Wow.
Look at all those Almajiri children. What is their fate in life? Who did they offend? What's their sin? Who did they offend?
The politicians.
That they were born in the northern part of Nigeria. And some in the south as well. You understand? What is their crime? But because your children go to a private school, you come online and say Nigeria is working. It's work in progress. For how long? I agree there's progress. But at what speed are we going? People are talking about something totally different. When there's an election in the US or in the UK, they'll be talking about Trident. They'll be talking about trade deals. We will be talking about where's your father from? Where's your mother from? Things that shouldn't exist anymore. And some of us are saying, let us call these politicians to order. But people amongst us would go back, collect whatever they collect. And for some people, they don't even collect. They have just all been brainwashed. They love APC. It's so dear to them. PDP, oh, my beloved party. If Labour Party do nonsense tomorrow, I will drop them like hot coal. I'm not attached to rubbish. I'm not attached to the one that they said kill somebody, kill the PDP guy. They said they should just torture him. He died. Please try him. Send him to the maximum prison in Nigeria. If found guilty, don't kill. That's what we're running away from.
For sure, don't you think that Nigeria, given the resources we have at our disposal, is functioning the best it can? If you look at the numbers, has anybody bothered to look at the numbers?
No, functioning to the best of what it can.
Okay, before you say no, Nigeria, a country of 200 million people, do you know what the national budget is?
The national budget is not even big enough.
$1 billion.
It's
While
not
the
big enough.
UK, while the same UK we are hold on. While the UK that we compare it to of 66 million people spends over $1 trillion.
Why is that? Why do you think that is?
Because they built from scratch. What we do is we compare a country that has already arrived to the one that is starting from.
It's corruption. Corruption in Nigeria.
I'm saying we should start.
Like that.
I'm saying we should start. I just mentioned Cote d'Ivoire to you. Cote d'Ivoire, they have light.
Yes.
Senegal, they have light. Okay, now forget UK. Why don't we have light? And they have light in Cote d'Ivoire.
But Senegal used to be like that. Senegal used to be like Nigeria.
Sorry.
So 63 years, we are still talking about electricity.
I'm saying let us start. I'm not saying let us. I'm saying let us start. Let us start. Let's start. Because forefather, see, at this rate, in 100 years, we'll still be saying the same thing you're saying.
Nothing will change.
I don't want to. We don't have that long.
We need to start from somewhere.
We barely have 20 years. We can't take chances.
They told me when I was under 10, we would have electricity. There will be pipe-borne water. There will be road. I'm over 40. There's none.
So I'm telling you, all these our elders, they sometimes man, they really have a lot to account for because
it's the people that defend them that have the biggest problem with.
The major issue is that the truncation.
How can they not be able to figure out electricity?
The military intervention.
So how many decades?
I hear that truncation, but from 1999 till today, electricity situation has gotten worse. Electricity has gotten worse.
Obasanjo budgeted, I think, $6 billion. Is it $16 billion?
That's what I'm saying.
No sure.
If our father could remember, it was part of our conversation late night on last Saturday, whereby I was telling you that Obasanjo was able to build almost about like 7 independent power plants across Nigeria. But only few of them were working today. Even few that are working, I think they only work up to like 35% or 40% capacity. Why? Because those places whereby independent power plants were located, they were not accessible at all.
Not even
There's
only that.
one.
What happened to maintenance? What happened to maintenance?
They're even not working. As
That
what
is
I'm
the
saying is that
problem.
even to even pipe gas to them, though they are a remote area. I told you there's one in Ola Ogun. There's a boundary between Ogun State and Ondo. There's one located in around the R6. That one is not even working to 35 or 40% at all.
So
because
the feasibility
the master
didn't
plan
they
for him
else that they have a
is
lot to
forgery.
answer for. They really have a lot to answer for
Didn't
because
So
they
that's how
really
they
lost
wasted
some
$60
time.
billion.
It's not that these monies were allocated, but somebody took the money and just squandered
So
it,
they
and
took all the
nobody's,
money and they spent it for
nobody's
themselves.
gonna hold them accountable for that.
Finish.
So listen,
So Buhari came
we
over.
need
He
to
has
stop,
like
like Sho
that's
said.
another thing again entirely.
Like Sho said, we need to stop defending these politicians. One thing about Nigerians is this. Let me tell you, we are the most
making a bad
hardworking.
choice.
When I mean hardworking, when the most hardworking, working human beings on earth, honestly speaking, everywhere we go, we thrive. Everywhere we go, we thrive. But it's only in Nigeria that we don't thrive. Why?
The environment.
Because it's not, remember a few hours ago, I asked you guys, the money we have borrowed from other countries. Tell me what we did with those money. Nothing. I cannot think of anything.
They shared it.
Okay, apart from sharing it, okay. You're talking about electricity. What happened to maintenance? We have problem maintaining stuff.
Yes, that's right.
That is the only way that can be consistent. When you don't maintain anything, it's gonna break down. And once something breaks down in Nigeria, that is it. That is one of the reasons why we don't have any refineries working in Nigeria. And Dangote is building a refinery, and we have 5 refineries that is not working. And Dangote is gonna build one, and we are hoping until he finishes that. So we are still relying on crude oil, Nigerian crude oil, while other countries that have crude oil are literally dashing it to their citizens. And we are here panicking, still talking about we have scarcity of fuel in Nigeria, a country that has oil. And we are justifying and supporting these politicians. It's not about me. I keep saying it. It's not about you. But remember, we have families back home that will call you for school fees, that will call you for little things, that will even call you for money for food.
Yeah.
We are comfortable here, but let's think about them. What electricity we do in that country, honestly speaking, what electricity, constant power, the jobs it will bring. A lot of people will move back home. Just electricity. Imagine having good roads. Imagine having security in Nigeria. We are not even talking about jobs. Electricity, people will create jobs for themselves. And still, our politicians, they refuse. They sit on our money. Instead, they use it to send their kids to abroad to go and study. And we still sit down here and defend these people. Like somebody said, all these politicians, tell me what they were doing prior to joining politics. You can, just very few of them that you can say, okay, they have a business or they have a company. Most of them that are what they are in the politics, it's just the government money. Look at our senators. I heard they are the highest paid in the whole world. How?
Yes.
How? How? Google and just how much does American government president makes? They don't even make up to, I think, $400-something thousand a year.
A year. That's
a year. A president, United States, they pay for their groceries.
You are right.
They pay from what they are being paid from their salaries. They pay for their groceries. But look at our senators. That's their retirement.
I think it's a system we set to ourselves because we thought we have a lot. Because we're not. Because we stumbled
how do we have a lot?
We saw it as a boom. So the money is coming. Nobody cares about production anymore because they saw the free money.
Brother, it's not true there. That's
not true. When things change, you change, isn't it? When you earn more, you can share more. When you are not earning anything, must you continue to borrow to share?
Because they have that culture of waste. They've used the culture of waste. So it's difficult for them to change. So
I don't. But honestly speaking, I don't even understand how these people reason. Sometimes when I look at them and I just wonder, do these people? Does it mean?
You see,
if
let me tell you
this story. And you are so close to that system, you become part of that system with time. You get used to it. Even the severity, even harms, you won't be able to recognize it anymore. You get used to that system. That's what has happened.
My brother,
I will never get used to that system. I will never. I will
How?
not get used to that system.
This is
No, you know, because
this is
the
where
mind is corrupt.
this is where the problem is.
No,
this is where the problem
Because
is.
the mind is corrupt. That's why
I watched
average Nigerian cannot think straight anymore.
My brother, I will not get
It's not true,
used
but
to
when
that
they leave
system.
Nigeria, they can think.
Because you know what place so much demand on them is like.
I watched.
If you tell me that's the way, the way you are working here, your productivity here, can you compare it to your productivity back when you are in Nigeria? No. The demand of the society you are here presently.
Okay.
I didn't even have a job, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
That challenge you to work more. You understand?
Okay,
So
let's see him. Let's see him
to
say something.
relate this.
CM has been trying to say something.
There's something Obi called wealth without enterprise. Obi was in my local government in Anambra. I went to meet some people in the course of the campaign. He called one man out called Winkle, who manufactures mattresses. He has an industry since the 80s. He told the man, he said, you've been a manufacturer since the 80s. Everybody knows about your Winkle phone, but you are not a billionaire. You pay salary every 4 weeks. You buy raw materials. You do all sorts of things. You sell. You do genuine business. You are not a billionaire. Yet, somebody will move to Abuja as a politician. In the next year, he started being a billionaire. He said, that is what I want to go to Abuja and change. So if you vote for me, I'm going to change it. No more wealth without enterprise. So
and they
because
refuse.
do you know? See how it works. See how it works. Somebody driving Okada anywhere in Nigeria, we start work in the morning. When we must have driven, do the morning rounds around 11, he's tired or 12. You see him park somewhere, use 150 naira as at then, I don't know now. Buy a newspaper like The Sun or The Punch and be reading, maybe eating roadside rice. That's then Punch. Ekwere Madu reading it in Abuja is being paid for by government. What sort of system is that? All our senators, they receive newspaper allowance, but somebody driving Okada buys newspaper with his own money. So this is part of the nonsense going on. That's why when you see the budget, if they borrow this money, Nigeria is not earning enough. Yet their salary keep increasing. Sometimes they approve the cars for themselves. This is where the money goes. Obi said they are sharing money in Abuja. That is what they do. So that is where the annual budget goes. When you, even if even if as small as the budget is, it may sound in trillion, but they don't use it for capital project that will help me and you. This only used to pay for the dog in the house of the Senate president and deputy, pay for the cook. Every day, every year, they budget for cooking utensils in the budget. This is what they keep putting, and the money will be going. So it is purely.
But how much do we have
error.
the estimated amount they spend for, like, the salaries of the senators and basically the government officials, because they have to pay the soldiers, they have to pay the teachers, they have to pay all the other groups.
Exactly. No, I understand the legislator. I understand an average senator goes on with about 14 million every month. 14.
For what?
Actually, it's more than that.
Doing
It's
what?
more than that. It's more than that.
So
14 million is about
14 million.
just over 10,000 pounds a month. And that is, it doesn't include their staff and everything else.
No. They make more than that. They make more.
So let's assume,
it's not for
let's
you.
assume
Their staff
that
is
they're
being
making
paid through
10,000 pounds. Tell me what they are doing for us to be making that money.
No, but what? Okay,
they are suffering with you in Nigeria.
What they are doing for us to be making that money.
Obviously, they are not performing enough. That's for sure. They are not performing enough.
And you see a country like Nigeria, and why not? In this country, I remember when this guy came in, David Cameron. He said in 2008, he said that Britain is going through cash crunch. I think he slashed his salary from either 100 and something to 98,000 a year. I think either 132 to 98,000, and all the ministers followed suit. Why can't our people, the leaders, say, look, Nigeria is now the poverty capital. let us reduce our salary. Have you ever had
Don't
it?
say
They
reduce.
can't do that.
No,
CM, don't say
they went
reduce.
over there
Let them
to
stop
take
stealing.
money. They
They
can't
are
do that.
stealing now. How can
See,
they stop stealing?
my thing is that is no matter, even if they become payless, that they don't pay, they do it for free, the problem still remains. The problem is so big that it remains. So we need to focus on where the
That
real
they will
gap is. And yeah. Because even if you take all the money from this thing, take even our budget. If you look at it, by the time you pay, do for university, do for military, do for police, do for this, it's gone. It's not a lot. We don't have a lot of money to spend.
But forefather, you don't get this. One, the president of Nigeria is entourage is almost 100 to 150 cars that are armored bullet cars.
Okay.
Yeah, but Nigeria is
So
very
that is
important now.
what
That shouldn't be the argument. You remember they buy it once in every couple of
What are you
years.
talking
no.
about?
What are you
But that is
talking
what
for, father?
P2B.
What did you
What are
say?
you
You see
talking
what
That
they do.
shouldn't be the
That is
argument.
what
Once in
P2B is
every
saying.
what?
We are focusing on the wrong thing. If something that is providing security, you can't take that for granted.
Security.
Forefather,
If they kill your
forefather, when
Forefather
P2B became
is very
governor
big on
when
national
P2B
security.
became
You guys should know that by
I don't
now.
play around with security.
forefather,
If anything you spend on security is worth it. I can tell
forefather,
you that right
when
now.
P2B became governor of Anambra State, they were killing cow every day, killing cow every day, killing cow every day. 30 days they kill 30 cows, and that 30 cows, if they are selling cow 90,000 naira per cow, by the time you factor everything, the cow will be about 200,000. And P2B asked them a question: who is eating all this cow? You know the answer. They told her in case somebody came to visit him. P2B says, me and my wife and 2 kids are eating 1 cow every day. He says, please don't kill any cow. If somebody wants to visit me, I will go and visit him. That is the difference between P2B and all these people. We are not saying that P2B is a saint. We are saying,
Brother, that man is a saint. Say what it is. P2B is a saint.
I
Nobody
think
is better than that man.
let's let Jonaba and
let me finish what I'm saying. Let me really finish what I'm. This is why when P2B finished being governor of Anambra State, he didn't get a land. Compared to the guy elected, he took half of Lagos, 30% of Lagos. He took it. So
It's not just
the
him, it's
problem,
across Nigeria or your state.
the problem Nigeria have is that being in government is supposed to be service. It's not money making machine. Even in Western world, they don't make money, but they get accumulated with the people
They
that
manage.
have companies. When they come out, they can go into different sectors to make money. That is what it gives you
I think
opportunity, privilege to meet those people, but not to make the money.
even speaking engagements.
How can these people making 14 million naira? That is without allowance. So by the time they add allowance, dressing allowance, all this allowance is about 25 million a month. They don't have conscience.
yeah, some of it seem excessive. But
You know,
And
all of it is excessive. All of it. See, for a
look
country
at
that is struggling,
why did
for a country that is struggling, it's excessive. Forefathers. See,
ASO be on strike for 8 months? The
8
money,
months. 8 months.
the money could have been carved out and taken care of. The money is easy. So this is money that was proposed in 2000 and when Jonathan was president. 2009. And they didn't pay it up to today.
See, we did the numbers here the other day. I think we are all frustrated by the problems in Nigeria, but we did the numbers the other day, and Nigeria is broke by and large. We don't have a lot of money to spend. And if we you see, when we say no, can we? If we want to do the numbers again, you will check how much you get from crude oil.
Only the money Tinubu has can solve Nigeria's problem.
Tinubu, by international standard, is not that rich.
Only Tinubu can solve Nigeria's problem.
Pardon?
Fine,
Only
we are
Tinubu.
broke, right?
By and large,
Actually,
yes,
we are
we are
broke,
not very
right?
rich. Yeah.
And we are borrowing money, right? And we keep borrowing. Even as Buhari is about to leave, we are still borrowing 800 million on the table.
Yes.
Tell me what we are doing with the borrowed money. how are we gonna pay? How are we gonna service the loan?
Poverty.
If there is no capital project that will yield money that we use to service that loan, so how are we gonna pay for it?
Okay, let me see something that I saw yesterday that I found quite astounding, because I was in River State about 2020. I was there, but what I saw yesterday on a video of somebody driving around Port Harcourt, I saw a significant improvement in Port Harcourt. So, like if you look at train station. No, not only there. I'm talking about like train lines. There's train lines in Delta State now, like in Agbo, Asaba, train lines going through there. That I tell. Then second Niger Bridge is there. Airports are in southeast now.
Wait. When you're talking about this second Niger Bridge, you are talking about as if you are going from Lagos to this thing. What is the distance from Asaba? When you're talking about this second Niger Bridge, that we won't even drive for like 5 minutes.
You don't want it anymore.
You don't want it anymore. How many years did it take them to build that second Niger Bridge? Why are you giving them credit?
The point is that all I'm saying is that okay. See, let me give you an example of what the scale we are dealing with here. California spends 200 and something billion on its healthcare budget. Not everything else, so only on its healthcare budget. Nigeria spends about 40 billion on the national budget, and we are 200 and something billion. So what do you expect from that? What do you think you are going to see in that country?
Forefathers. You're comparing Nigeria and America again. I don't think you don't get it.
You know why you have to compare it? Because the equipments that you use are the same. You have to go to the same market to buy those tools.
So please,
I don't agree.
Please.
You may not agree. That's fine.
Let's give me a chance to say something.
How much they take do election? How much they take do election, forefather?
Election, I think from what I gather, about 500 billion naira.
Census,
So what are you saying?
How much are you planning to spend on census?
That census one, personally, I think they shouldn't have spent that kind of money on census, because you can even do extrapolation of the Nigerian population. I don't know why you need that census, this thing,
because they need to talk money now.
Honestly, I'm not sure if you keep up with Nigerian news. So Sunday Diary, I think is the Minister for Sport or something. There's a guy, Sunday Diary is to do with I think NFA or Minister for Sport. He's asking for 950 million naira to pay electricity bill for two stadia, Ibadan Stadium and the National Stadium. He said they are owing 950 million naira. They're about to leave office in May. He wants 950 million naira for that. He's saying that to renovate the National Stadium, it would cost Nigeria 21 billion naira. That's what he wants to renovate. See, the way these guys are cashing out, the way they are cashing out. So when you say Nigeria is broke, this is why some of us disagree. The money is being stolen. It might not be enough, but when you have people stealing it, it makes it worse. Fire car, the car, this thing. You see how many billion?
Let's not just
how many billion
about
for the fire?
The amount you are mentioning here, when you mention it in billions, it sounds like a lot. But when you compare when you compare it to this in dollars, it's just about 10 million this in dollars. By Western standard, that is almost still nothing.
But we're not in the West.
Don't understand. And the tools are still the same. No, because the scale. Okay, let's.
I don't agree. I don't agree with you.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Drive Niger second Niger Bridge.
You wanted to take it away.
How many years? I have to clap for them.
You see.
I'm not saying you clap for them. I'm saying that's where some of the money is going to.
The same Nigeria that they will say snake. Okay, so how do you defend snake eating money? Termite eating vouchers. This is the country we are talking about. Snake, monkey, termites. These are the people we are dealing with.
Okay, come on.
When they call them to come and explain, they will be collapsing and fainting. That professor that collapsed, what happened to him?
See, we can try to all the things you are seeing. Let me just say this: all the things you are seeing are just symptoms of a country that doesn't have a lot to go around. $40 billion.
There's a lot to go. Stop saying there's not enough to go around. Stop. See, let me disabuse you of that mindset that there's not enough to go around. There is. See, we might not have enough champagne to go around, but there's enough water to go around. Stop saying there's not enough. There is enough.
The reason why I say 40 billion. Okay, so You think you can run the UK with $40 billion a year?
Bro, we're not the UK. We are not asking for
No, but
UK
they are the same
standard.
human beings now. No, let's not do this.
We are not
Okay,
asking
can
for
you
UK
increase the
standard.
standard of living?
They build.
We are
Even
not
when
asking
they
for UK standard. We're asking that let people be able to go to the hospital and there's electricity at the hospital. Bro, I'm telling you, UCH in Ibadan, quote me, UCH in Ibadan, you'll be working in the long corridors of the outpatient department. I followed my mom to the hospital when I was in Nigeria last time. I bashed my knee into one of the benches because UCH would not put on generator. There's no electricity. University College Hospital Ibadan, the one that the royal family of Saudi used to come to for treatment up until the 80s. Bro, don't tell me. Stop saying there's not enough to do some certain things. I'm not asking for dialysis for free. I'm saying there's no electricity. Put on the generator. You're telling me there's not enough for that, bro? Come on now, stop defending this thing.
That shows the leadership failure at every level.
That's what I'm saying.
At that UCH, they have a CMD. Which is like chief executive.
Okay, sorry. Let's John Abba say something. He's been very patient with us.
I don't know how to talk over people, and let's.
Yeah. And after you, Hank can say something because he hasn't said anything at all. They've all been very patient with us.
The Nigerian politicians and all the thing we all argue here, we all have that passion to see Nigerian change for the better. But it's like some city in America here, 99% of them are black, but their mayor is white. How did he win that election? It's the morale of the people back home. They don't put a demand on the people, on the politicians. And once the politician win election, it's not to their service. They become his servant. Once the morale remains like this, there are places where pastors call themselves a pastor, start a house fellowship. Before you know it, they become a big body. The pastor becomes the God over the people. It's the morale of the people. The hospital you are talking about, governor is not working there. It's the citizens that work there that stole most of this. So many people have left this part of the world, establishes business, even within the family cycle. It gets run down by the people because we don't have the cultural the maintenance culture. We don't have it is one thing. But then beyond that, we lost our self-esteem of people that are supposed to serve us. We serve them. It's abnormal. And that's why there's no accountability. Even the judiciary system, to me, they are the one that cause all the problem in Nigeria. Because if you run to say you call, there's things that are supposed to go to court. They say call a police. So they're supposed to call the police. They say go to court. And if you go to any one of those things, you will never, it is the highest bidder. If you don't have anybody and you don't have any power and don't have any connection, even though the case is on you did nothing wrong, you end up being locked up. So when you talk about Nigerian issues, the road, the money is allocated to somebody. Sometimes it's not even a politician. Maybe it's a contractor, and the contractor will turn around and bribe somebody. In any part of the world, or even your own personal life, if you give a contract or give something to somebody to do, if the person is not doing it, you have to hold him accountable, whether take him to court, and there will be a consequences for that action. But in Nigeria, no consequences for actions. Anything you get away with it because the people do not have that stamina, and they believe that the law is not on their side. So I think it's about the whole thing is the morale of the people, and that's why we are saying, okay, we can talk about the problem till tomorrow, but what do we do from now? So some of you believe that one politician have an answer to our problem. I don't believe that. I believe that let us go back to the good olden days when morale, when you tell your children stealing is not good. Not like now it's okay, it's good because you are so broke that your son now turned to Yahoo, is bringing money to you now. You can't even question where the money is coming from. Let's go to the olden days that when we believe that there is a consequences. In my place, let me give you one example. There used to be this ransom killing, kidnapping. And I'm telling you life story now. And give me 1 second.
Your audio, okay.
I'm here, please. So when the morale of the people now invoke that if anybody do this in this place, and they invoke the God, and the youth took it for granted, and they went and removed the transformer that they're trying to bring electricity to the village or community. In 7 days, they thought it's a joke. About 6 of them died. And the 7th one that survived ran. The parent took him to them and to whosoever invoked the god, because there's a name they call the god. What am I trying to say? When there is consequences for action, I'm not saying that it's applied to everything, but in the judiciary system, when somebody will do the wrong thing, he take a contract, take the money, chuck in the pocket, it's not going to go to jail, he's going to even bribe the judge, and the judge will say nothing happened. How do we move forward? Then let's talk about it. If somebody like CM can go home, if somebody like if he can go home and contest, and we can say we hold you accountable, or become something, or somebody like forefather say, okay, we are going to invest in this place, I'm going to champion this cause. Then we use the diasporans force or diasporan influence and support such persons. Okay, we'll hold you accountable with a demand. The problem we are having now, we are not even put a demand. We just want to vote for somebody. The one thing the African Americans have done in America of recent, the youth, they say, no, you're not going to just become, whether you are black or white, become our mayor, become elected officer. We have a demand for you. If you're not going to do this, we see the business in this area, all we see is police patrolling this place. We're not going to allow police to just come and give us ticket. We just want a business in this area. If not, we're not going to allow this kind of thing to move on again. If you go places like in this, I live in the Dallas metro area. You go places that is a very dangerous area. Now the people grow up. They say enough is enough. You just want to throw our people in jail for doing nothing or for smoking weed, but you never create job opportunity for them. We're not going to vote you in. We're not going to allow this. In many cases, the mayor of Dallas are black, but not all the time. But there are also kind of people that they say, okay, we are not just going to allow, whether it's white or black, we have a demand for you. So let us go out there. 2023, I believe, is over. But in 2027, let us have a demand for somebody and say, okay, we cannot just allow you to just run an office, but we have to start from somebody. We have to trust somebody. When the person do not perform, then we all can say this is not right. We cannot vote you in again. Like we said, there was fairness in the gubernatorial election. There was fairness in the senatorial election. It's only the one that was not right was the